All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Had a great weekend. It's February 23rd, 2026, and we are coming into a big week. It's not as much data. There's a lot more events that you're going to be dealing with, from earnings to geopolitics, and literally over the weekend here, geopolitics was the main concern. You've still been going back and forth with all of the Iran stuff. Then you had some conflict there with the cartel leader in Mexico, but then the tariffs. So we ended on a very big surpriser from the Supreme Court. The effect wasn't as surprising. It made uncertainty high, but people are expecting that the near term is practically going to stay the same, but you got more uncertainty in this weird environment we've been in, that even though single stock volatility is high, the index volatility is not really showing it as much, but we're going to hear more from that. You get the State of the Union on Tuesday, and now everybody is trying to game out whether or not we are going to get some activity, but this all makes sense if you watch the video on the midterm elections, and you should know how to invest this year. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you know it's going to be a good day. We'll see from earnings what to our Monday provides, but I'm glad that you're here. And before we get going, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, God bless you, baby. Shout out to the vets. Thank you for everything you have given for all of our collective freedoms. I hope none of y'all forget how great it is to have freedom. I don't know, this might be a good time to bring up a hockey match, but either way, we love you all, man. And shout out to the vets, and God bless you and your families. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to church! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Happy Monday, baby. Happy Monday. Stay warm out there. You also got the winter storm, too. Again, I feel like isn't it about to be March? It is the last week here of February, so I don't know, man, but the weather, bro, the weather. So, yeah, we're going to see how it all plays out. You were down almost double the amount as of now. You were down by 0.4, only down by 0.2 to start. There was a couple of individual events as well. Companies changing buyout numbers. You had NVO with bad drug data, so you're going to watch NVO dump. Eli Lilly has already caught a bid, but that being said, you still have some earnings this week. So beyond Nvidia, I'm going to be watching Nvidia, so keep your eyes out for the front run. HD, KDP, Lowe's, TJX. Those are all some of the bigger reportings, especially with this staple theme that we've been dealing with. Keep an eye on oil and UNG. UNG for the weather hasn't moved much. I don't know if people expect it to be long-lived, but watch out for that. And then again, oil to all of the other conflict. And then keep your eyes out on gold and silver. It's actually doing a lot better. It is getting some of the fear bin from everything going on. I think a tiny part from the tariffs, but more so Mexico and Iran. I believe that is why you are getting that gold bid. So we're going to find out how it all plays out, my friends. 7 hours to go, and God bless America. So if you have any questions, let me know. We're going to talk about a lot. We got about a minute, but yeah, I got a couple of things I want to show you guys today. I do hope you watched the midterm video. I included a lot of data there. That's for all of you on the trading fraternity. But then, like I'm saying here, just geopolitics, conflict. There's a couple of things we got to be looking out for. And the fact that oil, you know, it was gold and silver. They were the leader at the beginning of the year, but now it is oil. And oil mixed in with gold usually tell you something about the economy, Habibi. So yeah, 1 minute. I need one real quick. I need to hear it. You know what I'm looking for.
Jesus.
Praise God.
Amen.
Game time, baby.
Chicago, baby. Aye. pools, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you tryna control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid.
Oh, yo, I have China tin.
Don't you ever get it twisted.
There are some headlines, bro. I have some China tin for you. So let's get through the morning and remind me about the tin. You can, that song's on SoundCloud. Uncle Answers. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. And yeah, prices of cardboard boxes went down too. So I don't know. You had to be into the ISM. Yeah, Nvidia down 15 off of off their trial. So watch how Eli Lilly goes. I'm surprised Eli Lilly's up not as much. They might get a little bit more of a bid. There you go. I was like, wait, how come it's not up? It started 0.8. Now it's up 3.8. Woo! So yeah, but again, they had a bad drug trial like Carcegema, something like that. But again, it's part of one of the obesity drugs, so gives a little bit more market share to your boy Eli. And then bonds have a bid. Surprisingly, NASDAQ is at break even to start. So yeah, NASDAQ's not even down that. Actually, even the SPY. So again, you were down by 0.4 at one point. So now you're only down at break even. You're actually about to go green. Believe it or not, Russell's down by 0.5, and then the Dow, they're getting clapped. There's Eli Lilly now. They opened up the options on that. Those are starting to run up a little bit. Let's see what you have in store for us, Mr. Monday. Where are we level-wise? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Dude, you actually have... Yes, last week was a positive week, believe it or not. I haven't looked at IGV yet. But, yeah, last week you did end up closing green. Ooh! No! Habibi, you guys don't see... Oh, that's terrible. Well, shit. Yeah, bro, IGV's down. No, to a new low. NVO, kind of a 5% yield. It is a variable yield, so it does change, but technically you can't say that that is 5. I double check, but it is at that level. Again, the 40s haven't been bad for it, so I'm going to keep my eyes out for it. In the words of Benjamin Graham, you know, don't make a decision right after a big price move. You know, what we call it? Let it digest for a little bit. Let the dust settle. So, but either way, I'm keeping it on watch for now. And I think, again, just this whole year, we're going to get a lot of, I think up until September, if you watch the video, we're going to have a couple of opportunities to play out. Who's the other one? Johnson? I know, Johnson Controls. That's the one that Honeywell had the news on. They lowered the price. And then Staples are actually up by 0.3. So, again, you're going to have a lot of those earnings. I'm surprised. Nvidia, IGV is washed, dude. Yeah, Nvidia's up by 1.7. There's Eli Lilly, Elijah. Oh, and the China plays, they held up a little bit too. So they might come down. I don't know. They were up a little bit more pre-market when the market was lower. Yeah, Pinduoduo gapped up by 3 again. Netflix dropping. They something about the Paramount deal. They want to do. I think they're opening an investigation or something. Something into the antitrust of it all. And then where's oil? Oil starting off a little decent. That was only up by like 0.2 to start off the morning. Dow and SPY are in the green, and NASDAQ's right there too. So again, that Monday effect is not bad. I just don't know the range here. That's very expensive, Habibi. Very, very expensive. All right, let me try this. Oil companies get Supreme Court hearing on climate change suits. Not bad. All right. I'll put one on watch, but like I said, I don't know if we're going to get the Monday, because again, every Monday you kind of just melt on up. We're going to find out. No, NVO, it might on Fidelity, but at least for Schwab, it doesn't. I don't think it does drip. We've talked about this. I feel like one time I got the drip, but then when I went and looked at my Schwab, it didn't go through. And then I don't have it on my Fidelity anymore. So yeah, then again, they offer a variable yield, so that's why, like, and then you have to pay the tax on the dividend too. So just keep all that in mind if you are shopping for it. XOM catching a bid. Watch oil. Again, the bad news of today, I mean, beyond just like a lot of people floating around uncertainty, whether it's tariffs, war, you name it, any other geopolitical conference or conflict, it's IGV, man. That's not good to start off. HYG's break even. Again, bonds got a small bid, so they didn't have the best week after those auctions last week. UNH on the high. XLV, who is it? Oracle? It could, maybe it was off of those OpenAI headlines about them spending less or that coming in. But then again, Nvidia is looking decent to start off. I haven't looked at the rest of the Mag 7. Meta's barely red. Google is up by 1. Amazon down by 1.3. And then Microsoft down 1. And then again, you have a couple of the bigger software earnings this week too. I think Intuit and Now. But I know Intuit for sure. Fastly on the low ticker. Some of those real estate stuff. I remember Open had good earnings. I actually didn't see. Where's MPT? So that held some of the gains from Friday. Yeah, that one's still actually kind of going. Believe it or not. Oh, yeah. No, it was up way more that one day. 640. Now it's back at 560. So they chilled a little bit. NVO. So they're moving up. Broadcom starting to go up. Eli Lilly up 3. So that's kind of where it opened up at. And then SPY, VWAP. I don't know if that VWAP's going to be accurate, but it gapped up a little bit. SLB, are all the oil names moving off of that? So again, Exxon, I mean, oil's also up by 1.02, but yeah, those are going. And then don't forget gold and silver. I mean, silver says only 3 on SLV. But spot silver at one point was up like 6% this morning. So yeah, that's what I was saying. It's very impressive, but I think more of it has to do with any of the fear. Yeah, Trump, any country that wants to play games with the Supreme Court, the decision will be met with a much higher tariff and worse. Is that True Social? I think so. I see it on the wire. Attention. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. So you got a Trump post right now. Good morning. Yeah, that was 1 minute ago on True Social. Beware. So that relates to the tin. Do you guys just want me to tell you the tin? Should I give you the tin foil right now? I don't know if it's too early for tin. XBI. Oh, there was a couple of approvals. That one for schizophrenia and bipolar. They got one, and then again, Eli Lilly got a little bit more of a bid, even though NVO went down. And there was one Merck. Duh. Yeah, Merck is splitting up their cancer unit from cancer and non-cancer. Why we call it tin? Why not T? Oh, because it's more on the wear a tin foil hat. That's why, you know, none of tin foil is not really true. I mean, sometimes it has been true, but yeah, bro, it depends. It depends. So here's the deal. Are you ready? Over the weekend, there was a headline that Taiwan is not, they're like using the Supreme Court to like mess around with the tariff stuff. So pretty much Taiwan is giving the U.S. a bunch of shit now that they got the tariff approval, and Trump does not like that. But essentially, the tinfoil is that maybe Taiwan gets put on the negotiating table this time around, especially if they're not going to participate with the tariff regime. So I don't know, man. I think about it. I'm usually not the guy who likes any of the Taiwan's going to get invaded. Taiwan, but now it's funny. It's been a while since they've kind of not been on the good graces. So we'll see how this tariff dynamic plays out. But that's the tinfoil, is that Taiwan's on the negotiating table now due to their recent actions and then all of this other stuff. Because, again, some countries are still playing along and the others aren't. And then to really give you the non-tinfoil interpretation of all of this, just remember, uncertainty is high. But the short-term impacts, people are not expecting much to change. You don't know about the refunds. It's, you know, you did technically over the weekend, customs is no longer accepting any tariffs. They cannot charge that anymore. So you have these little factors coming into play, but for now, uncertainty is high. Near-term effects are still pretty low, even though Friday was the bomb. But it wasn't too, maybe I shouldn't use the word bomb, because like I was telling you guys in the beginning, I was surprised on Friday how it kind of played out, and I think you could even tell by President Trump how he reacted. A lot of people didn't expect it to come in like that, but at the end of the day, you know, when we were talking about it like at the beginning of the year, people were, you know, just we really believe the Scott Bessent and what they were saying for months, where even if the Supreme Court shuts it down, they're going to have many other ways to execute this plan without it getting too much there. Yeah, D-Nut, Tom Moore, the Republican or rep. Yeah, I mean, who was it? Was that last year? Was that Kash Patel? They really like their Krispy Kreme donuts. Dash down 6. They were killing it on earnings on Friday. HD on the low. Again, that's going to be one of the earnings plays, HD and lows. I don't know if you want to front run them. App down 6. Silver's climbing up. SPY's still holding. So I'm watching the premiums here for a second. But yeah, they're all holding within that range. Staples coming up. I see Kimberly. Let's see. Remember, Staples were not that hot last week. That was our first week. Some people are talking about it with Staples kind of giving up, but you're starting off here with a little bit of a base out near the other high that you set. These courts, baby. I know. Well, we're going to see, bro. It's going to be a multi-year process for the refunds, but that's why, like, I mean, unfortunately, I don't like kicking the can, but I do think you're going to have to wait a couple of months to see if the tariff revenue, like, actually goes up and if it actually leads to something of that nature. IGV going lower, that's terrible. Dude, IGV is down by 3 right now. So I don't know if this is more Palantir. But yeah, Palantir's down 5. Oracle's down 3. Microsoft's down 1.9. Very ugly, dude. Very, very ugly to start, to be honest with you. That's why I'm saying, remember, we were waiting all last week, and anytime we get volatility, I was telling you, bro, 79.31. That was like the low that you were at that you couldn't break, and now you have broken it. So this is very different, just in terms of, you know, the whole software decline, thinking that it also, I mean, this is, again, it's already been historic leading up to this point. So now taking another 3% down, you need one of those wicked bounces. Otherwise, you still have to find a floor to get stabilized. Core Weave going up. Why is Core Weave launching? I know, again, this could be the Nvidia effect. So Nvidia is the only thing holding you up. I would argue you would be having a lot uglier of a day. SPY's back to 0.15. NASDAQ's back down to 0.4. So we're getting back up to the open. Remember, your pre-market, you were down a lot more. At one point here, like most of the early morning, late last night, you were down about by 0.4. The oil plays, yeah. So really what people are looking for is Trump to surprise. So even though they're saying Thursday and they're giving a time frame, people are kind of putting into play that Trump is probably going to do what he's done, you know, give you a date and then go earlier, essentially. Oh, Meta back down. I needed that. Core, we've had news this morning. XLRE, XLC. XLRE is the winner. Yeah, energy is still doing good. Commodities, I mean, industrials should be up. No, they're down. They're about to go up, though. They're back by a quarter. And then Staples, but like we said, last week you watched similar effects to this, but then Staples went down. So depending on how that plays, we're going to find out. Last night's video, very informative. Oh, I know, man. We're going to get ready for that. That's going to be our plan here. I mean, somebody posted a comment, and I liked it because it did remind me of Benjamin Graham, you know. Just get ready for anomalies. You know, we saw some in Obama and in Trump. So depending on how everybody is prepared for the event, it might change things a little bit. And then also depending on the policy we get. But at the same time, that is how I'm structuring a lot of the long term this year. So being prepared, being patient. I mean, there's already a couple of deals now, but, you know, like the midterm years are just historically the worst years of capital appreciation if you go too early or if you pay too much. So that's why, you know, securing a good price and building around that, saving up in the meantime, I think it's going to give me a good opportunity, as well as all of you who could follow along. You know, somebody said it, though. You know, pretty much you just want to window shop until then. Unless there's a good deal, like, again, NVO finally hit a new low here. So there's going to be a couple of these that pop out. I'm just, I'm expecting a little bit more across the board. Yeah, the gold, I think gold is getting a boost from the tensions because, again, the Chinese New Year clapped it for a little bit. People were expecting it to be a lot weaker, but yeah, no, that really got crazy. Adobe, even Adobe's down. So yeah, I mean, they were at 260. This price isn't too crazy. I mean, what was it? Where's that 2023? So yeah, now it's like, I guess 10% below the 2023 low. And then 2023 is when it started, that's when like AI came out. And everybody started incorporating all the AI stuff. Power just went out. Oh no, you have a blanket. XOM, oil still going up. Again, you have both oil being up and then the other stuff going on. All right, so SPY down a quarter now. That's your low of the day. Bonds are climbing up. Again, it sucks because you have like IGV and these other ones, but I like Mondays. Mondays have usually been on fire, but then we closed Friday pretty good. Let's see. I might have to give it a little bit more. Microsoft new. I just don't like IGV. That is the ugliest part of today so far. So NASDAQ down by 0.5, SPY down 0.27, just 0.1% off of that low in the morning. IBM going down, and then Russell's down by 0.3. So in the meantime, Russell is actually kind of caught a bid. Russell was down by 0.5 earlier, and then Dow Jones down by 0.28. But yeah, Microsoft down 2.5 now. It's no good, man. No good with the IGV, Habibi. The blanket. I don't know, dude. The blanket. I thought I was freezing at 50 degrees last week. So that's why I brought out the fire. But I feel, man. I hope y'all stay safe. I don't know. Is it as bad as the one like a couple weeks ago? Because like I'm saying, even if you look at UNG, Nat Gas isn't having the same free. Like Nat Gas was like 17 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I think a lot more of you today have been like your power's out or you are covered in snow and all that other stuff. So I don't know. It seems pretty surprising. Myrna's on the high. Where are these biotechs, dude? Yeah, Myrna, Pfizer, XBI is still up 3. Watch Merck again. They had that news of splitting the units. Alright, I'm gonna give you guys one to watch. Oh, it already moved up. I'm not taking that one. I'm freaked out by the IGV. I would, if the IGV was a little bit better for Monday, or it's still it's only been 17 minutes, but that's the one at that price. I already went up 10%, damn it. So yeah, but that's that price range. I would not pay any, you could pay a little bit more, but I wouldn't. I'm saying, but that's one of the spots that I'm watching for now. A storm is a blizzard. It's nastier than the last storm, really. I didn't. That's why I'm kind of shocked by the pricing of UNG. But it was maybe the last one was just more. It extended longer, so maybe you had people going back and forth. And like that's why the gas had more of an effect. Because I'm surprised UNG is just not even budging off of it. SanDisk has been going up, and then again, see if Nvidia moves. I think AMD and Intel aren't that bad. You haven't had a big one like this in a while in Boston. What about a couple weeks ago? You didn't feel it? But yeah, man, stay safe out there. IGV is down 4, man. Happy Monday. EU freezes U.S. trade deal approval over Trump tariff uncertainty. So watch out for that. Literally, the EU is freezing a trade deal. So see if we have any impact. It's kind of moving slow. You're already near the bottom. So that's what I'm saying. Mix that in with the... I think, dude, the IGV just might be the tell. Otherwise, maybe middle of the day we get a little bit better here. But yeah. It's no good. ASML. Broadcom was doing good too. Where's China? So Pinduoduo, Baba. Baidu's moving up a little bit. So yeah, China names are catching a bit on that. Keep those on watch. Again, you should have those ones from Friday still. You sent me a video of the storm. I'll check it in a second. Yeah, Netflix down 4. There was something on the what's it called? The like regulation stuff with WBD. Do. I'm seeing anything. Watch the euro too. See if they're it's either euro and dollar. Again, a couple of things are moving back up. That one play is still holding that price. Again, gold is just rocketing. Yeah, so euro got a little bit of a bid. They're already up on the day. I haven't looked at the dollar. Again, a couple of chips. Intel, AMD, ASML. Oh no, was that Broadcom? Yeah, those are catching bids right now. A couple of the space stocks, but yeah, space stocks are up by 3. Are? Some more than others. New Trump. As president, I do not have to go back to Congress to get approval of tariffs. It has already been gotten in many forms. A long time ago, they were also just reaffirmed by the ridiculous and poorly crafted Supreme Court decision. So yeah, Trump is raging on these again. So to start off the morning, you already got one warning, and then now another one. And then again, yeah, the European Union just said that they're halting their trade deal. So we will see, my friends. We will see. Watch the China ones. That's it. China, euro, dollar. Those are going to be the broader effects. Otherwise, the market, you are getting led pretty good here with chips. So again, I think that could be some of the earnings effect. Where's Lowe's and HD? They're still getting clobbered, actually. So the pre-earnings run-ups have not done too hot here to start off the morning. Sprouts came back a little bit. Remember, that was a post-earnings sell-off. Rigetti, it is up a little bit. And then IWM's down, though. So again, they were leading there in the morning. IWM is 0.6. The Russell Index is down by 0.4. And then again, you just had your second comment. And like I'm saying here, this is like the thing you got to understand. It's a mix of getting near-term effects. People don't think it's going to change, but then uncertainty. Notice the bonds are going down. So most of this morning here on the sell-off, even though I guess it's all been kind of within range, bonds were just up by 0.3 on the long end. They have now ticked down a little bit as the SPY is ticking down. So yeah, that's a little different. Navgas has secured first U.S. LNG delivery. SanDisk. I'm surprised the EU thing hasn't hit a little bit harder. I'm saying watch the dollar. Dollar is going to... Actually, if the euro rockets, the dollar will go down on that. But dollar's been chill since that one debasement freak out. You haven't really gotten outside of that range yet. Peace Guide offered $32 billion for... what's it called? For WB. Remember, weren't they saying like 32 last week? But again, that one's cursed. The CAS. Big flipping industrials. Micron is green now. And then Vanda, that's the one that got the approval today. The schizophrenia bipolar drug. So that one's still going up. That might be in its own little world. No pun intended. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hold on. Jermaine Bostic? Are you with the Fed? Trump going live at an event in the next hour. So we'll see. Did you guys see the CNN thing? That thing's real. Dude, there were so many clips this weekend that I was like, is this real? The Trump CNN with the fake name was real. The Mexico stuff was real. Gavin Newsom being as offensive as possible, that clip was real. Like all of these, I was tripping out, bro. So yeah, I'm looking at one of them. Dude, the Newsom thing, I was like, no way, this is a real clip, dude. I thought it was AI for a second. I was like, nope, that's real. RDW getting a little bit of a pop. Let's see. They don't give you a good deal on these ones. I'm in a cow. Honda. XLP gas. Good for them. Because that's not going to be good, bro. That's probably once the momentum breaks and we get real volatility, it's going to be actual risk off. And then our staples finally going down. Oh, and then I forgot those Nvidia ones are gassing. The Alibabas. Alright. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. The Gavin one, I'll show it here in a second. I'm looking at a premium real quick. Your parents already lost power? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear. Are you close by? Oh, that price won't work. That's not real. Alright. Well, Kimberly and the values. No, Habibi. We'll see. Actually, 110. What did it go to last time? Was it 111? No. Damn it. Yeah, it was like you're like right, on the door of that. Well, that's going to be fun. Taps a little bit down since earnings. Yeah, XLP's up by 0.5. Again, industrials took a hit. I thought they were going to hold up a little better. Let's see materials, and then watch out real estate, because those real estate stocks have still been part of it. Some of them are climbing. Young MPT, and then watch China too. Again, the IBRX, that was the biotech we talked about, the cancer one on Friday. And then Vinda, the premiums are just crazy on there, unfortunately. IBRX up 20 though. So again, XBI, there's been a couple of buyouts here today, and you have that now. PG, Verizon Communications are going up. Kroger, MO, you're doing the little staple staple rally right now. They're all going. Literally, Kroger, MO, PM, Bud, Kenvue, Kimberly. You're doing the staples gassing. Habibi. I think we already made those Kimberlys free. Where are those? So staples and biotechs. Again, there's a lot of hype with all the biotechs. Yeah, those Kimberlys from, even though you got 3 days down, those Kimberlys are still up like 50%. So none of this is still cheap. Again, Coca-Cola, you could see any of the ones that lagged. I mean, General Mills, they got knocked off. They even got a downgrade today. So that's like the only one that hasn't really gone up. So General Mills actually has cheap premiums, cheaper stocks since all that other stuff started. And then, yeah, we're going to get Trump here live in a little bit, it looks like. So be on the lookout for that. And then, again, you already had 2 comments from Trump on True Social. And then the Europeans said they're going to put their trade deal on hold. The Trump thing, though, is remembering angel families. So I don't know. It seems like it's going to be for a different reason. I don't think he's going to be doing the... I don't know if he probably will, though. He seems in a raging mood this morning. In terms of everything going on with the tariffs. German Auto Association on U.S. tariffs, a termination of deal could soon lead to higher tariffs for our company. And then Novo has very competitive pipeline laying, jury still out on what Carsema can achieve. So you're getting comments from NVO CEO right now. All right, MO, values on the high, and then now the VIX is going up. I mean, VIX is still below 22, but up 7% on the day. Bonds stopped moving, so look at that little dump. Bonds took it down, and bonds, the long end, stopped catching some of that bid. I really just think you have a little bit more equity moving around than not. Dollar went down a little bit on the euro comment, so just keep all of that in mind. But I think it's more prices moving than, like, geopolitical reaction, if that makes sense. I think you would get a bigger dollar move, a bigger TLT move. Even gold is kind of chilling out here, too. Where's Bitcoin? Oh, shit, actually. Because if IGV... So, yeah, remember, IGV and Bitcoin have been trailing hand in hand. And if IGV gapped down 4% below there, Bitcoin's actually holding up a little better. Cybersecurity names, they're not doing too bad. There you go. There's a bid on the bonds, but it's catching a bid with the market. And then again, communications, that's part of it. The KOs, the MOs, you have staples and comms going up. I can't even charge $1. Durable goods came in. Factory orders were minus 0.7. Estimate was 0.7. Durable goods, 1.4. Previous estimate was negative 1.4. No, it came in negative 1.4. And then durable goods excluding transportation was 1. Estimate was 0.9. So data came in slightly hotter in some areas, and then excluding transports, excluding transports came in lower, but in line. More fizzer for the long term. I would consider it, but I would watch yesterday's video. You guys didn't see my face reveal? Was it? How did you like it? Somebody was like, "I don't see you, but I feel like I see you." You said you liked it, so I was happy about that, and thank you for telling me I'm pretty. That meant a lot. A couple people called me ugly. You know that? Imagine, bro, that's how ugly I am. That even if I put a blur on there, they still call me ugly. But anyway, that's a sidebar. But all these names for the long term, I'm gonna be waiting a little bit lower or a little bit longer, essentially. So like I like a lot of names right now. NVO, Fiserv. I mean, there's a lot of names that I'm looking at. But like I'm saying here, at the same time, it's like we are going to have an opportunity here for more volatility. So with me being low cash, I'm probably going to shop for the next couple of months, unless there's just like a very high quality name that goes substantially lower. I'm probably going to do my best to wait, and then come like August, September, October, maybe even before August. What comes before August? July. You know, then we, if there's one of these names, like if Fiserv's still clobbered, if NVO is still clobbered, I'll probably go for them. But for now, I'm anticipating more volatility. I think a lot of what we've seen so far, you're either going to get software names down, individual names like NVO are just going to drop the ball and go lower, or we might watch everything kind of come down a little bit, because now you might have staples come down by the second half of the year and tech gets a little bit more of a bid. So these are all, like I'm telling you guys, this is a very good opportunity. Believe me, I was surprised how many people were like, I don't watch because you charge on the videos. I'm like, dude, every video on the trading for, I posted 5 this year in the less than 2 months on the other one. But I'm like, dude, it's a very important video. And I think it's going to make a lot of people a lot of money. And that's what we go over in the video. There's a simple, if you go too early on the window, you might catch a great gain and still be down. But if we could kind of hone in, emphasize quality, let the midterm uncertainty give us one of these deals, oh, it's gonna be nice. And that's how I'm looking to take advantage of it. So I would keep shopping and look at them, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't want to go too early, and that's why the best way to know if we're too early, it's going to be high quality at a good deal. So SPY's going down, and now bonds caught up to all that shit. So I guess, yeah, bonds need to go a little bit more, but now you're back, but now you're below the pre-market level. That's what I was saying here in the morning, and then the bonds are finally catching up on that first round of bidding. Okay, so you saw that one I gave you. That one dropped. Power the long term, baby. You will. That's what I'm saying. It'll be a good one. But yeah, SPY's dumping a little bit more. I mean, you're still getting a baby rotation there with staples. IGV stopped going, but now it's about to continue down. This might just be the Russell mixed in with a couple of the bigger names that are still down. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Let's get you guys a checkup. So S&P 188 in the green, 315 in the red. NASDAQ 62 in the green, 31 in the red. Not too bad, but still 60%. And then Dow Jones 16 red, 14 in the green. Dario, did he meet? Or I thought it was going to be on Tuesday. And then other bios. Let me see. I had an old bio play that's up right now. But I don't know if this is the one. I don't know if it's tied in anything. A lot of these biotechs are going crazy, actually. February 9th. Yeah, where are these fools? The SaaS apocalypse. It's crazy because, again, the last couple weeks we've been going one industry at a time. Started with the software, but, you know, like I've been clamoring about, okay, bonds are getting a deeper red there. So watch, see if you're going to either replicate this or you're going to get a bounce. But, again, bonds just finally caught up with it, but now they're coming down. But yeah, we got to see if the, you know, like I was saying all last week, dude, like IGV breaking that level, this is a very different bounce. I mean, it's not, I don't know if you could call it a bounce anymore, but any other time you've dropped like this, it was a lot sharper. You didn't chill for a week. I mean, literally going back to every single decline, even damn to the 2000s, 2020, they were not this sharp. And then after a week or so, they didn't really like chill like that. So the fact that it keeps going lower says a lot. And that's why it's like, man, I guess these earnings might be your final hope this week. You have a lot of big software earnings coming out, and then you're going to have Nvidia, and then we get to mix in any other geopolitical drama. Oil's starting to launch right up here too. So again, bonds and markets still tweaking here. Bonds at the high, bonds near the low. Dollar slightly climbing down, again, within like 30 minutes. You've heard from Trump a couple of times there. Oh, is Trump going live? They got Tom Homan. They just zoomed into Tom Homan's head. I like his head. That reminds me of mine. Well, I need to go to the bathroom. I could wait till he comes on, actually. I don't know how long he's going to... Again, it seems like they're just signing a bill. I'm sure he's going to drop 1 or 2 lines, but it's probably going to be a dud. Here, I'll show you. You didn't see the Gavin clip? I want to show you it, but it's like offensive. Dog, it's the worst, dude. I thought this was fake. I thought this was somebody making like an AI clip, and they were like, you know those like unhinged AIs where like, they try to make it seem real. All right, SPY going lower. Again, all you have on the high is value names and staples. Now banks are starting to sell off pretty bad, dude. XLF is even down too. None of this is fucking good. All this is hideous. Habibi. What is this, Habibi? Who did this one? Who did this, Habibi? SanDisk. The chips are doing fine. I mean, dude, even Nvidia premiums are up, believe it or not. They're still holding up one. Today would be hideous without Nvidia, to be honest with you. So again, you have a lot of other things there. And then I think either Bitcoin's going to hold on or Bitcoin's going to fucking follow along software. Yeah, IWM's down 1.3. Dow's even down 1. NASDAQ and SPY aren't that bad, to be honest. 0.6. That's really not that bad. Oh, equal weight looks like a knife, though. So yeah, equal weight looks disgusting compared to the SPY. You've given up most of that Friday move now. Is it the clip with the SAT score? Yeah, that one. I thought it was fake, but it's, no, it was really real. It's only 30 seconds. Let me see if there's a longer one. I need to go to the bathroom. Dude, the banks are terrible right now. Remember, that was a bigger theme that we saw last week, too. Domino's. Yeah, they did good. They raised their dividend, too. Didn't Buffett buy them recently, or did he sell out of them? And then PG on the high, so more staples. Again, I watched the dollar, too. I kept the oil up. That started ramping up. 65% of the S&P are trading above the 200-day. Yeah. Well, that's the rotation. That's the crazy part, is that the index is not showing it, and we're still up there. But essentially, single stock volatility is the highest it's ever been. And I think that move shows it. The fact that you have software dumping the way it is, then you have value and staples running up the way they are. We have a lot of, the volatility is like both concealed and then it's right in front of your face with what you're seeing in some of these moves in the last month or two. So that's what I'm saying, you guys. This is a very big week. Everything we dealt with last week, the Supreme Court, the tariffs, the geopolitical stuff is now both geopolitical trade as well as geopolitical conflict. Those are all starting to roll out right now. Not to mention, just remember, midterm years are the most volatile. So before even that video that I put out there yesterday, remember I was telling you guys, February midterms are actually some of the worst. Gosh, IGV, oh, he's waiting. XLP starting to go up a little bit, and bonds and SPY trying to go down a little bit. Again, Trump at any moment now. EU proposal classifies Basel III use case for XGS bank ratings. Fitch. I'd watch that too. Financials are not, literally Goldman dumping. Every single bank is a straight line down, 2.5%. None of these are good. Like literally, even Citi's down 3, but like look at the sales of it. It looks worse than IGV. That's the weirdest part about it all. China just hasn't moved. China's just holding whatever gains they had. Pinduoduo is starting to climb up again. Where's Wally World? Because remember, Wally came down a little bit after earnings. So those premiums might be down after that. I don't know if that's going to hold up, but it might. Long term all the way. Know what fun it is to trade, and long term is the play. Not a recommendation. CHD, Church and Dwight. We saw that one last week. Even a chat brought that one up. Dow. Is gold still moving? Yeah, gold and silver trying to make. They're still 1.9. Silver not up as much. More staples moving. At least Coke and XLP. $7.16. What a morning, you guys. What a morning. How much are we down by? 0.6. Yeah, XLP still long. You're doing it's the same exact. You should be used to this. I mean, so from a couple weeks ago, but IGV down, the value staples going up. I mean, the dollar should be a little bit weaker and bonds a little stronger, but none of this is new per se. PPL. Let's see, where's equal weight still dumping? Yeah, dude, equal weight, bro. Equal weight just sold off almost what? Almost 100 points. You're 20 points on the equal weight from it being down 100 points from the morning. It's actually quite phenomenal. Again, more staples. Oil starting to break out too. Another high on that. You like the crackling fire? Y'all didn't like it. Now there's a snowstorm, and now you guys like it. You know, it was cold, bro. It was cold. Apple been moving up. That has kind of been some of that theme last week. Yeah, I feel. All right, well, last 5 minutes you chilled. Last time you did that, we had the little drop. Same thing. Bonds are doing the exact same setup. SPY might tweak a little bit on it. Low ticker's still active. I mean, again, equal weight, that's the one launching down right now. And then Walmart started to pick up. We should do freeway sounds. I feel like that could get stressful for some. Asmil. Nike and Lulu are acting like Trump's about to say something. Those just look like the banks. They all went straight down even from Friday. I feel you, though. All right, premiums are moving around on the SPY for a second, even though you're not really, like, moving. Again, the equal weight's ugly. The bonds are now... Anytime the bonds have kind of done the opposite effect, And then just, I mean, keep in mind, staples, IGV, that could give you some a broad idea of what's going on. And then low ticker still almost fully active to the downside. I mean, NASDAQ and SPY aren't down as much. Russell and Dow, those are the ones down a little bit bigger. And once again, the biotech's chilled out, but those are still pretty hot here for the day. Again, XLP still climbing up. NCI. USAR and minerals are going up, but then Apple is on the high as well too. Let's see. You like the yoga music? Well, once the snowstorm disappears, I got you. USAR has earnings on Wednesday. I'm about to move back to Texas now after shoveling snow. I can only imagine, man. But doesn't Texas, you guys had snow, they had snow a couple weeks ago. VenHub Global up 20, and then gold and silver taking off again. Again, dollars into the low. Where's your boy? Your boy is still not live. And then GLD, again, gold is actually take gold, staples, and then wait till either IGV breaks or one of these big techs is going to actually move up. Again, Nvidia sold off about half of its gain here from the morning. They're up by 1 and some change. So it's still up by 0.8. And then some of the other chip makers, Intel's in the damn green for crying out loud. And then Walmart's part of the staple shit. Coke, Kimberly, some of them chilled out. Yeah, USAR still climbing. Premiums on SPY moved a little bit, which again, showing some signs of life off the bottom. But yeah, you've been just going straight down all day. Like I'm saying, pull up the equal weight. You'll see almost a 100-point drop. Who else was it? Restoration. All those plays that got a bid on Friday, except the China ones, they all got clobbered. So like the Lulu, the Nike, Restoration, Wayfair, all of them. And then you throw in the staples today. All right, you're catching a little bit more of a bid there. IGV a little bit off the bottom. I mean, even damn Bitcoin for crying out loud. And then dollar stopped moving. And then watch finances too. Financials are still like actually just into their low. So I think all the other stuff stopped declining. Staples are chilling out a little bit here at this little, again, you're getting bonds moving, SPY, all of that. But financials are still drilling. So you don't have full stabilization yet on the day. Again, NASDAQ 0.5, SPY 0.6, Russell 0.1, 1.5, and the Dow by 1.2. I do like Clorox, but I think it's still up. You guys don't want to see it, bro. You know why? So let me show you guys. Because again, I was surprised how many people were like, oh, Josh, I want to watch your videos, but they're not free. They would comment this on the trading fraternity. But I'm like, dude, every video has been free on the trading fraternity. And they've been, like, amazing. So I got really confused, and I sent a video. I posted one of them, right, in the comments. But, like, did you guys watch this? Look. Just no, for real, though. This was 2 months ago. So just as a reminder, dude, they're all here. Like, literally, you've had, like, 6 videos in the last month. Or 5? And then, but the bank, remember this banking crisis video? But, like, are you ready for this? Because, like, this is what I'm saying. So let me go to the bathroom, and now you get a Josh commercial. SPY going lower. Essentially, this is the first time I'm making this, the announcement of what I bought. You know, all year I've been asking you guys to follow along, telling you where to find it, all that. So, you know what? I thought, what a simple place. Just put it on one video and put it right here. Okay. So if you're hearing this, you're getting the info. So to not waste any more of your time, I bought TAP again for the long term. I bought 75 shares in the big account, 9 on Colt Sister, and then 2 on the YouTube account. And I got it at 46.50. And the reason why is because we're rebuilding the long term. I already purchased it. I wanted to stack up. You know the reasons already why I like the company, the book value, how it stacks up, their dividend, all that good stuff. And the fact is we're rebuilding and I'm getting these deposits in, and I wanted to stack something up and make sure that we could grow the dividend as well as get a good position, especially if we believe it's a good value, and that way it could work in our favor early and aggressively as we are doing the rebuild. So
That was the first stock that I bought. The second one that I bought was Fiserv, sipping on some Fiserv. I know it's so terrible, but this was literally the worst company on the S&P 500 this year. So I thought that was very interesting. Some people know what the company is. I was even sharing it with you when they dropped after their bad earnings and their guidance. It's a payment processor. They work with Visa, MasterCard. I mean, I see them a lot because I do encounter a lot of different businesses, and I just knew what they were. So I actually see them. I see them as much as I see toast pretty much. And fact of the matter is, I wanted to share with you guys the whole buying the S&P. You know, the thing I've been sharing here for the last couple months is going over the S&P 500 names and finding the value, because right now in 2025, this is another unique opportunity that you don't see. It is not too often that this many names underperform, or you only have a few portion of names outperforming on the S&P 500. There is a lot of good companies out there this year that are doing terrible. There's I think over 50 names.
I'm gonna just pause there for a second, because the chart everybody is circulating today is the same exact chart, but now it's the highest it's ever been on record, or literally in a decade or two decades. You guys understand? This was 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. So I'm saying, this was on that channel. But dude, I really hope, this is what I'm saying, a very unique opportunity. And come on, 3 minutes in?
That are even down 20 or 30. There's 100 names in between 15 and 30% down. And literally, since I didn't tell you, I like this company and I only kept it small. I put a portion of the deposit, only one on the on Colt YouTube. I put 2 on Colt Sister, and then I got 15 on the big account at 62.40, I believe, or 62.70, something around there. And unfortunately, the CEO just announced they bought literally at the close today, so that jacked it up a little bit. But it was the last one on the list, and I figured, we're going to build up some dividends, get some of those value, and I figured I would go with the very bottom. I don't think this company is going to disappear. At worst, I think it can get removed from the S&P 500, but if they are able to turn it around and be involved in all this payment processing, I think they're going to do pretty well. So that's why I decided to go with that. Those are the 2 names that I bought. A lot of you thought I was going to buy Procter & Gamble, and this is kind of why I bought TAP today. Here's the other big reason. Because
so I moved it up from I didn't take that first one. I just looked at it, but then I took that one. It's a decent price. But yeah, man, so do you see? But like I was saying, if you got nothing to worry about, I do plan on all these videos are free, but I'm giving you the good shit. I know you guys want the gambles. I just took a daily, but I don't want to expose everybody to my daily degenerate activity. But my long-term shit that's going to give you guys a front run on the entire market. We were talking about this big value and this unique opportunity, for months. So you got it. Oh, Trump's live.
Literally just turned off the cameras. They didn't want to hear him. It was my first glimpse as to what was happening. These
Speak up, Donald.
Sick people that cover stories like that, or that don't cover them, which is worse. Everyone in this room not only suffered an infinite loss, they were the victims of politicians who put the comfort of foreign criminals before the safety of American citizens and American patriots. Their stories were censored and suppressed like maybe almost never before, so that the politicians could open our borders and allow our nation to be invaded. If we didn't win the election, our nation would right now be destroyed. But under the Trump administration, their suffering
Bond's even going up.
is forgotten no longer. In just a few moments, I officially sign a proclamation that I've been waiting to sign for a long time, including my first administration. There were so many different legal roadblocks, it was incredible. We got it done.
IGV's going lower while Apple's on the high.
Today, February 22nd, is going to be National Angel Family Day. Very important. So many incredible family members and friends, parents and children. On February 22nd, 2 years ago, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Lakin Hope Riley went out for a run on a college campus in Georgia. Lakin was viciously attacked, brutally beaten and
Volvo
murdered
to
by an
recall
illegal
40,000
alien gang member
EX30s over
who the
battery
last
overheating.
Administration heartlessly released into our country. No problems. Let them in. They let in everybody. They didn't check anybody. They let in everybody. Among the first bills I signed into law after taking office last year was the Laken-Riley Act. I'm so proud of it. To ensure illegal alien criminals are rapidly removed from the United States of America. If that's okay with the media. That bill has already been really playing a big role in the life of our country. It's resulted in over 21,000 illegal alien arrests. 21,000.
GLW, it's still kind of part of those values and everything, but yeah, they're running up.
We're joined this morning by Laken's parents, who I have gotten to know. These are incredible people. And I want to ask Laken's mother, Allison, to please come forward and say a few words, please.
I think that is what you heard, yes. Again, it's super risky, so be careful.
Well, this is unexpected, but I think that a lot of people feel like that President Trump is maybe different than the version I've gotten to know. And I just can't thank you enough. You have said from the beginning, literally the day after this happened, that you would not forget about Laken. You weren't president at that time, and you have not forgotten. You have fought a fight that most people would not want to have to fight. Most people wouldn't. They would just say it's just easier.
Bonds
not
are
to
kind
do
of
this.
tweaking.
And
Dallas Fed manufacturing
Trump
12.5 versus 11.2 in January.
you are doing a thankless job that most people just wouldn't do. And I just can't thank you enough. There are just not enough words to say.
I'll show you
Because if you've lived
where to
the
get the
nightmare
list
that we
after
have
this.
lived,
It has
you
changed a lot, so
understand
I'll
the
show you both of
importance
them.
the job that he's
We'll
doing
wait till this is done.
and securing our nation and fighting for our families, because this could
Okay,
be any
Nvidia
family.
dropping, Apple
This
on the
happened to
high,
my
staples
family.
keep
This
going.
could be any one
Again,
of your
0.7
families.
now, Dow and or
And-
SPY and NASDAQ.
Laken was the most responsible, hardworking, kind,
Equal weight got a little bounce there, but this is now the big
selfless,
tech. They're still dragging. I think it's financials,
beautiful
dude.
Christian. And she wasn't somebody
they're
that
not
put
into the
herself
low
in
yet.
bad
It could just be bigger
positions.
tech.
She didn't make bad choices. She was just a good girl. And she just wanted to go for a run that morning.
Yeah, Google's
After
starting to
she'd gotten
dump.
up at 4 o'clock the morning before to decorate her roommate's door for her birthday. And she did everything for everyone else. She expected nothing in return.
USAR MP.
She just wanted to be a good friend and a good sister and a good daughter.
Okay, now
and
the
a
banks are
hardworking
drilling
nurse
alongside
she was
Google.
working so hard for. And I'm beyond blessed and thankful that you're honoring not just Laken, because she's one in a ton of people that have suffered at the hands of illegal immigrants. She's not the only one. And so thank you for honoring all of them, not just Laken. And we're just beyond grateful. Thank you.
This is Laken Riley's mom. You got 2 candles on the video. Okay, bonds with a bigger drop. Staples still
Thank you
going.
very much.
Apple and Nvidia are only
Amazing,
signs of
Allison.
life. Google
You have to go through
and
this.
financials drilling are bringing you
Doesn't
down.
get that much easier,
The
does it?
IGVs and everything
Even
else
with
is
time.
still
It's
into
been
their
a
lows
while
still.
now, and it doesn't get that much easier. But I want to thank you for your incredible courage. We're all courageous in a sense. Everybody in this room is courageous, and we're willing to tell the story. And that, I don't know why the news doesn't want to hear it. The Democrats don't want to hear it. The radical left, they don't want to hear it. What's not to hear? We want to stop murderers and criminals from coming into our country. I watched the mayor of Minneapolis. I watched these people saying, we want to protect murderers. I don't get it. Something's sick. They're sick. Can't have a country like that. So we appreciate the bravery of everybody in this room, actually. And Christy, I want to thank you, and I want to thank Tom in particular for, we have a border that's 100% closed now, 100%. So Lakin's story is even more tragic because her death was completely preventable. This shouldn't have happened. Guy should never have been here. Not only should her killer not have been released into our country in the first place, but he was released a second time after being arrested in New York City. Here today is a great gentleman, the police officer who arrested that illegal alien, only to watch him be set free to kill. I mean, he was arrested and they let him go free. They knew he was trouble, big trouble. Many of them are like that. They release him, knowing it's going to kill again.
Shineball went live, Mexico.
Set him free to kill Lakin. So I'd like to have Ethan Carreri come up, please. He's a great, highly respected.
Yeah, the tariffs and bonds. Well, this time, though, Trump is a little bit neutered. So if the tariffs are able to be strong, I mean, market's already used to that, but there seems to be more opportunities for lower tariffs collectively.
It's an honor to be speaking with you guys. My name is Ethan Carreri. I'm a police officer in Palm Beach County, Florida, and a former New York City police officer. While serving the New York City Police Department, I personally arrested Jose Ibarra for endangering the welfare of a child. A few months later, I saw his face again in the news after he viciously murdered Laken Riley. I did my job. I put him in custody. The system failed. No detainer, no accountability, no deportation, and an innocent American life was taken. If you enter our country illegally, there will be consequences under this administration.
ACAM.
The American citizens
They had a
must
good
always
earnings.
come
That's
first.
interesting. They're still up.
To Laken Riley's family, your loss should have never happened. We owe it to you and every American family to enforce our laws, secure our border, and protect innocent lives. Mr. President, thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you for all you've done for our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I notice you left New York to come to Florida. In a way, it's too bad, right? Couldn't take it anymore. But they don't let you do your job. But thank you very much, Nathan. It's great, highly respected person. Have to do a little checking before I introduce people, otherwise I get in trouble. Sometimes I introduce people and they say, sure, you know this or that, but you checked out very, very well. Wow. Stories like Laken's are one more reason why my administration will do everything in our power to end the scourge of sanctuary cities once and for all. They protect criminals. Why do people fight? They protect criminals with a vengeance. They fight for these criminals like murders and protecting murders. They fight for them so hard.
Defense names are running up.
Something wrong with them. We're joined today
NOC and LMT into the high.
so many
RTX
angel
kind of chilling.
families who are grieving a terrible loss. They've gone through hell. Steve Ronnebeck.
You get a
was
bid on
the
banks
father of
and maybe
21-year-old
one or two
Brent
other big techs,
Ronnebeck.
but Google's still drilling.
Beautiful.
XLF into the low down
Who was
2.8
shot
on the
and
index.
murdered by an illegal alien while he was working behind the counter of a convenience store in Arizona. He was working behind the counter. Steve, would you please come forward, talk about your boy.
You know, I spent some time with President Trump in his first election. President Trump talked about granting, even before he was elected in 2016. And finally, we had hope. We had hope that it was going to end. I was just talking to Secretary Noem that we all sat around the table one day during one of our visits to Washington. And again, the word preventable came up. All these deaths at the hands of illegal immigrants are preventable. They could have been stopped. We could have done so much more, and unfortunately, at the hands of an election that we questioned, somebody took their foot off the brakes, put their foot on the accelerator to let these people into our country. And it wasn't just regular people, it was criminals, it was murderers, killers, rapists. And now today, we are finally going to see that somebody's going to remember all of our loved ones. They're going to remember the names, and they're going to remember what we've all been through. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shopify, a couple of like mid-tier retail names getting killed. Kind of tariff related.
If that election, it wasn't rigged, it was a rigged election by billions and billions of votes. The guy that never left his basement was all run by crooked people. And COVID was a little bit of a shield. We had a lot of things going on. But it was rigged by millions of votes. We did great in that election. If that election wasn't rigged, every single one of the people in this room right now would not be here. You'd be home with your son.
Yeah, telecom. All the rotationary names are doing great.
We had a strong border. You know, we solved it twice now. We solved it. In 2016, the border was bad. Nothing like it was this time. It was like beautiful compared to this time. This was legendary. In the history of the world, there's never been a border like this when millions of people poured in. At least 25 million people. And many of them were the wrong people. Many. You know, when countries fill up the caravans, they don't fill them up with their finest. I wouldn't. And I would do exactly what they did if the United States would be willing to take all of our criminals and people, or people that don't work. But they are smart people. I got to know most of those leaders. I know them. I said, what do you do?
Yeah, we'll recap this and go over some long-term stuff when this is done.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's not as if much happened. It's just kind of the flows and movement from the morning till now.
It's been incredible, the job they've done. And they take nothing but abuse, but you know, they're sort of pretty...
Estee Lauder's on the law. Interesting.
Because they know they're doing the right thing.
But yeah, Staples are getting a couple candles down now, but see if financials keep drilling alongside IGV. And that's a big update here today. IGV hit a new low.
I think that's how I won. I got probably 85 million votes. They say 78 million, 79 million. They cheated in this election too. It was just too big to rig. Too big to rig. But they cheated like hell. They can't win on policy. Men and women's sports.
Bonds new high.
We have a new one though. Voter ID. I think that's as crazy as they won't approve voter ID. They won't approve proof of citizenship. They won't approve no mail-in
Yeah,
ballots,
TLT's
even
kind
though
of
they know
tweaking
it's
here.
crooked as hell.
Okay, financials stop.
Ballots are sent to
Just watch though. Financials need to get off the
many
floor.
cases Democrats.
Financials mixed with
Republicans don't
IGV.
get
But
theirs,
yeah,
and they're
City,
calling
Humana
for
now.
it to get
Again, a
ballot.
couple of staple
Democrat
components
will
on the
get
low
3,
like
4,
EL.
5, 6, and even 7 ballots. And then we're supposed to win. That's what they're good at. They're professional cheaters. But we wouldn't be here right now. I'm just thinking as we're going through it, because we've suffered through it together. I suffer for the country. I mean, it's, the people I've gotten to know, the mothers and fathers, mostly mothers and fathers. Husbands in some cases, wives in some cases, but mostly mothers and fathers, what they have to go through. Also with us is Marie Vega, the mother of Javier Vega Jr., the retired U.S. Marine and Border Patrol agent, so respected. Who was
Yeah,
murdered
more
in front
banks.
of his
City,
family.
Morgan
Like,
Stanley,
illegal
Goldman,
aliens,
they're all on the low.
Bad ones, really bad ones. People you could look at them and you could say, trouble.
Tom Lee's loss on Ethereum with other people's money is now bigger than the losses incurred by users in FTX collapse.
Marie, please come forward.
That's crazy. Lumina, again, biotechs have been doing good today. They chilled out after the morning. But look, bonds are going straight up now. Not like too aggressive, but it's a cleaner breakout than earlier, and then SPY's still dropping.
Thank you for hosting this beautiful remembrance in honor of our loved ones.
And it's the banks, dude. As weird as that may sound. I mean, I know software is down 3, but it hasn't really moved here in the last like 30 minutes. But banks are the ones that are just drilling. And again, banks are a different size of the market. I mean, software is already kind of priced in a little bit, but yeah, that plus the banks, and then a lot of your big tech, except for Nvidia, they're down a decent amount. Google was kind of holding you up, but Microsoft's still down too. Apple is the only sign of life.
Their stolen vehicle with guns that were not supposed to be in their possession in an attempt to steal 2 4-wheel drive vehicles. While trying to defend us, Harvey was shot in the chest and killed. My husband, Javier Sr., was shot in the back. Remember, you all, children were there fishing with their friends, and they just kept shooting. You could hear the bullets just whizzing past you. Javier Sr. returned fire with this weapon, and I grabbed the AR that Harvey had attempted to defend us with, and I returned fire as well. Had we not fired back, they would have killed everyone there, including the children, so that there wouldn't be any witnesses. And they killed an amazing man.
Bro, this is a crazy story.
A loving and honorable dad and husband.
I don't think I've heard this one.
God, we have you in office. Without you, America and the world would not know the consequences of open borders. Thank you for restoring law and order. Thank you for acknowledging
Okay,
us
VIX is on the
and
high now. I
family.
mean, you're approaching 21.
Every day I think of you and the heavy weight of a nation that you carry with you. I can't imagine what it must be like to wake up every morning, work so diligently amid attacks and resistance from the left, to deal with the craziness, the fraud, and the swamp. But you get it done day in and day out, all while finding solutions to making America great again. You absolutely amaze me. Please know that we see it, and we, the masses, your constituents, are behind you 100%. When you were elected the first time, for the first term as president, I remember saying to my boss, this is exactly what this country needed, a businessman. You did an outstanding job then, and although you were cheated out of the second term, by the way, you won that election as well, and we know it. I knew the third term was going to be epic, and here we are, mega. Before I end this, I have to share a sweet story with you about my daddy. He absolutely hated the way people treated you and attacked you. On your third run for office, he said to me, "Mijita," which means my little daughter in Spanish, "Can you check to see if I'm up to date and still registered to vote? We need to make sure President Trump gets into office." I said, "Of course, Daddy." And I did, and I checked, and he was registered to vote. We lost a great man, April the 3rd of 2025, and that would be my dad. Again, thank you for everything. Thank you for
NASDAQ hit a low and then
children's
kind of
lives
bounced,
and
but
backing these
equal
families.
weight's still drilling,
Thank you so much.
which is weird. That means you're getting a lot more. It's the banks bringing down equal weight. Because again, it's not. You have a lot of equal weight names, XLP going up, but yeah, you're still kind of doing this dump from the morning.
That
Where's oil?
running again a third time after
Oil
having
even came down
gone
here a
through
little
what
bit.
we went through the second time, which was so horrible. So much cheating, so much
Yeah,
So
the
much
owl, that's already down
deception.
another 3%.
viciousness, and you could see what they were going to do. And I'm here now, and it's a much more powerful term than my second term would be, and much more powerful. And one of the reasons is everybody sees how bad they were. And I had to go through, and I still do, fake stories, fake polls. And I had polls for the election that showed I was going to get swamped, and I won in a landslide. They were fake polls because
Gold now breaking out.
polls
Again,
are
Bond
tough,
just
you know,
had the
when you get a
breakout
fake
5
poll.
minutes
I
ago.
get 'em today. I saw
You're just
one
like
today
slow
that
crawling to the low, though.
40%.
None of these are catching a bid.
40%. I'm not at 40%. I'm at much higher than that. I mean, I'd love to run against anybody. The real polls
Microsoft's
say you
investing
kill
issue
everybody,
with
wouldn't even
users
be close.
experiencing 504
But
gateway
you go through
timeout.
the fake polls, you go through the fake stories. And I said, you know, it was good because this is really a much more powerful term than I would have had if I had run, because it was just one of those things. There would be nothing to compare it to.
And NASDAQ is still
now
the
they
same
compare it to
ratio,
Biden.
69 names
And
red.
horrible, horrible administration.
SPY 3-4. It
And
hasn't
I mean,
gotten
it is more
worse. It's
powerful.
actually
Well,
the
military
same
is much more
components of
powerful.
equal
We
wages.
rebuilt it
I'm
mostly
telling you, it's
in
the
first
banks
term,
for
then
sure.
They gave away a chunk of it.
'Cause nothing's
And as
really
much as
changed.
it's very small relatively, Tom. But we gave it to the Taliban. Just walked out. We could have taken it with us. They said, oh, I think it's cheaper to leave the planes. Just put a little jet fuel and fly it to a neighbor or fly it right home. Sir, I think it's cheaper. I think we'll save money by leaving a $150 million jet on the runway. These people are crazy. But I said, and I've said to a lot of people, it's much better what happened. But not for you people, it's not. And then I go back and say, but I wish it didn't, because every one of your loved ones would be alive today. Everyone in this room, I think, maybe there's one where it could have sneaked through during our term, but I don't think so. We had a very tough border. We had we solved it in 2016, and we had a very strong border. I would say nothing is as strong as what we have now. But
Yeah,
we had a
Citi's
very
still
strong
dumping.
border. We had a
XLF's
good
not
border.
going
We had a
lower, but
sane
it
border.
goes Citi,
Sane.
Goldman, Morgan Stanley.
And I say, I like this much better, much more respect. You know, you read about all these crazy shooters, but they only go after consequential presidents. They don't go after non-consequential presidents.
Nobody
They go
tried
after
to kill Biden.
Some big one. John Kennedy, in a certain way, was very consequential. He represented something very important. He was there for 1,000 days, as you know, the book, 1,000 days, but he was consequential. There was a glamour, there was something good for our country, right? But they consequential, and I was told that. I saw that the other day. They said they only go after consequential. So maybe I want to be a little bit less consequential. Can we hold it back a little bit, please, Tom? Can we just, nice and easy? Let's be a normal president for a little while. Because we had the greatest first term, I think, of any president in history. A lot of people have said that. Even radical left people have said that. And so it's, but the one problem is that, and every time I say it, I go back to the one thing. I said, but we wouldn't have had 25 million people allowed to come into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And those are the people that destroyed your lives. They destroyed your lives. They wouldn't be there. So I always say I like it better, but there's one thing I don't like better, and that's what they did. Because I think that's the single biggest problem. He gave us inflation, highest inflation we've ever had. I solved that. Right now inflation's at a very low number. How about gasoline? I was in Iowa, $1.85 a gallon. I solved that. I did a great job with that. Prices are coming way down, and I'll get them down further. But Christ, no matter. By the way, if I came up with a cure for cancer, they would say he should have done it years ago. There's not a thing I can do where these people are going to give me credit, and that's okay because we won in a landslide, so the people understand. People understand. But the one thing that I regret about the election and the process, because it's a much bigger, more important, you look at what we're doing throughout the world, we're respected like we've never been before. But the one thing that I can't do anything about is that he allowed 25 million people, many of these murderers, drug lords, criminals, people from mental institutions, they emptied their mental institutions, Tom, is that right? All over the world. Not just in South America. They emptied their jails. Many of them from all over the world. Why would we do this? And they walk in, nobody even asked for, Do you have an identification? Do you have an ID? It's so crazy. You know, the mayor of New York, and he's a very nice person. I met him, but his ideology is not too good. But we're having a massive snowstorm right now. And I heard that he's asked people to come out and help shovel the snow. Okay, so you get a shovel and you start shoveling, right? What the hell, you're not gonna help too much, but you can help. And hello, darling, how are you? Noah, right behind you, look. My friend, right? Are you okay? Yes, you. Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm doing very well.
Good.
Your husband is
Good, are your eyes okay?
Wednesday. They
I gave her money to get her eyes fixed. A lot of money to get her eyes fixed. That doctor ripped me off, but that's okay. And when do you go?
Wednesday I go for surgery. It was postponed because they said the breeze caused me to have 2 heart attacks.
Well, you get them done. It's an operation, but it's 100%. You know, it's great.
It's Wednesday.
Good. You're gonna have 20/20 vision. She's almost blind, cataracts. She's almost blind. And with one operation that will take a very short period of time.
Where did this story come from?
He's an expensive.
Okay,
he's
Bon,
an
you
expensive
keep
guy.
going lower. This time you got a little bit of meta and tech,
You
but
have 20/20 vision.
besides
Because I noticed you
software
wear glasses.
gapping
I saw
down
you
and
yesterday
staying
on television
down,
wearing glasses.
you're hitting another low on IGV. I do think the
But,
hidden pressure is banks. I'll say it
speaking
again.
of your
Nasdaq down
family,
1.09,
different
SPY
right
about to go
now.
1, Russell down
So I always
1.9,
say,
and Dow down
It's
1.4.
too bad that happened. And if I had it to do again,
I don't know.
it's
The
despite
banks
the
were selling
tremendous
off
job
last
we're
week
doing
too.
now.
That was like a quiet one ever
I
since we
wish
had the
it
little
could've been the other way, 'cause
what's it
we
called,
wouldn't be
financial
having
services
it.
freak out with some of the AI stuff.
Wouldn't have gotten to
And
know
then I
you.
guess you could add some of the tariffs,
got to
but
know you under very
generally
bad
I just think
circumstances.
there's a broader
circumstances.
weakness,
So,
or they're kind of even
uh,
pricing in more volatility with the
one of
software.
those
To be,
things.
that's what I would say. Private credit.
But the thing I
That's what we've been
can't
talking about
understand
since
is why
the
the
software
press
stuff started, but it
isn't
seems
more
like that
supportive.
might be. I don't think people are
Certain
talking
signs.
about it as much, but it's definitely hitting in the
Stories,
prices.
Polls, they poll you. They say, oh, the angel moms. I think the angel moms are the finest people I've met. I mean, the angel moms and families and dads. But these are unbelievable people. Why are they so angry with angel moms? They had their child killed. Stories that are so horrible. I'm not going to mention. A couple of people are in the room. What they did with the child after they murdered the child. It's not even.
Yeah,
and-
Bond's still straight
these
up.
people are actually on the side of the criminal. I don't get it, Tom. Someday you're going to explain it to me, but I don't think you can either. It's crazy. Laura Wilkerson is another American mom whose 18-year-old son, Joshua was horribly beaten, tortured, and murdered by an illegal alien who went totally crazy. And just went to school. And I'd like to ask Laura to come up and say
Hershey's, bro.
a few words about Joshua. Please.
IDV, that's the software index. So we've been talking about the last 3 weeks here.
Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Laura Wilkerson.
Could be
and I want
insurers,
to
they
thank
double down
everybody
on their
for
bet.
helping gathering us here, the American
Yeah,
Board
that
of
I think
School
that came a little bit of a
White
surprise.
House.
We knew we were near the level, but the
All of
gap
your
down 4 is insane.
I thank you for that. I
But the
met a
banks
man
are
about 11
screaming
years
now.
ago who was running for office.
Because
And
last
he
week it was a
sat with
quiet
us
decline, but now the
days
fact that it's continuing, and that's what's
and
giving you this
watched
movement.
as
That's
the
why it's been
tears
straight
rolled
down.
my
You just have
face
too many
as
bank
I told
components.
him
You're
the
not
story
changing
of how a
the
young
ratio of the
Joshua
market right now,
was
but banks are just
beaten,
drilling into lows.
tortured, strangled to death, and his body set
I
on
give like
fire.
4 or 5 big banks down 4%.
The man next to me was President Trump.
VIX is on the
He
high,
never,
or
ever looked
21.28.
away from my pain. He looked me straight in the eye and he said, "I will never forget the story of your sweet son, and I will never give up fighting for the American family." I looked at him and I believed him. And here we are these years later, and you can tell all of the work he's done. He's never missed a day of fighting for the American family. I don't know if I've ever met a man who is more interested in this country and running his country and getting it back in shape. And I'm so grateful for what he does every single day. I can't even pretend to understand the spiritual battles that swirl around the office of the presidency and the man who owns
Again,
that
you're below the
office.
6850. Just watch
I
6830,
ask that
20,
God
and then
breathe a fresh
6800. It
breath
gets
of air
dirty.
through this administration, so that he can calm those spiritual battles and allow our president to continue to do the hard work. Jesus works on my family every day, still healing us today. And I am just so incredibly grateful for the man who's in office, who never quits. He is
Yeah, Google, a couple of the
sidelined so
big
many
tech
times,
isn't helping
but we
out. I
know
mean,
the
you got
man,
2% on
Jesus,
Microsoft.
who can take care of
Google's
us.
now down only. It's not
And we
as
pray
bad on Google,
today
but that's
in
not
his
helping
name
here into
that
the
he will
low.
sweep through this country and make it right again. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh,
I just
Claude
wanna
Code
thank you.
payment processing. Did we have that?
The words are so beautiful, so beautiful. I get introduced often, and I'm getting introduced by people. In many cases, they hate me. And they don't give me nice introductions like that. But all we're doing is the right thing. It's sort of simple, right? It's sort of simple, and but not simple for you. And that's when I was running, actually. That was before I won. I didn't know if I was going to win or not. I was running against 17 politicians. You knew. Yes. But no, I never forgot that. Jody Jones is a loving brother whose cherished sibling Rocky was killed by an illegal alien real monster, who went on a deranged crime spree after being released from prison as part of a California sanctuary city policy. Jody, please come up. Thank you.
Well, I have this speech, but I'm not going to give it. What I'm going to tell you is from my heart. I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, first of all, before I do anything. I want to thank the American Border Story, and I absolutely want to thank President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, sir, for putting America first, and putting these angel families first, and letting everybody know their stories.
No, I think
Because
that
we
Claude
matter.
payment thing is fake.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think that's real.
My brother Rocky Jones was murdered by a criminal illegal alien. He was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. This man was arrested.
I was saying I don't see like an official
released,
release or even a
and within
little
24
video
hours,
from
he
him.
went on a
But then
shooting
people
spree
were
in
talking
Central
about it as a
California.
joke.
Unfortunately, my
So
brother
be
was in
careful
the
with
wrong
that one.
place at the wrong
I think it
time.
was just the banks leading
This man
into
shot
this.
my brother 8 times at point blank range. I pray that
Bond's
no other
still
family
going.
has to go through that, and fortunately they will. And just know, President Trump, I want you to know, no matter what the fake media says about you, the American people love you, and we will support you all the time. We love you. I'm sick and tired of hearing these Democratic politicians stand up on these podiums and say how sorry they are for seeing these criminal illegal aliens being ripped apart from their families. What about us? What about the American family? What about us? We mean something too. And this man right here understands it. I was listening to Grandma cook, and she said thank you to President Trump. And I love that lady. I don't even know her.
VIX, all right,
just
SPY,
heard her
that's it.
speak.
You're hitting the,
I got fire inside
you're going to get
me.
to
I'm like,
1.5
wow.
real quick. But again, that's 6,800 on the
I
SPY.
love America. I want you guys to understand.
So here's the
this.
first level, 6832. You've given up all of Friday now. Actually, you've given up most of all of last week. I don't even think you have any gaps to fill.
And we want to put Americans first. This man's not racist. Because he
So
wants
you're
to
like
put
into
Americans
the
first.
high or like the close of
kidding
last Friday, and then where you were at the
I know you guys
higher
hear it
part
all
of
the time,
Tuesday.
But we are not. And I'm going to tell you something. I love America. I love Donald Trump. I love my family. And by gosh, I love America.
Me too.
Thank you very much, Donald Trump. President Trump, you are the man. say this. I love my country. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. God bless America.
Woo!
Thank you very much. It's incredible. I want to now introduce somebody that I get to know pretty well. We just had a little discussion.
Yeah, watch HYG though
One of
too.
our mothers,
Some of these credit ones are
Patty
going.
Warren,
But again, that
Wall
bond
Street,
and now the software,
daughter Rachel,
but mixed in with the banks primarily.
Tammy Nobles, who lost her daughter. Kayla, your daughters would be
Where's oil?
unbelievably proud, and they are as they look down. I'm sure they're looking down. And they'd be very proud of you, and they're thanking you right now for your courage. You've gone through a lot, don't you? And I just have to recognize some of the families being there. The families that are here this morning, I know many of them, not all of them. And you know, it grows at a pretty strong level, nothing like it was in the past. You remember when, during the campaign, Biden would say, and then I guess Kamala's the same thing, same ideology, same level of intelligence. But she would say, and he would say, no, it's wonderful to have the people come into our country. These are fine people, these are nice
No,
people.
it's
and they
like
don't
quick,
commit
but
crime.
you had that little gap up in the morning.
When I
Russell's
called town
taking
hall
it
and I said,
bad,
"What's
but this
the
is
story?"
just,
Because
I think it's the
really
concentration.
violent.
So again, we've seen, even the last couple weeks, we've seen bigger days than this so far. It's still very early, but it's the fact that the banks and software, both in tandem, these are just really big names. That's why you still have staples going straight up, but it's hitting heavier because, again, there's a lot of banks that are going down, mixed in with now more lows on IGV, down 5.
All of the families here this morning have lost loved ones.
Again, you even got bonds. That bond
Thousands
volatility is still elevated
are
now.
not here.
Again, back and forth, you were down a decent amount on Friday, and then now back up 0.5% on TLT. You're getting a little bit of that fear bid.
Continue to fight. You know, they say time helps.
Nvidia collaborating with
I've
ACAM,
seen some
Palo
people when
Alto,
time is
Sage,
a
and
little-
Siemens to
I
bring
don't
out
know much.
accelerated computing to cyber
Time, they say, it
security.
heals all.
Okay, another low.
It's, not, you feel better now or the same? You gotta feel a little bit better. You gotta let, but it's not like the phrase, wonderful phrase, time heals, like everything's good.
Yeah, so equal weight's down over 100 points to start off the morning. I think that's primarily
We'll
banks, but
continue
even
to fight
SPY,
well, we'll stop
you're down
this
100 points on the SPY, just under that,
horrible situation.
10 points
We
away.
have stopped a lot of it. A big thing, you know, you saw that murders are down for the most in 125 years. That's before my father. My father was born in 1905.
So 68-17, 10
5
more
years
points, and
before
then
my father was
6800,
born.
and then you'll play that game.
But, so 1900, 125 years, the murders, the lowest rate. You know why? Because I closed the borders, and we got a lot of people out. It's not just closing, we got a lot of people out. Washington, D.C. is now a safe.
Oh, China?
We don't want to close the borders with
Yeah,
them.
even the China names
We
are
got a
starting to
lot
go
of
down.
them
Those
out.
are
We
holding
got
up a
many
lot
of the
better.
worst
Some
ones
are in the
now.
green like Pinduoduo, but that's starting to
But I
spread.
want to conclude by reading part of a letter I received earlier this year.
And
from
dollar
two
came up.
heartbroken
That was
grandparents
even with the euro move.
who will never again see their 8-year-old granddaughter after an illegal alien ran her over with his truck purposely. They wrote to me, "We are hurting so badly and now know that the hurting in our family will never go away. It never, ever will go away. We're not seeking notoriety. We don't care about press coverage, but we do want our girl to be remembered. We want people to actually know how preventable this murder was. And lastly, we want the American government to be accountable to its citizens." True, they should be accountable for what they did. That's my administration, and I will tell you, we're fighting so hard. All of them, everybody together is fighting. We're putting American citizens first. We're defending American lives. And we're fighting for every angel family. Angel families are beautiful families. And beautiful families. That was my first, early on when we first met, that was my first, I didn't know about angel families, you know. I never did this before, right? I was building buildings and things. But I said, I can't believe it. My first meeting, they were so angry at the press, at a mom who lost her daughter so violently. Right? You might have been there. The first meeting, I said, anger from the.
So a lot of tension that we came into in the morning, and then literally software gapped down, and then banks continued a bigger fall from last week. Banks were more silent last week and declining, but I think it's all just compounding. Not to mention, this is the day after all of that tariff stuff and just heightened uncertainty. Not to mention the back end of February, which is usually weaker. That's why, too. Where's the NASDAQ? Wait till if NASDAQ loses its momentum. It's like 24.
People I've ever met are the people in this room, and many people outside of this room. I know
Yeah, you're getting there. If NASDAQ goes below the 200-day, this will play out a lot like last year.
We restored our border, and it's now totally secure, and our country is at the safest level it's been in many, many years. How could anyone possibly say we want open borders?
What's the 200-day on the NASDAQ? Isn't it like 24.3? You're close to it.
You're foolish, or stupid, or something. And you did it, but after a couple of weeks, you're going to know the people coming here. If you're running a country, you want to send your bad people out. That was the way I looked at it. I didn't know anything about it. I ran for office. But I have a lot of sense.
Oil just gave up 1.5% and came back down.
Because if I'm running the country nearby or
585
far
on
away, I had no
QQQ.
idea how far away. They came
Oh, so
from
you
the
got a
Congo
decent
in
one.
Africa. They came from all of
24.1 on NQ.
Congo
Yeah,
level.
watch the NQ.
Vast numbers, hundreds and hundreds.
Because if
probably
that breaks, that
thousands of
starts to
people out of
will
jail.
start to parallel last
Brought 'em
year,
through
even
Mexico,
down to the
they
damn
brought 'em into our country.
tariff shit. It'll
But you
parallel
say
it very
that
well.
Common sense, well, and I said it right from almost the first day. I said, how can you have an open border?
Microsoft
All the
almost down
countries are gonna be
3.
dropping their prisoners into us. That's exactly what happened. And mental patients and others. So we have a country that's now doing well. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the most activity we've ever had. I'm making a speech tomorrow night, and you'll be hearing me say that. And it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about. But Americans like Lakin and Grant and Javier, Joshua, Rocky, Rachel, Kayla, these are great people, and we're never going to forget them. I'll never forget them. I don't know how long I'll be around. A lot of people gunning for me, don't I? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them. And I just think you're among the most brave people. I meet a lot of brave people. I meet warriors. They give out congressional medals of honor. People recommend, like these two in front of me are so wonderful, but they recommend, and I meet the greatest people, but this is a group of people that for whatever reason I just feel.
Okay, see, you're still drilling into the low. Low ticker almost fully active. This time bonds are chilling out, but a couple things took like oil, gold, but gold came back up.
So I'm going to go sign the proclamation.
Again, bro, these
and then
banks
we're
are
going to
getting
sit in the
destroyed.
audience. I'm going to sit with you for the
So
reading
be
of
careful though.
the
That one
victims'
headline on
names.
like Claude payments, that's
And,
not real. That's
then
not a real headline. I think it's just continuation from some of the drama last week.
Our incredible, talented military, amazing grace. Okay, sound good? Now we could have some of the families come up, some of the people come up. You know who you are. Come on, you can stand around. I don't use an auto pen, so you can watch me actually sign.
I'm surprised I thought he was gonna rage a little bit more. I guess he read the room considering what it was, but he didn't go off on the tariffs. And again, this is still some of that hangover, if any of you are wondering.
I want to give coins to the family, okay? Could
I
I?
have one for you, and I couldn't bring anything inside.
The Secret Service, well, you'll get it from me.
The kid just offered him a coin. He said, "Well, send it to Secret Service. I'm a consequential president. They tried to
Okay,
kill
you ready,
me."
Emma? We're going to sign this, okay?
We'll see. Check it. Make sure. Gotta inspect it. All right, man. Still going lower. I think this is going to be done here in a second. We could recap a little bit of today, but I'd argue, again, it's a big week. Some of even the Nvidia front run, but there's a lot of things that just continued, and then the price action, the outflows, it all just kind of culminated into this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You take care of yourself. You can hold that. At least for a little while before. Thank you. So let's do this candle lighting, and it's very beautiful. Please.
Thank you. All right. I think that's it. I don't think you're going to get a headline. So, yeah, literally we started off and we came in here. You just remember, big week. You have State of the Union on Tuesday. You had all of the tariff drama. And long story short, like, everybody, the tariffs, they don't expect things to change in the near term, but uncertainty was a lot higher coming into today. And then if I brought it up a little bit last week, if you guys don't remember, banks were selling off a pretty decent amount. They had their own little software freak out, and they were actually one of the lower points of the year. So I think that's what's adding more weight today. Software gap down below the lows. It's also a big week of earnings for software and Nvidia, but like I was telling you guys, that IGV, so I don't think you had anything specific, and then not to mention just the geopolitical tension, everything Mexico all the way down to Iran. But remember, I was telling you guys that 78.31, if we break it, it's not going to be good. And then sure enough, you're now below 2025 on software, just a little bit, and then even actually giving up 2024. But yeah, that I think is just adding a lot of pressure here. But be careful. It's a joke going around, but it's not real on Claude payments. I just think the banks are weaker for other reasons. But yeah, I think it's a Monday. Usually we get a straight up on Monday. Today it's been a straight down. I was a little worried about it in the morning, and then I took one, but that didn't work out. So we're going to see here for a little. Still very early, and then you're getting the staple rotation as well. But it's not like, this wasn't like one big set of news. I would argue it's just more of a lot of these factors kind of culminating, mixed in with price going down. Not to mention February, end of February, this is weak. And the crazy part about all this is the parallels of last year. So we were just talking about this. We were saying, that's why I just brought up the 200-day. If the NASDAQ last year, you stayed in this box for a long time, and then the NASDAQ broke below the 200-day, and then the momentum started going to the downside. So it's funny because, like, what did you say 2 days ago? Last year was when it all started. So, and then again, last year, you had to play the tariff game. It was like we started getting the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20. Donald Trump would go back and forth. You're kind of at the early stages of that again. So for now, it's staples up. Gold and silver are catching a little bit of a panic bid. Oil was moving around. It was a little bit more worried, but they even came down now. And just really, I'd watch bonds, banks, and software, and then staples to the upside if you caught any of those. But yeah, this isn't like anything new beyond just a weekend filled with, again, a lot of drama from Supreme Court all the way down to the other tensions that we have at hand. But it just doesn't help that I think the banks are giving you this big outsized move, because equal weight, the percentage of names that are up and down, that has not changed from the morning. Let me double check one more time. But yeah, Dow Jones still 18 in the red, like 1 or 2 went red. NASDAQ, you got 7 more names that went red. So a couple more names that were a little bit bigger, and then SPY 360. So yeah, that last section here below 68.50, you had like another like 40 names switch. But for the most part, a majority of this was everything going down. Is that static in the background? It's a fire, bro. We have a winter storm. I'm trying to keep the people warm. So yeah, when the winter storm goes away, we'll go back to our regularly scheduled meditation music that you guys all miss. I'm glad you guys missed it. That's good to know. That's good to know. Do I have a price I'd pay for Microsoft? I don't have a price. It's all going to be relative. So, you know, I hope you watched the video that I posted yesterday about the midterms, because essentially I'm believing that this year is going to give us volatility, and both good and bad volatility. I don't think it's going to be a death blow, but I think, you know, we're going to have an opportunity to pick up some good things. So it all just depends where it's at relatively. So if we could kind of get everything starting to dump a little bit harder, and it offers an opportunity when we compare it to, you know, if Microsoft is at this price and staples are double, I'll probably take Microsoft. You get what I'm saying? But then it's like, if other names are down and we could get better quality names for cheaper, and Microsoft's only like $10 lower, then I'll probably go for something that could offer a little bit more value. So that's how I'm viewing it. But I do think pretty much I'm going to wait a little bit, and I think rightfully so. I mean, we might, unless it turns good next month or like right away, I think leading into like August to October, that's where we're probably going to see a bulk of the deals in the market. And I say that because the staples already ran. If we could have got the staples, we did pick up some. I did remind you guys about that about a month or two ago. But it's just like, for now, if those don't come down, then you'll have your pickings of growth by August to October. Is at least what I'm planning for. If I'm wrong, I'll whiff. But I'm pretty confident in that one coming into the midterm year. And then worst case scenario, if I'm wrong about August to October, if we play out like the one time in the last 100 years, where 2018, and it kind of hits a low after the midterms, that would be another opportunity to buy. But for now, like, that's the problem. And just like even last week, like a lot of software, it offered good deals, but they weren't necessarily like, it was the best deals in a couple of years, but you know, seeing how things are playing out and then the relative value compared to a lot of other names, it's not like it was saying you had to buy them. But like I was saying, as long as you're ready to buy them, if you have a lot of cash, I would be buying software. If you don't have a lot of cash, I would be waiting for that August to October window, which is exactly what I'm doing. SoFi is now below the 23 billion market cap for S&P. Really? All right, well, you got that's your first 3 candles up in a minute here. Again, we are about 10 minutes away till Euro close. I mean, ASTS kind of rocketing, no pun intended. Speaking of the puns, that Vanda one came down. Again, XBI was doing a lot better in the morning, but they chilled. Again, more of these little value, and the Sprouts came back after damn earnings. That's up 6% right now. Again, Coca-Cola, KDP, Lowe's, Target, those are the ones with earnings. Those got smashed, actually. And then Nvidia is barely green right now, but that was giving you, I was saying, if Nvidia went down, it'd get a lot more uglier. So yeah, you got 4 or 5 candles in a row. I mean, see if this is, sadly, it's either going to bounce at Euro, or this is going to be the front run into Euro. Then you go up a little bit more on Euro, and then we're going to go right back down. So just be on the lookout for it, but just understand today it's not like it's driven by one event and one event only. It's just the culmination of last week with the tariffs mixed in with the global tensions, a continued sell-off in software, and then the software spreading into the banks. You even had the Blue Owl stuff on Friday. So all of that's kind of just compounding into a little bit of pressure, but you've seen this before. I mean, I would argue you've done this every fucking day. So we're doing the back and forth here. But if we do break that momentum, I mean, I think be on the lookout. Maybe the market is a little bit worried if we do get this. What is this? Donald Trump Board of Peace explores stable coin for Gaza. What does that even mean? Gaza stable coin. But anyways, like I'm saying, just be on the lookout for any like headline related to tariffs. What Trump says. We had 2 of them in the morning, and you even had the EU. They said they're going to halt one of the trade deals till they find clarity on it. When you say software, would you consider buying individuals? I am biased towards individuals. I would go and pick it apart and pick some of the better names. Like I like CRM, I like Oracle, I like Adobe. Those are some software names that I like. But again, they're like, it's not like the valuations are, they're not like intelligent investor valuations that say buy immediately, but shit, they might get there. But other than that, I mean, at some point, if you really feel overwhelmed or if you wanted to just buy the ETF, I mean, you could pay the little bit of the fee and you could snag that up as well. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it considering it's there. I like Microsoft, but it's not in the bargain bin prices. But I will say this, one of the fundamental indicators in like future values of Microsoft and like even price to tangible book and a couple of other things, Microsoft's not as expensive compared to some of the other ones. That's the irony of all of it. So I do like Microsoft, but like I'm saying, there's some names that are like way more slashed and are going to offer that are still going to be around. Intuit, Intuit's a good one as well too. So it's like I'm saying, you could pick apart, you could play the game, and hopefully you pick the right one, or you can go with the ETF if you insist. But like I'm saying, I mean, if you have a lot of cash, you should be hunting, and hopefully you should know more about this than I do if you have a lot of cash, because right now you have that opportunity. You have a lot of cash where you could buy something, you could still pivot down the line, or you could keep adding to it. But other than that, I am still believing that most of our better deals are on the way. Because right now you only have software. Now the banks are starting to come down. But I'm thinking around August to October, I think we're going to get a full picture and see maybe the staples come down, maybe more growth comes down, maybe some bounces up, and then we're going to be able to, really be able to find a better deal with it, or at least understand where the values are, and then we're going to be able to digest the uncertainty. You know, the thing about the video on Friday, like I said, that you got to understand, right now this year we're going to go through uncertainty in, uncertainty out. Right? And it seems like we closed the year a little bit certain. We had a couple of question marks about inflation, the economy, run it hot, and then we got a little bit of clarity, but now it seems like we're coming back to uncertainty getting injected into the market. That's why I think Donald Trump, after the whole tariff thing on the Supreme Court, I think he really wanted to make sure that uncertainty kind of stayed at bay, but just that's the nature of the midterms. And I think you're going to get an uncertainty in, uncertainty out. And when I want to be able to shop and buy at peak uncertainty. We want uncertainty high to really get a better idea of what type of names we could buy. And then when that uncertainty leaves, you're still going to have a window to buy as well too. That's the part I don't want you guys to miss from the video. There's another window on the back end. So when uncertainty even goes out the window, we're still going to have an opportunity to shop. So I'm saying August to October, but really it's going to be like, you know, August to February of next year. That's where I think our optimal window is going to be. Now, granted, that can change. I'm going to be here every day. Hi, nice to meet you. You know, we're going to be watching it. But if uncertainty leaves prior to that and uncertainty could get removed from the market before then there you go. That's going to be your other opportunity. So it could play out however, but I think we have a pretty good historical guardrail to follow that I think is going to give us these opportunities. So all these names you guys are mentioning are great, and I would look at them and I would understand where your options are now. And if you have a lot of cash, you could start to scale into them. Again, I'm sitting on a very small amount of cash right now. That's why it works very well. Maybe that's where I'm biased, because I like my plan. I like it a lot. Not only history, midterms only happen once every 4 years. It's like an election in and of itself, but I don't have a lot of cash. So this plan that I'm outlining and waiting till this window and letting that window develop with uncertainty, it would benefit somebody like me who doesn't have a lot of cash and has the opportunity to raise capital coming into better buying opportunities. So if not, we're going to miss out on that opportunity, but that would assume that this right here, right now, is the peak uncertainty of the year. And that's with oil starting up, gold, all these other factors of the year, staples, massive rotation, you know, you would have to be able to take all of that in play right now and say, yes, this is peak uncertainty. And maybe it is, but I still think there's going to be a little bit more along the road. Yeah, we popped on that rescheduling headline. It kind of chilled. Is it still going? It had a little pop and lock. World uncertainty peak around Q3. It did. That was it was like Q2, Q3, but yeah, you remember we were going over. I thought that was artificial though. Remember that was I think was a lot of artificial uncertainty. The manufactured uncertainty is what I called it last year. So this time I think you're gonna get political uncertainty. So just like I said in the video, you're gonna hear. Wait, I don't even think you've heard it this year. Wait till motherfuckers start reminding you about gridlock. And gridlock and gridlock and gridlock. PYPG leverage PayPal short. What the fuck's happening to PayPal? PayPal on the high. The fucking ETF went before. PayPal. The PayPal. Is that 3.5? PayPal said to attract takeover interest. Is it halted or no? Yeah, they halted it. No! Bro, PayPal halted. Oh, PY. Can you do the PYPG or what? Yeah, takeover on PayPal. Hot dog. The premiums are kind of high. I can't find a cheap one. All right, I got a cheaper one on the other one. Yeah, PayPal is halted. Takeover interest on PayPal. That's crazy. I got the ETF before that. That's the before even the ticker, but they halted it. So yeah, like I'm saying. But yeah, it's the only way to get until we see where it opens. But that one might catch. I'm already up 14%, dude. So PayPal's only up 3.5, but they halted that one quick. We don't have any details on it for now, but yeah, PayPal may not lead to any deals. Sources. Suitors show early interest for all or parts of the company. They fielded bank meetings amid unsolicited interest. So unsolicited interest on PYPL. Habibi, PayPal. The PayPal. The PayPal and the PayPal. 3.5 though. They halted that quick, bro. There were some cheapies. They wouldn't fill it though. Boom. And then SPY's actually kind of holding up, getting here towards VWAP. So again, about 1 minute here till Euro close, and then you're gonna play the yeah, this is either the front run into Euro close, or that's it. And then it'll sell off after, but if we could get around this, it could be good. How all the defense names are getting a crap ton. How we've heard about it. Most of it is priced in. You haven't had anything new beyond the announcements. But like I was showing earlier, I don't know if I still have the video up, but the you know, the big thing from last year till now in that short window, it was what I gave you guys up. Again, this video, I posted it 2 months ago. This was free on everything, but right here in the video, I'm talking about it, where I'm saying it's a very unique this opportunity's over now, though, unfortunately. So that's why I'm saying if you acted on it, you are set up a lot better coming into this year, and you kind of understand why not only do I have low cash, but also why I'm kind of waiting for what I'm waiting for. Because again, last year, and that's the other part of the defensives, like consumer defensives, and then the cyclicals and staples, you had more stocks underperforming last year than ever. And then now this chart on the video, it's changed. It's one of the highest outperformances. This was all those value ones. Yeah, Square's starting to go up a little bit on that too. So yeah, that's kind of the crazy part. Chevron, Iraq enter into exclusive agreement over giant oil field. But yeah, PayPal again. So see when that gets unhalted. I don't know where those PGs is at. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just if anything, though, I think we're going to get some awesome plays this year. We just got to be patient. And that's why it's like if we really can be patient and hopefully not miss the window, I think we're going to wind up with something. But it's going to be a good opportunity. But just make sure you guys watch the Trading Fraternity videos if I do not see you here on stream. Because I'm surprised how many people ended up missing this. I mean, these are all free, my friends, but this is what we were talking about.
So I actually see them. I see them as much as I see Toast, pretty much, and S&P 500 names, and finding the value, because S&P, you know, the thing I've been sharing here for the last couple months is going over the S&P 500 names and finding the value, because right now in 2025, this is another unique opportunity that you don't see. It is not too often that this many names underperform, or you only have a few portion of names outperforming on the S&P 500.
Right.
There's
PayPal's
a
open.
lot of good companies out there this year.
But yeah, we'll come back to this because like I'm telling you, that chart now, people are talking about this chart this morning because it's at 60-70%. So, and that was the opportunity last year. So I'm saying this video was posted 2 months ago, a little bit less than that, I think. So that was the, and that's where I'm saying now, leading into it. Unfortunately, if you missed this window, this was a window, you missed it. If you took it, you got that got you 16-20% plus a little bit more confidence and flexibility into this year. But now we're waiting for the uncertainty window to maximize so that we could take advantage of better plays here. Yeah, so PayPal's up 8. Okay, the PYPG started going. But let's see, we don't have any more. Like I'm saying, there's a bunch of like headlines related to PayPal. They're saying it was an unsolicited offer, may not lead to a deal, but they're fielding some sorts of some inquiry on it. But yeah, and there's no price, no details. They're saying it could be for all of the company or parts of it. So it hit 9% max, now it's at 7. Beyond Meat has a new trademark for Beyond the Bar protein. Remember didn't they want to do protein juice? So a little Beyond in PayPal, nice. Again, Euro close is already in play. I hope yesterday's video, like I'm telling you, bro, I mean, I was still shocked by how many people were like, oh, I would watch the video if they were free. But like I'm saying, bro, I've been trying to highlight on this channel for you guys the very big stuff that's going to make you money. without any confusion, without having to worry about a daily or anything of that nature. It's all been on this channel for free. So like I'm telling you, and this was one of the big ones here. We were talking about Robinhood, the liquidity, but within 3 minutes, you know, that list that we're bringing up, all the S&P names, we were bringing up this thing, and that's why I was like, just, I can't tell you enough, man. That really was a unique opportunity. Now that that's gone, the next opportunity is what you are living through right now. That's going to be with this midterms and having the patience, and at least you have somewhat of a guide to follow, because you're going to be able to watch this uncertainty, let it work to your benefit. And if you're able to do that, I think you're going to be able to get some nice pickups on both growth and value. So the only shitty part, you got to wait. That's it. We just have to go through it. You got a couple of deals now, and that's why, like, I would really hunt and decide which names you really want. If there's real good quality right now, take it. If you have high cash, you could build around it and just prepare for the future. But other than that, it's like, I don't think we're going to have a shortage of opportunity at this point. All right, so PayPal already gave up 3 off that top, but it's still holding. The premiums are still climbing. Progress. Yeah, CRM hit a 52-week low. Again, they're reporting this week. Again, you got Euro close front run, so see if this sells or not. Trade Desk? No, Trade Desk is just, like I said, I don't use them. They were attractive at one point, but the thing that kept me away from it was, like, I just liked the price. I didn't really understand the company as much. I know they do ads, and I know they have different competition, but then other companies like Netflix and Amazon have, like, gone to replace them. So, like, quite frankly, I just understood Fiserv more than I did Trade Desk. And at the time, Fiserv was the worst one. But then also, too, I kept buying some of the value names. So, you know, that's what I'm going to be down to do. I'm down to, if I get good value, I'll put 3/4 of the money there. And then if I see any of these cheap-ass growth names, I'm down to throw a small amount of the deposit towards them. Because, again, they'll offer you that upside and growth, and we could keep our balance, you know, still working so that we don't have it, you know, we don't have to just buy dividend stocks or value names, especially when you get growth names for cheaper. So right now, though, I want high quality. That's why I'm excited about the midterm year, because I think that this uncertainty in, uncertainty out, I think it's going to allow for high quality growth names to come down in value. And those are going to be some pretty good pickups, I think. Yeah, see, some people were talking about that for the bullishness, the tax returns. So those are coming in soon. And the market does usually like them. That's usually around April. March and April. But then again, this month is ending. We are getting there close. So PayPal is still chilling, 6.7. See if it makes another one. It's already circulated. I don't know if it's on TV, but people are going to talk about the details. It all depends on the details with PayPal. I mean, again, it just hit a big low. A lot of people were talking about where it was at, but yeah, it just depends on that. On details, if they're selling a unit, all of it, so on and so forth. Hasn't hit TV yet. No CNBC, no Bloomberg. There was a lot of details that came out on it. That's why I was kind of surprised. But there's a lot of details, but not the ones you wanted, I guess. Or no specifics. Oh, that's a detail right there. The peach. Oh, no. Oh, Peach Nation. That's certainty in. You know, there's uncertainty, but then the certainty of the peach, man. Oh, that's more reliable than any midterm. You know that? The midterms do have some consistency. I don't think it parallels or pales in comparison to the peach. But oh my goodness. God bless you, Bradley. I hope you had a good weekend, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Core Weave starting to launch a little bit. He's a real one, man. He's a real one. They know, the legend. I think, you know, down the AI, even AI knows the peach. You know that. Tim's Claudebot understood the peach, bro. It understood it. It got all of it. So it was really able to. Yeah, Bloomberg's the one that dropped it. It says, citing people familiar with the matter, at least one is interested in the entire company, while others are interested in just parts. Yeah, shares have been halted. But yeah, Bloomberg was actually the first drop on it. So again, that's kind of good. So one person, we don't know who, we don't know the price. One person wants the entire company of PayPal, and then there's a couple of other bidders who want to buy pieces of it. All right, Spy, you're still chilling. I mean, it's been 10 minutes since Euro. You're holding the front run, but then this is, I mean, this was just a low 30 minutes ago. And you have the page. Good morning. Do, 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 do. We love it. We're talking oil. Where is oil? Oil started a knife there, actually, at Euro close. Upgrade the membership. Just hit the join button, and it'll give you two options. And like I'm saying, I think a lot of people, I don't know, I think people just don't like me, but also some people are confused on it. But if you are not trading options and you're not looking for gambling info, you don't need to upgrade any membership. You will be just fine. I think all of the latest long-term videos on the trading fraternity, I mean, even the fact you're getting buyout news here relatively quickly and all the other stuff, I mean, if you're not trying to trade and take advantage of gambling, then I don't think you need it. I call options gambling, might I add, too. I give it a strict view, but if you are just looking to build the long term, you want all of that. You want the broader macro info, the stuff like the ISM and these gems that are going to help you do very good this year and take advantage of the broader interpretation. You don't need any sort of membership, but you want them options. Yeah, that one is gonna cost you. But there has been confusion on that, or I think some people are trying to conflate the issue. Ryan Cohen said they're gonna buy a company but only have 10 billion. That'd be crazy. PayPal and GameStop? What is PayPal's value? 41 billion though. That's at the current price. I mean, it was just 40 billion. Oh, maybe because you're in Colombia? That might be it. Dude, you're in Colombia? What? Colombia! Stay safe out there, bro. Where was it? Didn't somebody just get clapped? All the software, bro. Go down the list. Even some of the cybersecurity, they're just getting murdered. And then remember, Friday you had the app news that they're still under that investigation, or that the SEC is still doing their, what is it? They're probing them still. Cohen could be one of the people trying to buy a part. I mean, hey, in the day where all the banks are down, I'll take it, PayPal. Roblo, remember all those lawsuits on Friday? That thing started to bounce. Again, you're right below VWAP. Premium's been slashed from the morning. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in it, cold. Shout out to Peach. So see, I mean, again, I think the only thing now is any other future tariff update, not only from Donald Trump, but if we get anything from these European countries. Because again, or anybody else who mentions it. And like I said, you had some of the Taiwan drama this morning. But chips aren't doing that bad. And then Nvidia's what, Thursday or Wednesday? And then tomorrow, State of the Union. And then now we got to just see if you could actually get a real recovery. Maybe that was the bottom on software. Otherwise, it'll probably be a nightmare. I think the last thing you need right now is another AI update. And again, that AI thing was I think it's just separate, but there was some parody news going around that some people were starting to react to. It could have been, man. It could have been. And then where's the biotechs? Again, you had Vanda. They already came down, actually. That sold off like 30%. You moved to Colombia? Yeah. If you use a VPN, it'll work. But that might be it. I know some people, they won't show up if you're in another country. That's crazy, though, bro. Oh, your dad lives there, too? Okay, so you probably know it a little better than... You're not one of these Americans who are like, I want to live in Colombia because I'm short. Hey, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll go. I'm short too, you guys. I'm short too. Bobo. A couple of the defense stocks are moving up. Actually, where is XLF? Again, the latest news is PayPal. Again, Nasdaq still down 1, SPY down 1, Dow down 1.4, Russell down 2. Yeah, dude, financials are hideous today. Again, after the last couple weeks of declining, I mean, you are just part of this pressure this morning. You have both financials and the software stocks going to a low. Not to mention all the Blue Owl Capital stuff that you got on Friday. So still 18 red on the Dow. I mean, it's only been 20 more minutes. 73. A couple names went green on the Nasdaq, believe it or not. And then a couple more names went red on the SPY. 365 in the red. So yeah, equal weight too. I mean, SPY, you're back to yesterday's or the last couple days level. SPY is almost giving up almost giving up the whole month on the equal weight which is crazy. That's where the banks come into play. Because remember, equal weight was holding up while the staples and all those other things were going. But now, yeah, that's not now if the banks go down, that's at least a way bigger section. Again, KRE's even down too. So PayPal's holding. Apple's up in Nvidia. Google wasn't too bad. Google's only down by 0.3. Have you seen the management funds are buying software? That and retail. I don't know. We went over that on Friday. But that's why I kept saying on Friday, man, if you guys remember, I was like, dude, this wasn't normal. Any other time that software declined, you didn't stay at the low for a week. You go down 30% once in a 30, 40 year type move on this. It didn't just stay there. It would you would bounce, you would rip up 4%, 10%, come back down, then rip. It would be volatile back and forth. You didn't just stay pinned. But last week's data was all of this. Was retail. So you guys know that. You know retail has been the one buying it. So we did hear about insurance companies and institutions buying it, but retail has been buying more software than ever before. They're buying more from the beginning of the year, more than Liberation Day. I think retail even bought more than 2022 on that other decline. And now you finally, software has came down. Oh, let me pull up a 10-year. Oh, software, no, back into 2024. So yeah, your 2022 decline would be another like 50%, sadly, which is a long way to go. But at least it stopped hitting a low. That's why I'm saying anytime you get pressure, it's probably going to be coming from the banks here. Because software stopped drilling. It just gapped down 2-3%, did 1% intraday. But meanwhile, like intraday, the banks sold off like legitimately 4%. XLF is down 3%. And that's even kind of coming into the lows. Yeah, oil's going negative now. So again, oil had a spot, run up, gap down, run back up, and then now it's drilling into the lows. USO about to go red. BB. PayPal was up, died. Now it's only 6.5. And then we're only 15 minutes off Euro close. So everything's settling, but realistically, if this doesn't hold or we drill in, I mean, you just had front run into Euro, and that was about it, my friends. BB. Watch biotechs. Again, those two announcements are the IBRX and then the Vanda, but then there's a couple of names that are like on the calendar and they're starting to ramp up. Or there's just a lot of activity. Even you could keep an eye on Friday if you really wanted to. or on Pfizer. 4 bouncing. Oh, did Fiserv? That could 4 could be related to that. So yeah, they all move with PayPal. XYZ 4 actually looks the best out of all of them. Fiserv had the little pop and lock off of it. But yeah, watch out for those. So again, those are just still chilling. PYPG held. DG Sprouts. Is Sprouts higher? That's crazy. So they killed those contracts on Friday. So that was the ghetto staple. And then KDP has earnings this week too. Let's see, Young Sprouts. I kept a couple of them for free, but then they died, and then yeah, they're still down actually. So that was just the earnings premium. But the free contracts, the remaining ones are down. Capital One now, another fucking financial, or no, that's Coca-Cola. I was gonna say, bro, no fucking way. Well, Capital One is down 7%. Ugh. Citi down 5. Morgan Stanley down 4.5. Goldman down 3.5. JP Morgan down 4. NVO have a bottom? No, not until that pill starts getting hotter. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. Keep some of these already. You got a couple of good deals. I'm gonna be keeping these on watch. I'm just trying to optimize for peak uncertainty, and then looking at everything relatively. But yeah, anytime it's gone here though, it's done. You get those big crazy bounces, but then it just sucks because it hasn't stayed stable. But yeah, you've given up 5 years of gains now. You've given up the whole entire Ozempic rally practically. I'm surprised Eli Lilly, there you go, 4.5, but it opened up at 3. I'm surprised they didn't get more. And Pepsi starting to go, Shift 4 still up. Staples are still good. They stopped in the morning. It was more just straight up, but that was it. A nice debit spread. Well, I already I mean, unless you think, if you think the staples are gonna go, you could go and do whatever you want with those. But I just had those free plays. We hit them right before earnings. They went up a decent amount, and then I kept some for free. But those plays are still down, which is interesting because there's some plays like Kimberly. Kimberly, I had a play before the sell-off. I made that one free too. I made it free at the 111, and then it chilled out. But now those plays, those didn't go down. So some of the staples, the values went down. Some of them did not. So speaking of which, yeah, MO. MO's a 52-week high. That's disgusting. No fucking way. Yeah, bro. Holy shit. MO is breaking out. That's actually phenomenal. So yeah, man, I don't even know. The next level's like in the 70s. Bro, you haven't hit 69, 70 bucks. 70 is going to be a big level for MO. But you have literally not hit that since 2018. 2018, 2016, really. So yeah, it's either going to top out at 69, or if it goes through there, you're going to get a little bit more upside on that. Happy Monday, bro. It's exciting for a Monday. Usually the excitement has been more favorable than not. I mean, you had a positive Friday. We'll see if this closes red, but you definitely got a lot more pressure today than not. When they bought back the menthols. Everybody forgot about the menthols, man. Like, I don't think it affected the business that much, but I just remember that's what Joe Biden, they were really racist with the menthols. Or they were like, we need to help the black community, so we ban menthols. I think that's the funniest shit ever, and kind of like, what the fuck? You couldn't think of anything else? But hey, that being said, I'm gonna go to the bathroom so you guys could hear Gavin Newsom be a jackass. Does that sound interesting to you? your business partner made a bunch of money and taken his foot off the gas? Have you been in this position? It happens to everybody. My uncle once told me, he said, funny how making money make you fall behind. He said, maybe I offended, but that doesn't mean I told a lie. Damn. So yeah, the paradox of life, my friend. The paradox of life. So here's Gavin. I don't know. What do you guys think of this? I thought this was fake. Okay? I genuinely thought this was fake. And then come to find out it was real. So you tell me, okay? But I'm going to go to the bathroom, but this should give you some time. It's going to play probably twice. So I'll BRB.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you.
Dude, I don't know. Well, people got mad because he was saying it to the black mayor, and I think some of the audience, he was trying to bridge the gap, I guess. I don't know how, but he said, I'm just like you. I got a low SAT and I can't read. So some people took that in a different way, but I thought it was an AI at first, but nope, it was Gavin. That was Gavin, but. There, so I thought that was entertaining, but kind of sad. Yeah. Or gap the bridge, maybe. He said he already responded. He said, you guys, I have had a lifelong battle with dyslexia. So now, I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's not that bad. That would be like me making I'm gonna make a video this weekend for you guys, okay? I'll give you a bunch of plays. And I'll be like, listen, guys. I'm stupid like you. Just like you, I'm dumb and I don't know anything. I don't know how to do any numbers or math. I'm an idiot just like you. What did you just... Are you compliment? Are you helping me? Are you compliment? What are you saying to me? So, yeah, man. I don't know. It's pretty funny. But hey, man, it's your boy, Gavin. Dude, I'm just like you. I'm a dumb fuck, just like you. So here's a long-term play. What? I'm like offended and grateful at the same time. I don't know, man. He should have, if he was wearing his Jordans, though. I don't know. We've seen a lot from Gavin. Gavin just... Good nipple, baby. He annoys you? Well, you and Nicki Minaj have something in common. Even Halle Berry. Halle Berry don't like Gavin Newsom. He has an interesting set of enemies and supporters. Alright, man. Well, we haven't moved. I had to use the restroom. Oh, I should have got a carbo, bro. Oh, we should have done a push-up. Oh, Chatadonia. Get moving, bro. Would you guys like to do a push-up? I do. I need to go. I'm going to walk around, actually. Go get me a carbo. Go do some jumping jacks. Get your chest to the sun. Do some deep diaphragm breathing. I had some good ones, bro. I had some great diaphragm breathing over the weekend. It felt good, bro. I felt good waking up. I feel loose. Ready to go. And then we got the midterms. I like 2026, guys. You know that? We just have to be patient. You just gotta be patient, bro. China DeepSeek is set to release new AI model. A rough period for NASDAQ could follow. Oh, that's what they're trying to attribute it to? So maybe that might be circling. Because remember, I told you guys that last week. People were actually like a week and a half ago. DeepSeek 4, if you were paying attention, we knew that was coming up, but CNBC is putting out, yeah, there's your FUD, but now they're saying, I would argue it's old. I mean, technically it hasn't been released. But so once it comes out and you get like the benchmarks and you get to see how it performs, that could scare some people, kind of like how Claude did with everything else, but or even Gemini back in October. So we'll find out, but that is somewhat like expected, but we just don't know how. If it's really powerful, people will react. I know the 32 minutes ago we were into the low. The market was getting juicy. But I feel, bro, let's get moving. We'll get a late push-up in, 30 minutes behind. If I could request an extension, that would be nice. That would be nice. And then PayPal's still climbing up. TYL. All right. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Money mover.
Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the sharp decline in
Eli
stocks
Lilly.
today
Now
as
there
a
you go.
critical
That's
week gets
continuing a little
underway.
harder.
Yes, we have Nvidia.
I thought that was
going to
hit earlier.
A lot more as well to discuss and debate with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Jim Leventhal, Joe Terranova, Brent Talkington, and Jason Snipe. Let's show you what the markets are doing. We're down more than 700 on the Dow. At least 1% declines across the board. We know the two most important stories of the week: the continued fallout from the SCOTUS ruling on the tariffs, the Nvidia earnings on Wednesday. The president continues to attack the ruling. He continues to attack the court itself. He continues to threaten even higher tariffs. And there still remains a lot of uncertainty over that. However, if you look at financials, if you look at some of the private equity names, if you look at discretionary, which is down a bunch today, anything that saw any level of relief last week is back down today, Jimmy.
Yeah, and you started with the tariffs, Scott, and as we talked about on Friday, this is going to increase uncertainty in the short run, but in the long run, it should actually reduce uncertainty. There does appear to be a cap with these new tariffs of 15%.
Do you guys know what a backward
the president
plank is?
can't go. So, yeah, there's a lot of questions over the weekend. Are various countries going to adhere to their deals? That uncertainty will linger. But I think what we're seeing today, Scott, is some of the other issues that were pretty big last week. Continuing concerns about private credit. I think that's what's hanging on to the financials in particular. Let's not forget the State of the Union address tomorrow, and there's a lot that's going to come up in that. Not just lambasting the Supreme Court, but the president's going to lay out what his plan is, should lay out what his plan is with Iran, and I think that's hovering over the market as well. So, you know, just those two things alone, concerns about private credit and potentially attacking Iran, those would take top billing if it weren't for the uncertainty increase in the tariffs. Put it all together, there's a lot of uncertainty, Scott.
Yeah, we'll get to some private credit related things as the show develops today, but all those names are down and down a lot.
Yeah.
The private equity related names, we're talking 7-8% declines. The major banks like Citi's down 5%, Goldman, JPM are down. Bryn, so it leads me to you on this notion that things that got relief on Friday, and I use it in quotes because it was obviously short-lived for many of these stocks, didn't react the way that you thought they might on this tariff ruling. I think of Nike and I think of On Holding, which you sold both. You sold them, which is interesting to me in that you bought them because you assumed that SCOTUS would rule the way it did, but the stocks didn't react the way you anticipated they might. So now you're out. Tell me more.
Welcome to investing, right? And so, I mean, both great companies, right? Obviously, Nike's in a turnaround. On is just crushing it. And so I just felt that on both of these earnings calls, Scott, they consistently talk about tariff headwinds. And so I thought when the SCOTUS ruling would come out, that would kind of settle that. But obviously, the Supreme Court didn't even talk about the refunds. You know, we were all witnessing live, you know, President Trump's reaction. And so I felt like the thesis around my trade did not play out. And so I just, you know, sold it and moved on. And so I think it's important that when you have a thesis that doesn't work out, I like to move on and just like let's play another day and another type of investment. But to me, it just like has a downward pressure on these two names because I think tariffs are going nowhere fast. Clearly, with what Trump came out with.
Well, when I invest, if it just doesn't play out how I expected right away, I just like to move on.
A lot of assumptions that I think were being made on Friday may be evaporated over the weekend. And if you pay attention to what the president's posting on social media this morning, whether you believe it's going to happen in the degree that he suggests it might or not, it does lead to an uncertain stock market that looks pretty red.
Citi nears BankMex stake sale to Blackstone.
I think, my initial response obviously was 10% announcement on what those tariffs would be, and then later on 15% over the weekend, and then also communication about additional levies going forward. So I think there is concern about what the story is going to be. Obviously, we experienced something very different in Liberation Day last year. It's nothing like that, but just uncertainty about will there be tariff refunds? What is that story going to look like? How does that affect margins, and how does that affect business going forward? And then just obviously there's the slide that we're seeing in financials. Yes, the private credit story, but also some of the exposure to software. We continue to see that slide. So I think there's a lot in the pool right now that's kind of disrupting markets today, and I think that's what we're seeing.
I mean, mega caps, Joe, are down reasonably substantially. I said all of the banks, all the big ones, there are the private credit names, the software stocks. You take your pick because you got a lot to shoot at today in terms of how this market continues to feel pretty unsettled and uncertain about the road ahead.
Yeah, that's really been the theme for 2026 so far, a market that's kind of spinning all over the place. And I find myself just looking to limit damage in where I am invested. I don't see very much on the horizon here that you want to get excited about, maybe some energy names, but other than that, it really is about playing defense. And you look today with the financials. Think about the financials coming into 2026, one of the favorite sectors. We carry an overweight to it in the ETF, and I think the consensus very overwhelmingly was very bullish as it related to the financials itself. So S&P equal weight breaking down in the last couple of days, and looking ahead to Nvidia's earnings on Wednesday, I think that just really intensifies the importance of those earnings to try and just steady this market and give investors something that can act as a near-term catalyst, because I don't see one right now.
I'm glad you went there, Joe, because, and I'll throw it back to you, JP Morgan, on sort of what you're talking about. If Mag 7 can't lead, U.S. stocks won't either. In other words, if you're going to have a continued breakdown, Joe, of Mag 7, don't, put all your marbles on the equal weight and the rest of the market saving you, because according to JP Morgan, it probably won't happen.
No, and again, the evidence is there that it's not. Industrials moving lower. And when you talk about the Mag 7, right now, really, it is Alphabet, Apple, and Nvidia that really appear to have the strongest bullish momentum and really doing the work as it relates to the bullish price action. So Nvidia is incredibly important. In the last 2 quarters, it really hasn't had the follow through that you would have anticipated off what was really good earnings reports. The hope is that something different in terms of the price reaction can occur on Wednesday. And again, that gives you a near-term catalyst.
Yeah, Jimmy, it does come.
Exactly, bro. When you plant the tree, if it doesn't produce fruit in the next day, you should chop it down. Welcome to farming. So that was fun. I'm sorry. I get a little reactive after all of that Benjamin Graham. Hopefully you understand why. I mean, he does talk about, Wall Street's dynamic. It's funny. He was a Wall Street guy, but he didn't like Wall Street, ironically enough. But either way, Chad, we are at 9 o'clock, a little bit later. Hopefully you got some good push-ups in there. I got a decent stretch in. So it's good. We haven't moved here from the bottom. At least you had from Euro close. There's a couple of names advancing. Again, mostly healthcare, staples, MO. And then I'm glad they brought up the banks. I think that was the big one. You got the PayPal news recently. Banks are still into the low, though. That's the one thing I do not like. Not to mention, software is still there. So unless you get like Nvidia and Google kind of like helping you out here, I still think it's going to be I still think you run that risk of downside pressure just with software and banks. Again, unless Nvidia, Google, Who else? I think Meta was already down over 1. Yeah, Meta's down 2 right now. So we need some of those to come in and actually help us out. So we will see, my friends. But low ticker is getting active again, like I'm telling you. XLF is already right there. VFC, NTAP, a couple of clothing names. I think VFC got a downgrade. Let's see the checkup real quick. Dow Jones still the same. NASDAQ 74. That hasn't gotten worse. And then SPY got a little bit better, actually. But it's still 350. You're going between 350 and 370 names down. Yeah, I mean, if DeepSeek, that could affect that. This could be the front run to it, but I mean, maybe that will actually be the bottom, or that'll give you more of the freak out. But it's unfortunate, man. Like I was saying, it just sucks that we, you know, the software, you've been going through it for all month now. I mean, think about it. This all started at the beginning of February. That was like February 1st, and now we are here at the last week of February. And after Nvidia and everything, if we get a couple more events, it either bottoms there or it's still going to play this game for a while. But hopefully you guys are ready to brace any of that peak uncertainty. Fucking MO, dude. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ascend, another biotech, and then what's poor? General Electric, Portland. I don't think any PG's going up. Actually, Kimberly, though, some of the staples are still into the high. I want to say MO stands out, but there's a couple going with them. But they are doing good. I mean, SPY's still going back and forth. You still got... You actually look at the low ticker. You have more names declining right now. A lot of software, even net. The database stocks are getting hit. I mean, shit, you even brought Fastly down today. So, yeah, watch out. It's moving down. It's moving down a decent amount. So, like, literally, low ticker is almost fully maxed out. I see a couple of non-software names, but most of it is software right now. And then some of those consumer stocks related to the staples. Or, excuse me, related to the tariffs. But yeah, and then you got fucking UNH down too. I'm surprised the index is not moving more. You are almost fully maxed out on the low ticker bar. So like I'm saying, it's probably the same names that were already down. But nothing's hitting a new low, not even the equal weight. But yeah, I'd keep your eyes up. You're probably going to move again here. And then oil gave it up. Gold is still rocketing back up, but gold's kind of chilling out. I mean, TLT hit a high while we were doing push-ups. Yeah, USO's down 0.1%. Very weird. It's mostly software now. As long as I haven't seen a bank hit the low yet, but you might. Oh, where's Apple? That might be holding you up a little bit. Ominous, my friends. Ominous. Is IGV about to hit a low? Into it. Here, let me show you. Let me see if I could show you the scanner I made. I had this is what I was going over with all the value ones. Good Monday. Software on the fire today. It is in the fire. And it's cold. Oh, why isn't this up? But yeah, I was going, I put in the, what's it called? I put in the Benjamin Graham list of just valuation for some of the software names, and there's like, all of them are shit stocks. That anything that has like a good value, good lower forward earnings and everything else, but the ones that are good are still like, in a weird way, they still have a lot of value now. I don't know if you could apply it as directly in the modern world, but that's it. Okay, there's Ethereum now. I don't know, like I said, Bitcoin was surprisingly strong today, but now Bitcoin's starting to come down. I mean, it's really weird right now. That's why I said it feels ominous. Last 5 minutes, the low ticker has been gassing, and the SPY's not moving, but we are starting to come down here a little bit more. So there it is. It's starting to move, and now this time you got Bitcoin playing along. Bitcoin should be down a lot more. Now it's down 4, but like I'm telling you, relatively speaking, I mean, Bitcoin was down, IBIT should probably be around 34. I mean, just again, it has a very high correlation to software. That's what I'm saying this whole time. I guess that happened too in Liberation Day. Bitcoin did hold on a little bit better. Yeah, any financials too. So again, we had the Blue Owl stuff last week, but or even on Friday. But like I'm saying, dude, the big banks are terrible. That was the part, because remember we had to deal with the AI, and they were like banking, the private wealth management. This whole year, banking has been pretty bad. That killed it on the second leg of the software freak out. You bounced a little bit, but it was much more volatile than like a IGV. It bounced up, bounced down, the candles were bigger, but then 2 days later now, you're getting smashed. Albemarle on the high, again, you had USAR and MP going up. Again, that's still even got a green candle. I don't know how, but like I'm telling you, you got a lot of names on the low ticker, but you're not getting the same movement you were getting here in the morning. So maybe people are chilling out. I mean, we are post-Euro now. Konarek, how are you? I'm trying to get you guys the software names. I want to see their valuation. Again, it sucks because their prices are moving, but these aren't really going to change until we get into the until you get their earnings. But that's why too, you have probably 3 or 4 of the bigger software earnings besides Nvidia. Nvidia is not software, but there is a lot of them here. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, anything that's like relatively cheap is one that probably doesn't even have a profit. Let's see. I need to wind this down. I need a different list. Okay, there you go. On IGV. So IGV, the price to tangible book, Mara 1.4, ClearSpark 2.1, Riot 2.1, Zoom is 2.9, and then AI is 3.0. Everything else is still like any of the good ones. You start to get into they're still like trading like 10 times over. But then if you add the forward PEs below like 16 or 15, there's a lot of good names. The problem is some of them are just overvalued by other metrics. But when you're looking at that's a Benjamin Graham thing. And then Microsoft, believe it or not, is at 14.3, which is still a lot. But compared to most, Microsoft is actually, ironically enough, at one of those better deals by that metric. So that's what I'm saying. I want to see a lot of these kind of like settle in. and level out. But yeah, it all just depends how you're looking at it. Because again, not tangible book value. That's just again Benjamin Graham with what we heard on Friday. But then if you go and you do go look at forward earnings, a lot of people will tell you, anything below like a 16, that's usually a good deal, especially if they have a lot of cash and they're making a lot of money. You're getting a much better price there when it's all said and done. But yeah, there's a couple. If you want to even apply that to price to tangible book value, the ones below 15 or 16, you have Workday, Datadog, SPSC, Pega, Microsoft, HubSpot, Circle, and then Qubits, and then SentinelOne. And DocuSign. You were locked in, but YouTube won't let you play the members only outside the app. Really? Oh man, I'm sorry. And they're trying to hoe you to get you to use premium. I mean, if you have a Google, if you use Gemini, you get YouTube Premium for free. If you have one of the higher Gemini subscriptions. WDFC, target on the low. Where's TJX? Again, this is earnings this week, but they got smashed. I guess they hit a high today. You got your body at Costco? Dude, y'all all did it, bro. That's good, though. I'm glad you guys get good protein. Good protein. Great taste. This is not a sponsored post. I might make it a sponsored post. YouTube, give me a little boost, bro. Jeez, bro. Yeah, bro. Costco's a crazy deal. What? Bro, it's $60 for an 8-pack on Walmart. That's kind of nuts. And then it's out of stock at Target, motherfuckers. Yeah, bro, y'all fucked it up. Telling you, that's at Costco. Costco, if it's out of stock everywhere else. Even at Walmart, it's out of stock. That's why they're charging $60. Holy shit. Damn, bro. I knew I shouldn't have told you. You guys realize that? Pizza. I think Domino's did good too. But yeah, pizza has to go through. We need the pizza metrics and some of the slot bowls to pick up. Because again, the consumer, people are still a little worried about that. I mean, I don't know if they get hit by tariffs the same way or cost, but that is one part of the economy that's like still kind of the same since last year. I mean, a lot of them sold off the food place. We haven't finalized that. We'll see what happens with the other one. The cartel burned down the Costco in Mexico? No way. I didn't know that. People were kind of mad. Like the news of Mexico yesterday circulated pretty slow. And like I don't think people know the full details, but people were getting mad at Twitter. And people were saying like Twitter doesn't really share the news like it used to. Because like they said like a year ago, if this was happening, you would have had everything in real time on Twitter. But a lot of like people's feeds were getting drowned out. I just saw like the explosions and other stuff, but yeah, I didn't see that. That's kind of crazy. And then SPY, bro, you're still pinned. Market very slow because we just made a very big move, and then the composition of it all is very weird. You have like one select group of staples that are going up. Meanwhile, banks and software are down, and then everything else is just kind of meandering. Not to mention you got like healthcare and a couple other names holding up, and then there's like UNH is like drilling as well too. So we still got that, and we're waiting for the some of this tariff stuff. But today is just a giant hangover. It's like a fearful hangover. I mean, you got the hangover from tariffs, the action. You got a couple of comments already from EU and President Trump, and then mix that in with software hitting a new low, banks hitting a new low. There's just a lot of pressure there. And then once again, everybody just not really retreating, but rotating the staples. But then you also have your, what's it called? You have your skew up. So actually, we have a couple of things we could talk about. I forgot to go over. But this is what we covered. We've been covering this. It's just that the skew is on the high right now. I've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now. But essentially, people are still buying out of the money puts. Somebody asked me on Friday where it was looking. I mean, it kept going up. The last time people were buying this many out of the money puts was around October last year when we got some volatility, and then the Liberation Day, and then this was exactly the same setup that we were talking about last year when the tariffs really started. But even on the big drop, the skew was like edging up, but it wasn't even this high, believe it or not. So this is one part of it where, I mean, a lot of people are kind of hedged for this, so that's why we're moving down slow in a weird way. Again, people are buying more single stock volatility than not. But then, this is what I wanted to tell you guys. This is the fun fact. Are you guys ready? This is from Michael Wilson in Bank of America. But did you guys know that in the past 90 years, this is how you could tell about geopolitical shocks in the market, where pretty much anytime there's been geopolitical issues in the last 90 years, you start off the year with oil up, gold up, and then U.S. stocks trading a certain way. And then pretty much 6 months after, gold outperforms, stocks stall, and then oil reverses gains. So this is kind of what I was telling you guys on Friday, but to a certain degree. But then this leads into the next one, and this actually applies to the midterm video. I hope you watched it. At least it's a video. You could go back to it whenever you want. PFSI kind of dumping. PennyMac. Remember, they got clapped the other day on some of the mortgage stuff after their earnings. But remember, I was telling you guys, like, war doesn't bring the market down, but it causes volatility. So this is just saying all the last conflicts over the years, you could kind of see how treasuries performed, 3 months what happened with stocks, and then 6 months later what happened to them, and then essentially gold, oil, and then copper, that factors into the situation as well. But pretty much, I mean, more instances than not, you're averaging a gain. You're averaging oil up 3 months right away, dropping 6 months later, gold gaps up and then continues up. And copper as well. Gold goes way more than copper. And then stocks kind of stay relatively the same, but they actually hold up. And then treasuries go down initially, and then they end up catching a bid down the line. But it's not like it's bearish. That's the irony of all this, is that the geopolitical tensions, it doesn't cause, it's not causing a crash. You know, wars don't cause crashes, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. But like the volatility and the back and forth, you know, you're getting that uncertainty for 3 months, 6 months, and usually after that 6 months, you start to go from there. But that's kind of what we came into today, and then literally from Friday till now, the added volatility comes from the tariffs, and then we still have the hangover coming in from the from all of the software and now the bank stocks, and then not to mention, it seems like maybe people are front running the DeepSeek, but that one, I don't think you're going to get a reaction till you actually see the model and what it could do. The skew, it can be broken down into expirations, but I think you'd have to like really dive deep into it. I think it exists somewhere. Like you could go, it goes like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, but generally the skew is calculated off anything over 1 month. So the skew does not include dailies. It does not include weeklies. Skew is only 1 month volatility out, but that's why it's supposed to show you, you know, if the demand and pricing is picking up in out of the money calls and puts. In this case, it's all puts that people are willing to buy out of the money puts. Then it's telling you how they kind of feel about things. And then compared to last year they were not buying out of the money puts. They were just selling shit off. Oh, they burned a truck in Costco, so they didn't destroy the Costco. So there's hope. EWW going lower. I haven't even looked. Yeah, Mexico's down 2.7. Remember, emerging markets have done good. I mean, technically, I think you could consider Mexico and all that, and then all the dollar moves. Oh, where's PayPal? Apple's still up. So again, that's part of too why we're moving this slow. Apple and Nvidia are up. What's up with Mexico? Like right now, I don't know if there's another update, but the drama from yesterday till today, I mean, there's a travel warning for Americans that are there, but they killed a cartel leader, and then now the cartels are causing a bunch of problems. But I don't know how far it's spread or anything of that nature, but I don't know if anything even came out right now too. shit, bro. No, wait, is it? I can't tell. Holy shit, here's the Costco. I can't tell if it's, it looks like some of the buildings on fire. But I can't tell. Oh my, okay, and a bunch of cars in the parking lot. Yeah, bro, that's Costco. Damn, bro, the cartel, bro. That's offensive. Dog, imagine like waiting an hour to park at Costco and then they burn your car down. I guess year of the fire horse. Yeah, Mexico's dropping now. Low ticker is doing it once again, you guys. You're at the same price, but the low ticker is you are getting it's fully maxed out. Almost about 80-90% of the way there. Let's see, where's equal weight's about to hit a new low. Last time it wasn't hitting a new low, it was just dumping, but this has been going on for probably like 10 or 15 minutes. It doesn't look like it's moving, but it is moving. There's individual names. Fortunately, we're gonna have to keep up IGV or X. I think XLF is gonna be the key. Anytime XLF is drilled, it just takes a group with it, bro. And now that group is a little more. Remember, software is like 10 to like 16% of the market, depending on how you want to value it. But then, and now add another 20% from the banks. Then, you know, think about it. That pressure starts to build. That's why I'm paying so much attention to the banks right now. Let's see. No, I don't think war. I don't think that's the issue now. Unless, what are you referring to? So yeah, the exposures. So financial sector makes up 13%, and then banking is about 5%. So yeah, you got about 18% of the market is in banking and financials. Banking's a little less, but that's what I'm saying here. Now add that to software, the other 10 to 15% of the market. You know, you have about a quarter of the market drilling into the lows right now. Now, not even right now, we're just like undergoing this pressure from the last couple of weeks or pretty much all of February. The Costco building did not sustain damage. Let's see. That's so crazy, though. You used to see all these videos on Twitter, but now, yeah, my algo is just AI slop. Oh, I see it, yeah. Dude, these look crazy. So yeah, you can like see it right there. It's like the cars in the front of it. Dog, Costco? Yeah, I'm going inside now. They killed the cartel leader El Mencho. He took over for El Chapo. Shineball is currently in a battleship. That's kind of crazy. Well, again, I mean, a lot of people thought she wasn't going to go against the cartel, but it is a big one. And then they're saying the other one did there. Their in-laws are flying to Mexico in 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean, they said there's a travel warning now. I mean, I don't know about the other parts of Mexico. Like, didn't they say even Tulum? You can't go to Tulum is a little bit sketchier. I think Cabo looked fine, but I think any of those areas are now. All right, you're even below the 68.30 from earlier. That's where we started dumping. But, dude, you're slowly going down. It's kind of crazy. I see more banks. Wells Fargo on the low. But like I'm saying, the high ticker activity, the low ticker activity is very high, but you're not like, you were dumping a lot lower. You had way less names going that low earlier, and you were making some bigger moves. But, yeah, you're slowly starting to wash all this. Airbnb people. You have an Airbnb in Mexico. They canceled. Allure. Whatever this is, already up 70. Small caps might catch a bid off of it, like the random biotech plays, but even the Russell's the worst on the day. Dow down 1.6, SPY 1.3, and then NASDAQ 1.3, SPY 1.1. Okay, Tesla's drilling into the lows. Microsoft's holding. Apple and Nvidia are still up, but Nvidia is starting to come down. See, now AMD and Intel. So watch if the other chips go down, because those were holding you up earlier. Now fucking Boeing's on the low. And then staples are just catching a bid. Not the index, but a couple of the individual ones. They are still going up there. But yeah, you're starting to, it's starting with banks again. They hit a low, and then the index is holding, but now I'm seeing more Ethereum and then some random names that were holding up. Yeah, there's Bitcoin now. Okay, this is part of the earlier low. It took what? So you front ran 15 minutes till Euro close. And now you're about 1 point or half a point away from the Euro close front run. And now you have a new low on the equal weight. You're back below 60.30 again. It's going to be like 68.09, 68.07. That's like the real danger zone. And if that flips, now gold's taking a candle, and then Bitcoin. Like I'm telling you, Bitcoin, it didn't, in 2025, Bitcoin didn't track the drop, but all this year, IGV and Bitcoin have been very closely paralleled. So that's what I was saying. Bitcoin has a little bit more to go if that's the case. But now that's starting to catch up finally. Where are those? Flights from Guadalajara to Puerto Vallarta will resume today. Oh, no way. All right, low ticker now. Now you got Qualcomm and a couple of other tech names going down, and even Lyft and some other ones. So again, like I'm telling you, banks are already at the low. XLF hasn't hit a low. A couple of them are going down individually, and then Dow's about to even be 2%. But yeah, you're about to hit the low of the day right now. I mean, you have the momentum to do it. It just, that last 10, 20 minutes, that was a very slow sell-off, but now it's starting to hit. I mean, it took what? Another 5 to 6 points on the equal weight finally started bringing you down. And then again, random value names are doing good, random staples. Like literally, PG keeps melting up, but there's a lot more going down. Let me check the breakdown. And then where's IGV? IGV might be hitting a new low, yeah. And then Tesla. So NASDAQ, 76. That's back to near the high. Max was 77 today. And then SPY, 365. The max was 370. And then Dow's just still kind of chilling. Yeah, this time gold did go down, and then the dollar's climbing back up. So it chilled on that little bounce. It chilled out on the dollar, but now gold is once again, there's actually, where's oil? Yeah, oil's even dropping too. That's what it did on all the sell-offs. Oil and gold would sell off, and then they'd come back up. And then the dollar, when we chilled, the dollar went down, but now the dollar's starting to go up a little bit too. Unfortunately, nothing's like happening in real time. It's not like you're getting any news events or anything breaking. It's just more this continuation and movement after, you know, just all of the morning pressure from the weekend and all these things kind of swirling. But I think the Mexico stuff, if they're opening up the flights, I think that's better than not. But Mexico, even then, That just sucks because, I mean, staples are holding up, but just remember this whole year, all these emerging market plays have been good, but they're all kind of getting clobbered today too. So they also have to deal with the tariff uncertainty. Literally, Brazil's down, Europe's down, Korea's down. So think about that. It's just more broader. Everything kind of got hit around the world. The only winner is a couple of staples, and then they're off of their highs because they sold off last week. SPY going lower. Crowd now 800 fucking hits on the low. So yeah, IGV still going, dude. 5%. So you went from holding the 79 to 80 for like what, a week and a half, and then now you're down fucking $3-4 off of that. So you're even getting into the lows of 2024. I think you're below it. Yeah. So 75.72. That's like the ultimate low. You're at 76.58. Yeah, so you're near that May low. And then this will be the August of 2024, right before the election. Yeah, that cybersecurity news on Friday. That was I think that's also part of the hangover. Remember we saw a crowd, and then yeah, because Claude came out with this. It was just like analysts responded to it, but then Claude also released a new cybersecurity thing, and that's where they started getting clapped. Well, you hit the low again, then started to bounce a little bit, but I mean this was a lot slower than the morning. I mean, it is bringing VWAP down. Happy Monday. If we bottom out for mid-time too, man, I think it's going to be awesome. It's going to get scary. I mean, clearly we're seeing, I think even banks selling off, and then seeing some of this other stuff is freaking some people out. Iran's supreme leader considers nuclear enrichment pillar of regime that can't be abandoned. I feel like we're going to react to Iran ship after hours, or again, they're putting a date on Thursday to see if we actually get something. But again, you kind of brushed it off here. I mean, oil has moved almost 2% intraday, but it's only down a quarter right now. So again, volume came in after that little slow volume drip down with more lows on everything else. Net had press 2 hours ago. Well, didn't it? I mean, all the security stuff, even some of the analysts responded to it. I mean, they came out with that Claude stuff, but it hit everybody. Even some even if they were able to secure it, or even if AI couldn't really replace it, it just kind of fits the theme of this month where, some names that would rightfully kind of be threatened a little bit, they went down, but now some are just, you get that kind of irrational fear. It kind of reminds me of that trucking company. Hey, yo, they never answered me. And then bonds are catching a bid, so you just hit near the low. Equal weight is the one that hit a low. The overall SPY did not. And then Apple's going up, but now bonds are riding with it. Apple's hitting a new high, just like it's been doing these other days. You thought a lot of you said it sounds like a keyboard. Is it warming up? Do you guys still have snow? Are you feeling warm? But yeah, TLT at 90 now. CHRW is down 6 today. It's getting colder? Well, I thought we'll get a blanket. You have, focus on the sounds. The best I could offer. Yeah, bank's a little bit off the low. Oh, solar energy, they were going up on Friday. Made no love. And again, bonds still climbing up, and then SPY just came right where this all started. Again, this is where you started seeing the low ticker start to advance, and we finally started to drop there as equal weight was hitting lows, but then you just came right back up and then coming right back down. More Bitcoin declines. Another little baby red on XLF and IGV. Merc kept going. Barely 1.1. Cold. It's weird. MSTR went up or went down without the IBIT move. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. I'm in the cold. It's cold. I mean, it's actually a little warmer here. It was very cold for us in California last week. I feel like it's offensive talking about this. Don't worry, guys. It's cold here just like where you are. You know what I'm saying? I know you may be unintelligent, but I'm just like you. So I get cold too here at 50-degree weather in California. I get cold too, you guys. Midterms, March and April are green, then July small, and the rest of the red until October, November. Yeah, I have the chart. I was showing you guys it. I mean, not the one that I posted in the video. I probably should have included that one. Let me see if I can find it. I like the midterms fun facts. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That was in February. Oh, here it is. So yeah, here's how it is. This is all of the seasonality, and then pretty much the light blue here, the one on the corner, that's the midterm years. So where was it? So February's actually a little bit positive, and then past 10 years, February is usually the worst. Dark blue is the past 20 years. And then since 1950 in orange. So things aren't really. April, actually, midterm years, April isn't good. Then May isn't good. And then June is terrible for midterm years. And then July is good. September's bad. And then October and November are usually monster. So, but then again, too, this is very different than the past 10 years. They've also played out a little bit different, but mostly July and June, they're usually on fire. So again, this is 1950s, 20 years, 10 years, and then midterm. But that's why I'm saying that window, and then December actually does good on midterm years as well. All right, you're getting a little bit more bouncy here, or back and forth. The candles are getting bigger. This right here, that last hour was just tiny. Microsoft 360 confirmed a mitigation with third-party MFA provider. That was that issue earlier. You got frost on your windshield? That's crazy. I got frost on my Pop-Tart. Welcome to California. Beautiful though, but I walked outside and I stepped in piss. Okay, so you guys at least do have snow. It's just different out here, man. It's different. Man, these damn staples. Tesla's still... Microsoft stopped dying. I think that's what's keeping IGV from flushing. I don't know about the banks, though. Wells Fargo is the one that was dropping, and then that bounced. Now Elf and Elevance. So again, you're getting random knockoffs in other industries. And then all those names related to the tariffs are also down, too. That's what adds to this, like, hangover uncertainty day, because it's not just software. It's not just the banks, and you could attach those to what's going on with all the AI, but then you also have a lot of these tariff-related plays that are making some interesting movements as well. And then meanwhile, bond, that's the thing that sucks about all this. Bond volatility is going to climb up. So I'll get you guys the updated one tomorrow, because again, it updates overnight, but literally, bro, big drop down off bond auction, rocket back up. You're moving, 0.5%, 0.75% a day on TLT. That bond volatility is high, so that doesn't really pair too well with the market. Crowd more lows. Yeah, dude. IGV and then Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin, though. I mean, it's already down 4, but I still think there's room on that. And then there's MSTR. The Citrini. I didn't even read it. I saw the headlines. Weren't they saying, like, SPY's going to go down 30? Wasn't it towards 2028, though? But I saw people talking about it. I didn't have time to read it. There's dog poop everywhere because there's so much snow on the sidewalk. That's crazy. I didn't think about that. We just have human feces here in California. So that's cool, though. Same problem, I guess. I feel like I'm more scared of human poop than dog poop. If stocks are down this much, 2% off the highs, imagine 30%. Is that what they said? Drop 38% by 2028? Yeah, I mean, we'll see after midterms, but that's the part I'm scared of. But I really don't have fear. Amen, praise God. But it just, that's why I tried to highlight it in the video. Because like I'm saying, I do think that after the midterms, we're going to be fine. I don't underestimate these crackheads and all the dumbass politicians. That goes on both sides, baby boy. But it's just like what happened 6 months after the midterms, 6 months after that. Because that's how 2008 happened. You had your little freak out, then it bounced. Like, that's why the 06 midterm with George Bush is it's an anomaly. Again, low ticker is picking up again. It seems to be more crypto than not. But then, like, you were high 6 months later, and then 6 months after that, you had your biggest crash. So I think it all ties into AI. I mean, even then, my mom has been asking me stuff. My mom asks me about the news. And I bring up my mom because my mom is like, she's like, I don't know. And she said it feel like something. She's just reading all the headlines, all the weird stuff going on, the wars, the rumors of war, all these other things. But I explained to my mom how AI right now is probably the biggest shift we are going through. And I don't know if people realize it. It kind of feels like COVID, but AI version. You guys remember in COVID when I was buying water bottles? And then you remember I was I literally was making videos about COVID in January. I don't know if you guys recall that. But that's what AI feels like right now. Now, I don't think AI is going to lock you inside and make you wear a mask, but you're kind of at that point where, like, I think we're like 3 to 6 months ahead of, like, AI just causing shifts. And that's why, in a weird way, I'm not even worried about the world as much because I believe it's all going to be in the hands of AI, as fucked up as that sounds. And that could be good or bad. I don't know which way, but I do kind of know that the answer is going to boil down to whatever happens with AI. It's either going to make things a lot better or a lot worse. And like we talked about, after we made that dollar debasement video, a lot of it's going to boil down to, the temporary shocks in the beginning. You're going to have things move around and people are going to have to get used to it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Back then, we called it Chinese Wuhan coronavirus. So, again, I was just ahead of my time. We didn't know what to call it. But that was in January 2020. And then you had your whole government closed in March, right? That's when everybody freaked out about it. So, I feel like you're getting the non-virus version of, like, again, like an earthquake. It feels like a tectonic plates of society in the world is the best way I would put it. But it boils down to AI. I don't know how everybody feels about that, but yeah, that's why when people say in the market will do this, I think you're going to get a lot of shocks. And that's why I'm like, damn, it sucks because you're going to have this midterms and then the policy But then I do think after that it's going to start to move. I don't know. I don't know if Elon's theory is correct. I don't know the timeline. I know the what. That's why I'm saying 3 to 6 months. And let me just give you the disclaimer now. I might be wrong. I might be so far off, but I think I know the what. I don't know the when. And I think that's how a lot of people feel right now. At least the people who are like really into it, but like straight up, it's just like we know the what, we don't know when. And like what is that the rate of development right now is like shocking. It's like what's happening, the way it's growing, and this is beyond like Claude bot. Just look at these models, and then the Claude models and how they're teaching themselves, even ChatGPT 5.2, and then the Codex, and then how fast that even is. Like people are already doubling that. That's why I'm saying even this DeepSeek stuff we're gonna know, but I don't think it's gonna end the world. I think it's gonna lead to good things, but the part that's gonna be shocking, just like COVID didn't end the world. You know, it moved shit around and it changed society. It changed how people behaved. It changed money. It changed a lot of things. You're gonna get those temporary shocks. That's why people coming out with all these theories of AI is going to save the world or it's going to bring the market down 50%. I think it all revolves around this type of stuff. Yes, and I think you're going to get deflationary shocks that are going to go in and out as we find out. But I don't know when. I really wish I did. You know, if we ever get close to it, I'll tell you. But at the same time, you know, it just the what is kind of getting clear. Is that I do think that we are barreling towards a world where you're going to just be in the hands of however this AI develops and then the impacts of it, good or bad. And I think some of it will be good, some of it will be bad, and then, yeah, it just depends on how much it develops and then how smart it really gets. But, yeah, that's what I tell my mom. So I had this conversation with her yesterday. I don't know. So you bringing up the SPY going down 30. And like, you know, bankers and other funds and people talking about this, I feel, but I also like, you know, I'm not too worried about it. I think it's going to be fascinating. Like I said, I think we have the privilege and the curse of living through this generation where that's why I keep reminding you guys, you are at the forefront of a technological disruption and change that, you know, it carries a lot of good and bad with it. I don't think they will be able to operate the Chinese LLMs in the U.S., but I do think at some point you're going to have more of a neck-and-neck battle because Chinese AIs are picking up. And then depending on how people use them, I mean, if you ever wanted a cheap AI, even if you wanted to power your Claude bot cheaper, you would use QN or you could even use DeepSeek. Exactly. Just like this, just how, that's a great way to put it. It's just going to be much bigger. But like the smartphone, 100%, bro. Just how the smartphone changed a lot of things. You know, no more MapQuest. And, you know, you lived in a different world when you had to page people and call people, how you consumed your media content. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's it's like the new phone, but just not a phone. It's a different way of communication and tools to live your life. And that's a great way to put it. But this time it's like it's OD because it's like AI, and we're talking everything from military to governments all the way down to like personal use. Well, Kana, I don't know, but quickly get to the farm and then get to the yields. They said the yields are the deflation trend, the best AI trend. Quickly get to the yields. Go, go, go. Do you not know who it is? What do they call it? It's an AI, Sam Altman. They made a digital version of Sam. He's terrifying. Quickly! I'm sorry. They're mating with the AIs. It's disgusting. Ah! Alright, man. Well, you're back to where that little low ticker freak out. Low ticker got slashed in half. Oh, yeah, there was a issue with Lebanon this morning. Yeah, State Department warned on Lebanon, too. I forgot about that. Yeah, you use Minimax. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. They're cheaper. and pretty good for now. But that's why too. Whenever we'll see what happens with DeepSeek, what Baba does. But I do think at one point, China will take the lead briefly in terms of the output of their AI, and then we're gonna really start. But that's what I'm saying. It's before you know it, these AIs are they're getting crazier. They're doubling up their speed of learning and what they're able to accomplish and how fast they do it. It's like every couple of months, it's just doubling speed at a rate that it's just unreal. Hasta la vista, AI. Can we all assume the CEOs are directed by their AI at some point? I mean, I was trying to explain it to my mom. I mean, at some level of the whole singularity, AGI, you reach a level. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a whole country that got governed by AI. That I wouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. That's all. Yeah, that could either be good or bad. It just depends on how smart it is before they implement it. Oh, I need to show you. What did Sam Altman say? Sam Altman had a very weird interview. Oh, where is that video? Oh, yeah, here. Would you like to hear Sam Altman? So you know how everybody complains about, like, AI using water? Anthropic accuses Chinese companies of siphoning data from Claude. DeepSeek, Moonshot, and Minimax use Claude to improve their own products. Oh, speak of the devil. That's what we're talking about. So as we're talking about AI in China and the models, there's a Wall Street Journal report of Anthropic accusing the Chinese models of stealing from them. But, like, you know how everybody keeps talking about, like, the waste in AI? So here's a very dystopian clip of an interview of Sam Altman recently. So, you know, you're like, well, AI wastes resources. This is what Sam Altman thinks about that.
One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model relative to how much it costs a human to do one inference query. But it also takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes like 20 years of life and all of the food you eat during that time before you get smart. And not only that, it took like the very widespread evolution of the 100 billion people that have ever lived and learned not to get eaten by predators and learned how to like figure out science and whatever to produce you, and then you took whatever you took. So the fair comparison is if you ask ChatGPT a question, how much energy does it take once its model is trained to answer that question versus a human? And probably AI has already caught up on an energy efficiency basis measured that way.
I just don't trust anybody with that full of a hairline, okay? I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend any of you, but like you hear this guy talking about survival, humans, predators, and he has a full set of hair like that. This guy, I don't think he's ever seen. I don't think he doesn't understand it, bro. You know what I'm saying? But then, did you not hear what he said? He said, well, yeah, humans... Well, it takes about 20 years of training a human. Imagine all the waste that they output. What? So, yeah, I guess, you know, the water, you got to get fed. You create a lot of waste. So I've never looked at training a human. Actually, I did after Claudebot because I was telling you guys. I was like, damn, I taught this little Claudebot so much in 48 hours. It would take me 10 years to teach that to a human. But then the human wouldn't get fried as easy unless you, well, maybe you could. Depends on society. I know, man. I know. Sermal, those mineral plays are still going up. I don't know. How tall is Sam Altman? I never really thought about that. Sam Altman height. He is 5 feet 11 inches. Even more reason not to trust him. But he's right there in the middle, to be honest. This motherfucker. He was born on April 22nd. With that hairline, I don't think he's at his stress levels in life. I don't know. God bless him. He's 5'6". It says 5'11". It says 5'11". Kazunori was bomb. You went, dude? Fire. Fire. The trading firm with a hot 50% gain and high beta, Jane Street? They've been killing it with options lately. They even got a new tower. They got a tower next to Citadel, and so that they could get faster executions. It says 5'11" because he trained it to say it. I'm not gonna lie, I would do that too. You'd be like, how tall is Josh? Oh wow, Josh is 6'9" and rejected a career with the Los Angeles Lakers so he could pursue the long term. That's amazing, AI. Yeah, he probably did train it, now that I think about it. Mm-hmm. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, Apple's still going. I just think Staples and then everything stopped dying. But then, dude, these database stocks, MDB, even like Net, bro, they're still drilling. Is it Philo time? I didn't even, bro, today, I didn't even notice that. Wow. Monday. No way it's Philo time already. Mm-hmm. We'll see. You know, I might not even switch the video for Philo, now that I think about it. You know, I think today we're going to keep it on the same one. Okay? I think we do, but you're going to have to give me a second. I'll make it easier for you guys. Because even then, I did a lot of, you know what I've realized with a lot of changes? Is that people still just don't vibe. So, you know, I don't think we have to change the video for Philo anymore. You know, we try to make it easy. But it is easy to, like, get the video, though. Not the second part, so it might be a little work for you guys who watch Philo afterwards. But, you know, I think we might just keep it rolling. But, yeah, I didn't even realize. We got to get there. So, yeah, give me a second, and we'll probably begin in, like, 10 minutes. Let me see. Trump vows higher tariffs.
AI and trade and tariffs and the labor right now.
Well, that seems to be plenty to go around here, Michael McKee. And if the real worry is not about tariffs, at least when it comes to Mr. Waller, I'm wondering, you know, how we rationalize this reaction in the marketplace. And news today, for instance, from the European Union, that they're going to put the trade deal that they struck with the United States on ice until they learn more. Doesn't that further cloud the picture?
Oh, absolutely. It clouds the picture. It makes it more uncertain. And Waller and Christine Lagarde both acknowledge that. But the problem is there's no sense on when there will be clarity, because we don't know how long these investigations will take. We don't know what the administration is going to come up with at the end of that. So it just leaves everybody sort of up in the air and just continuing on the way they have been now. And it probably means we don't see huge price increases right yet, but we could down the road, so that's something to keep track of. And then, of course, is the question of what will AI do to the labor market down the road? There have been some sessions on that as well. And again, nobody knows. This is a very uncertain time for economists as well as politicians.
Uncharted is a word we like to use when we talk to Michael McKee. It's great to have you back, sir. We thank you, and good to have you in town at the NABE conference, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. As we add the voice now of Lori Wallach, the director of the Rethink Trade Program at American Economic Liberties Project, with our eyes on tariffs and what might come next. Lori, it's good to have you with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. 122, 301. Do you even care when we're talking about tariffs at 10 or 15%?
The president is looking to reestablish that same rate of tariffs that he had under IEEPA. And there is a smorgasbord of different congressional delegations of tariff authority that I suspect they're going to sequence into place to try and achieve that outcome.
Well, so when we consider what outcome President Trump would like to get, specifically what he would like to elicit from our trading partners in the form of deals, the president took to Truth Social earlier this morning to say any country that wants to, quote, play games with the ridiculous Supreme Court decision, especially those that have ripped off the USA for years and even decades, will be met with a much higher tariff, and worse than which they just recently agreed to. I think he probably is alluding to the EU here, Lori. But when we consider how high those tariffs can go, is there a limit under these other authorities? Because, of course, with IEEPA, he just kind of slapped whatever rate he felt appropriate. Can he do so using other legal grounds?
There are other legal grounds that actually allow quite high tariffs. So the unexplored IEEPA-like instrument is a law called Section 338 of the Trade Act of 1930. It hasn't been used since World War II. No one knows how it would go if it were challenged in court, which certainly it would be, but that would take many months. That allows up to 50% for an unlimited amount of time on a presidential, basically self-finding of a fact of discrimination against the interests of the United States. So that one's very loose. The other provision, Section 232, which is you have to have a report finding a national security basis for raising tariffs, in Section 301, which requires an investigation. You need to find basically unfair practices against the United States of a particular country. Those mechanisms have more procedures on the front end, but they don't have limits on the back end as with respect to how high the tariffs can go. And all of those have an unlimited time. So Section 122 is maximum 15% for a balance of payments problem for only 5 months. The other ones, the three of them, 301 and 232, have gone through the courts and have been declared fine. 338, more of a mystery, but lots of other
no one's talking about
338 to use tariffs.
I think that's the one, bro. If anybody would use 338, it would be Donald Trump. Because 338 has never been used by any president ever. It's just been threatened. But that one doesn't need any investigations, and it could go as high as possible. So, but that's the one they're kind of keeping quiet. So, fun fact. Fun fact. We talked about it on Saturday, but Chad, let's get a philo pop in, bro. Let's get a philo pop. I'm not gonna change the video. You know that I realized some things, man. So, you know, I think it'll make it easier for everybody. It sucks. It's going to be harder for the people who watch it after. But I still love you. And God bless. We'll try it. We'll see. We'll see today. I've been trying some things. Oh, excuse me. But, yeah, give me a second and we'll begin. But, you know, let's get your jam, bro. Let's get your jam. Game time.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting.
Oh, Chad Antonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. I hope you're excited. I hope you're ready for an awesome year, bro, and even an awesome day. But then again, that all depends on you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that all depends on you actually activating it, my friend. We're going to talk about it a little bit. Talk about it. But before I'm going to play you one little short clip. And then we'll get into what we're going to talk about today, which I think is important, man. And I hope you got that philo on last Thursday. You know, we talked about a pretty crazy philo, but I'm telling you, man, how you guys use your brains, your minds, and you have a job, bro. And I want to talk about your job, what your job should be, to bring some things to life, my friend. So I hope you're ready for it. But that being said, here's a quick word from Miles Monroe. I'm pretty sure I've played this for you guys before, but I want you to hear it again. I think it's a good one.
When I was studying the word holiness some years ago, I was amazed that the word holiness is misunderstood. I didn't realize I was that stupid myself. Because I thought holiness meant, long robes, and no earrings, and no lipstick, and, ugly face, looking pious or something. And I realized the word holiness was not that at all. The word holiness is defined in Hebrew in context. It means pure. But the word pure is deeper than that. It's from the word pure motive. What that means is, to be holy means that you never have an ulterior motive. Whatever you say is exactly what you mean. That's holiness. Whatever you do is exactly what you intended to do. That's holiness. It means to be one with yourself. What you say, what you do, and what you are the same. So to be holy means whatever you do is exactly what you said, because that is what you are. That's why the number one word to describe God is the word holy.
Ta-da! So that's a good quick intro for you. Be holy, my friends. And it's not fake piousness. It's not how you look. It's not a lot of things, bro. Very simple. What you say is what you do and what you are. Make sure it all aligns. That's it. Just do what you say. Mean what you say. Your intentions. It's funny because I really like the intelligent investor and going over that with some of y'all. And I think that was the part. I hope it stuck out to you so much, man. The mechanical nature and really actually doing something great with your investing career, making good investments, building a life around it, bro. It's a mechanics. It's a machine. And the hardest part, the machine is easy to operate. The hardest part is I would argue the hardest part is holiness. The hardest part, you gotta listen to Mr. Market and all of that, but are you gonna mean what you say? And are you gonna do what you say? And is it gonna align with what you are and what you are trying to build? That's it. So I'm telling you, man, the rest of this year, as we go through it, bro, just keep all these things in mind. Just keep in mind the simple holiness. And that's, I don't know, some people, isn't it funny? I feel like people get scared of that word holy. I know you think it means a lot, but it's pure. Just keep it pure, man. I could show you so many people, so many different religious and thought leaders and philosophy and people telling you to meditate. I could break this down and find this in 20 different languages. It all reverts all back to this alignment. That's what it is. Alignment is holy. You stay aligned. You say, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I said. And this is what I am. My guy, that right there is enough to take you a pretty far way in life. As much as it would please God, and I know a lot of people, they either see that as an easy or a hard task. It's like, dude, these are for your benefits above all else. So that's what I wanted to start with, because it leads into the first other part I wanted to tell you, and then we'll get into the main part. But once again, I'm going to remind you. I love this, bro. Your voice is powerful, Chad. And it's actually part of the mechanism. That's why I kept stressing it. I'm glad I got to share with you your brain and electricity. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more today. But do you understand things were created with voice? Let me put it this way. What did God say when he made the world? Let there be light. Put the fish, the mountains, the oceans, the humans. Make them in my image. You get it? God created the earth. He created things with his voice. Now, you're made in his image, but that should be a really, just how I was telling you, Bill Gates, logical Gates. That should stand out to you. The voice was not just, I don't know, it's crazy how we use voice to communicate and all these other things. But do you realize that is one, I've shared it with you, even, was it earlier this month? I said, bro, that's one of your easiest superpowers you could use, what you say. Even then, there is a response in voice. I mean, the voice is just a trippy thing, bro. Wait till you start seeing what these AIs do once they start getting voices and once they start reacting to voices even better than they do right now. You'll trip. Because this is a very, very, very powerful concept. The voice creates things. You could speak creation, but then are you ready? You could hear creation. You want to know why? Do you know what happened in Adam and Eve in the Bible? Yeah, he said, let there be light, let there be all these things. He spoke it into creation. How did Adam know God was around? Did Adam ever see God? I'm just going off of Genesis. My genes began in Genesis. Think about it. He heard the voice of God whispering. Yeah, they clapped you real quick. They don't like it? Technical difficulties? Did the voice get cut off? Yeah, like I said, he heard the voice. How did Adam know God was around? How did he know God departed? What made him get self-conscious when God called out to him? Isn't it funny? He heard a voice. Depending on what the voice said, after the apple, they wanted to cover themselves. But even before that, he heard the voice of God walking. So do you see what I'm telling you, man? Your voice is important, and you are going to use your voice to access something deeper than you. And guess what? You're probably going to hear God in a different way too, and it's going to be through voice. Now, I'm not encouraging you to have illusions of talking to somebody as much as I'm telling you voice is important. And probably much of what you say will create it. And that's even where it leads into the next part. Do you know what kind of, this part I thought was very interesting. You have been given a spirit. And it go in Acts, the disciples start talking about it. They say the spirit was it came from an altar of fire. And it talks about a cloven tongue. Do you know what that is? Do you know what a cloven tongue is? Have you ever heard that? You'll know it when I tell you it. But have you ever talked to, do you know what that is? A cloven tongue. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think you guys are still lagging. Fancy talk? Well, people have said that after, cloven tongue has many connotations. And people have used that to say it could be fancy talk, double talk. But again, it actually says you've been given a cloven tongue. Both, again, the spirit of fire hit them, and then they had a cloven tongue. This was both good and bad. Yeah, where does it come from? A snake. Snakes have a cloven tongue. Isn't it funny? You have a tongue, you got that slit down the middle of your tongue, right? Only difference is it's not split apart. So a snake has a cloven tongue. That's where the tongue is one tongue, but then it's split at the sides. Snakes, dragons, I think that's about it who has cloven tongues. Think about the spirit of the snake. So let's see, man. If you have a split tongue, the spirit of fire comes down, it's a cloven tongue. What do you... Oh, this is just going to prove to you one point I've always shared with you. Do you know what it is? What is it? So you've been given this spirit, the cloven tongue, the spirit of fire. Like I said, some people use it good and bad. It is good and evil. 100%. The cloven tongue is the visual example that the tongue has the ability to speak life or speak death. That is the spirit of fire that is on you right now. For everybody. You have a tongue like a snake, brother. You are either going to use it to speak life or you are going to use it to speak death. So now, let's get into the brain. Because like I'm telling you, man, what you say creates things. You need to, I don't know, man. I feel some of you feel me, and I know there's people who are like, man, you are crazy. What do you mean? I said a lot of things that didn't matter. I didn't say a lot of things. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Blame the world. Blame everything going on right now. I believe this more than ever. And what I'm really talking about is the ability and the power to turn things that you can't see into things you can see. I'm talking about words. I'm talking about creation. I'm talking about vision. That's what you could see things, but do you have vision? Those of you who have vision, I am not worried about whatever is going to happen in the world for you. You know why? Because you're looking at things, but you're also seeing ahead. You have that ability in your mind to turn things that are unseen into the seen. I don't know. It's cool. I like it. I think it's necessary. But depending on your vision of life, it's different. And again, the tongue, it goes hand in hand with it. This is why I keep stressing this to a lot of y'all. Because I'm like, bro, how are you going to see what you can't see? And I'm not talking about visions and imagining. And no. I'm just saying like real vision, brother. Real vision. Your long term was vision. Some of you needed that vision. Some of you didn't begin it because you lacked the vision. And that's okay. Maybe that was a learning experience. You know that, right? You didn't have the vision then, you missed it. My guy, bro, rebuke it. God is with you. You can actually do it still. You needed to get blinded for a little so you could see it. And those of you, God bless you from the get-go. If all you did was see it without seeing it, what has happened in your life? Some of you have created a life of your own off of vision. So I'm not talking about delusion. I'm not talking, you know what I'm saying? So I hope y'all feel me. You have to have this ability to see what is not there. You have, and guess what? It starts with the tongue. Not before you're going to see it, you're going to say it. Once you have the ability to start creating things that don't exist into life, this is what I'm talking about. I hope you can see this connection. But now this relates to your brain. Let me tell you, let me put it this way. Imagine all the stuff we were talking about last week. I'm going to bring it up again. The resistance, the electricity, the logical gates, accessing. Don't forget what I told you. You know, you got little cranial nerves. You got 12 parts of your brain, brother. You know that? Split 6 and 6. Access, that's all of it. 12 cranial nerves. The number 12, 12 disciples. 12 chosen tribes of Israel. Galilee, the circuit in your... Oh, my goodness. But let me put it this way. Are you ready? If a surgeon came in here right now, put you on the table, put you under anesthesia, maybe they got to clap you first. Let's say they killed you. And a surgeon comes in, cracks open your skull, takes out your brain, what are they going to look at? Would they see your thoughts? Would they see your dreams? Would they see your aspirations? If I took one brain and compared it to the next, they might just look a little different. Would I see any dreams? If I took the best person in the world and the worst person in the world and looked at their brain, would you actually be able to see what was actually in it? Exactly. You would only see the matter. You would see this physical brain, but you wouldn't see how this is one of the most powerful pieces of hardware, just like taking a chip. If I took one graphics card and then compared it to a Blackwell and you didn't even understand what they were, would you really even know like what was in it? Would you even know what type of power that it could output? Let alone what it could do if you connected it here, gave it the right electricity there? Would you know? No, you wouldn't. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you see why I'm telling you this ability of turning things you can't see into real? Because that's what your whole entire brain is. You could look at the brain itself physically. It doesn't, yeah, there's these structures and all these things we talked about. But what about your dreams, dude? What about your thoughts? These emotions. If you took a brain, you wouldn't see any of that. So how is that all created? All electrical signals, all the synapses, all these things in your brain work. Isn't that amazing? And that's what I'm saying, bro. You need to start using the resistance. You need to start triggering and activating your brain power to create things. Because you can. You have the ability to use that power source. If it's just a piece of matter, it's nothing. But locked inside of your skull, connected to your body and everything right now, you have this unique ability to use that hardware to create the things that are not seen. You don't think that's a trip? This might be a little controversial. I think we can have heaven on earth. You know that? I've heard a lot of people, they say, oh, we already got raptured. The world ended in 2019. Bro, I just think the collective brain use of this world, that's what I think the problem is. I also think it could be solved. I think you get more heaven on earth, bro. And I think you could bring more heaven to this earth and a lot more good things as humans learn to operate this brain. When they stop sitting back thinking it's just what's happening, and then not really using it. Letting all these electricity things fire with no resistance, no operating of their logical gates, none of that. Yeah, of course we're going to be living in suffering. Of course you're going to look around, everybody's stressed, there's always a problem, we can't get along, I don't like you because this, I don't like you because that. Think about it. And then in reverse, people actually use this brain and trigger it. I think you will get to see some of this heaven on earth. You have some promises of that. Thy kingdom come. Why do you pray that? What does that mean then? Why would the daily prayer that was given to everybody, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. What kingdom? Come where? Here? I think that's activating your brain. You all have the spirit inside of you, no? Now, I do think there's eternity, and I think there is a place we go after this. And I also think you all have a duty to be the bread. Remember? Give us our daily bread, receive the bread, and you be the bread. Thy kingdom come. You got to bring it, bro. And I think people can. And I think it's a result of your brain. When that brain, bro, you got a lot to resist. Use resistance, let the right signals in, you're going to start activating the logic gates. One after the next, different parts of those 12 cranial nerves. You'll see, we could see more peace. You could see more things in this earth we want to see until our time is up. But all of this is turning the unseen into the seen. From God himself. You don't see God. How come you feel it inside of you? You want to see, if you just looked at a brain, you want to see it. You get what I'm saying? So every day you are alive, my brother, whether you realize it or not, these signals are firing. All this stuff inside of you. You are turning unseen into seen every day, whether you like it or not. You're coming up with a thought. Go, say a word right now, dog. You thought of it. You don't think that's crazy? Go, type something to me right now. You thought of it. Firing. Every day you're practicing this. I would start thinking about it a little bit more. And you start thinking about this, go place a resistor on there, control that flow. You're going to start watching. You're going to start realizing and recognizing that this power all along of turning unseen to seen is in you this whole time. So yeah, that's how we start this week, man. Because I like the last philo. I like the Thursday philo. I like the intellectual, the intelligent investor, and I really hope you guys see it. And that's what I'm saying, bro. I hope you align with it. I hope you align with yourself. And that's scary. You know that? I hope you align with yourself is scary. Because if all you're saying and speaking and thinking is damnation for yourself and lack of belief, I don't want that for you, man. You see what I'm saying? I think you should actually start using it for life. You have a cloven tongue. It's going to either speak bad or good. But once you recognize this power, I think it's very addicting. I don't think you'll stop. I think you'll understand. And I think this is where the world is heading. It's going to be as people recognize and use the power of their brains. So why delay? You have it all right now. The power of the tongue, the power of the mind. My brother, turn the unseen into the seen and take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for your midterm video. And God bless America and Chattadonia. And I love you. And God bless you. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And then, let's see. Where's our boy? There's our boy. Uncle.
You know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin. Then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I can teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. slow in the fast lane. Answers in my last name, they really didn't listen. That's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back. Long term.
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking cold.
Made a lot of money, hard not to be cocky. But I worked to get here, my name isn't Bronny. I am 5'6", but I still call her Shotty. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body. If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and I'll tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters, cause the haters make you rich. On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite. Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they innocent. That's why I don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that, balance sheet Biden. They really not black, they don't really got cash. If you don't know accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag. Intellectual, and I bought some property. I told them be themselves, but some of them just copied me. I'm really not mad, I enjoy all types of comedy. Even if it's irony, how y'all still trying me? That sounds tiring. Pull up in a brand new, damn, that's inspiring. Stand your ground, but understand that I'm firing. You grinder guys, I'm the type who not retiring. I curve a bitch like indifference. You're a hoe, that's an inference. Is it refusal or just ignorance? I'ma pray for your deliverance, gang. Wait, the long term is my slang. You buying Mad 7, but I bought it when it's fang. You don't really got the juice, I don't even think you tang. How you gonna call it change when you and black, I think the same. You really felt for misdirection. I really hope that you're reflecting, but you don't wanna talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin, yikes. Shouldn't say that, Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between a Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson, very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. A lot of people talk, that don't mean they got the cards. Use your head, gotta be strong if the head is always hard. Damn, like that. Never had a loss that I didn't get back. 1, 4, 5, 5x, quick math. I'm just talking minimums, a different blackjack. But I learned, waiting for my turn, bro. You would think it's crypto, the way they try to burn, though they work but not pay. They ain't on a furlough. I called it communion before I called it Merlot. Story of my life. I could write a book, but I'd rather show you live. So let it ride.
Oh, yeah. We're back, Chattadonia. We're back, baby. God bless you all, man. That's it. It's game time. You know that? Please. This might be the last time I beg you. You better lock in, son. And you don't need to buy nothing to lock in, bro. That's what I've learned. I hope you see it, bro. Just pay attention. You guys are living through something. You guys are at the door of things changing. So use that mind and you will be okay. Ignore it and you will not. That's what I'm saying, bro. But I don't think we're gonna. It's for those who want it. We are here, man. So I hope you're ready, bro. But yeah, I just put up the defense stocks because there was a headline on Pentagon reconciliation to spend $151 billion on ships, missiles, and fighter jets. And then banks started going down. Visa and MasterCard. I have Visa up here. XLV started coming down. I mean, we hit VWAP. And then started declining. Yeah, Bitcoin had a little bit of a bounce, but it died. It died still. Not really too much, though. It's doing way better compared to software. Last time it did it, it was good, but for now, we'll see. And then I don't know. Do you guys want to hear Mamdani, or are you guys over Mamdani? I feel like the Mamdani hype kind of died down, bro. I'm still waiting on my cheap condo, bro. I want my cheap condo. Well, you can get cheap condos in New York. They just have $5,000 a month HOAs. Yeah, and Staples still going, and now it's, what time is it? 10:45. We're still kind of early, bro. This day crept up fast, though. You're still kind of in the decline. The first Monday in a while that's kind of been poopy. Little poopy Monday. Open your ears and mind. Yeah, bro. And I mean, like I was saying, I'll hand you the easy ones, any of the big shifts, but at the same time, bro, you gotta do something with it, and you gotta be aware of it. And at the same time, I think the biggest thing right now is just don't downplay your opportunity, and don't downplay the moment that you're in, because that's really what it comes down to. I mean, I don't know, and that's why, like, some of these times when I'm telling you, you know, they've all played out when I'm saying, dude, this is a unique opportunity. We've never seen this before. We've got a couple of those, and if you actually are aware and act on that, use your wisdom. I mean, don't get too emotional. I think you're gonna love what's coming. But that's why too. It's a trip that we're kind of like in the moment of a lot of things. So I look forward to all of it, but that's only because of the brain, and you gotta use the brain. But yeah, other than that, if you have any questions, off topics, anything, you name it, midterms, we could talk about it all.
From the state, and we are incredibly grateful to the State Commissioner of Education for having granted that waiver.
Thank you, Mamdani.
And then Dan, are you concerned about people being able to get into school buildings tomorrow, teachers and staff, some teachers who live in the surrounding area? Are there concerns about the roadways tomorrow morning?
So I will pass it over to Kevin in a moment to speak a little bit more specifically to that. But what I will tell you is I'm incredibly appreciative of the fact that we've had more than 8,000 DOE workers who have been doing the preparation work for exactly this purpose. Yesterday, today, cleaning out and making sure that our schools are ready.
You send me a real estate question, I'll take a look. But yeah, I mean, real estate right now is just a matter of, was it buying, or are you becoming an agent? I think I might. Yeah, I didn't read the email, but you real estate license, got it. I love to hear it. I'll see. I mean, I don't know if you want with Colt Real Estate. I've been doing a couple of things, but I also wanted I wanted to limit some things on the back end of it. I didn't want as many people. Like, I wanted people to really run last year, and I didn't want people getting distracted with stuff. And I was, I don't know, like I didn't want them just taking anybody on. So I mean, I could always forward it to Tyler, but at the same time, like, I mean, how serious are you with it? You know, I'm surprised we still had a couple of agents who, you know, this has been one of the slowest times for real estate, but they have been doing awesome. And I think you're really gonna, you know, I don't know if you were just doing this as a side hobby or like a side hustle or what you want to make out of it, but you know, it's gonna, it's gonna have to be a higher commitment if you want me to forward this. Is said easier said than done. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Did I make a big comeback when I learned about the tongue? I mean, in many ways, but it was more so like from drifting to being able to direct, I think is the best way to put it, rather than just this happened, life happens, to more so being able to, you know, because I always believed in the mind. I always believed in Earl Nightingale. You become what you think about. That, I mean, The Strangest Secret really did change my life, and I've been listening to a lot of this stuff for a while, but you know, there was a point where I did realize, like, it's kind of a superpower, and I don't think it's a superpower that nobody doesn't possess. I mean, we've all been each given an equal measurement of faith, but I think the best way to describe it is from drifting to directing, and I think you will direct your life exactly where you want to go and how you want to do it when you start actually using it, and you go through periods being able to, you know, no matter what the weather is, I think you will learn how to navigate. And that's what I was saying the other day. Like, I don't think, you know, I don't know, man. Maybe superpower is a bad word to use, because I think a lot of people, They really want like just something easy. They want some superpower, and we think it's magic, but it's not. Like I'm saying, it's the ability to navigate. That's why I'm saying it's directing. It doesn't mean that, you know, bad things aren't going to happen. They will. It's still going to rain. You're going to have things not work out. They're going to take longer than you expected. All these different things, but if you actually know how to navigate, these things will not deter you, and even in the process, you'll be able to create. And that right there is the answer. So that's why I'm saying I think everybody, I really want more of you to gain the wisdom of being able to navigate and understand how valuable that is. You know what I'm saying? Because if you could navigate, who cares what life does? It's going to do a lot of good and bad and terrible, and everyone's going to go through tragedy. And we all have had our fair share of it, but it's going to lead to again, your navigating ability. And, you know, avoid the rocks, don't crash, make sure you navigate with the destination, and you'll get there. But that's why I'm saying it's just like everything's going to be different from what you have at your disposal to the way you'll navigate quickly, you'll navigate slowly, longer than you expect, but this is all navigation ability. And if you actually know where you're going and then directing it, that is always a surefire way to get exactly where you want. You want to have the real estate fund, the long term. Amen, dude. There's good deals. There's good deals, bro. You fancy receiving beats on the email? I would fancy that. I'd be down. I don't really use the term fancy, but if you give me the, am I allowed to? Bruv, you know, are you from the UK? Do you know about Vossi Bop? It's one of my favorite UK songs. I like, what's his name? I like Dave. And I like the guy who makes Vossi Bop. How am I blanking on his name right now? My brothers don't dance, they just Vossi Bop. Make a living? Well, you're not going to make a living off real estate immediately, but like that's why I'm asking, like, what's your goal with it? Because if you just wanted to, like, you know, save on certain properties and have it there, what is this, Canada, big 6 banks expected to post Q1 earnings? But it's hard right now. It's very, very hard. I mean, that's why I'm saying the guys that I've seen do it for a while and the ones who've really been committed, I mean, they're killing it in an environment where, like, I think like 70 or 80% of agents didn't close a real estate deal last year. So it's like, you know, it's going to require a lot out of you. Even if you're working a job now, you have to have the ability to kind of do both at the same time. And I would like people to hit the ground running, but, you know, there's not, even if I refer you to anywhere, it's not going to be easy. And you have to be really, like I'm saying, if you're the type to go out there and get it, and you see the opportunity and you're going to, like, actually put yourself out there and work hard with it, I think it's going to be great for you. But it's not going to be, it's definitely not what it was like a couple years ago, or like 2021, dude. Because I remember telling the damn cold real estate guys, I was like, dude, you guys are so lucky. Because I remember 2018, 2019, bro, real estate, and that's the last time it was slow like this, bro. It took so long for people. I remember meeting agents, helping train some of them, and it would take them 6 months to close a deal, a year. And then for 2-3 years in a row, I was watching people get their license, close a deal within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I was like, that's insanity to me. So you're coming back to a slower environment, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you put yourself out there and you're actually gonna, you know, if you could do it with a job, but like I'm saying, like, you have to be willing to at least put a couple of hours a day on any free time to build up that pipeline. You got to start getting, you know, there was a time where there was like shy real estate agents. I don't know how to describe it. There was a time where people were like, they were shy, and that's how hot the market was, is that the shy real estate agents were closing deals. But yeah, you gotta get out there, and it's a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of investing into that career if you really want to make it there. But it does pay off well if it actually gets rolling for you. And then at the same time, if like you could use a lot of tools nowadays, I'm telling you, they got phone callers, lead generation, scrapers that you could do with your computer, and it does go a long way. You enjoy the property manager aspect? I always think property manager is a great career, and then you, in a weird way, you get exposure to leads. Because sometimes most of the people, if you manage a property, if they want to sell, they're probably going to tell you first, and then you meet a lot of homeowners. Okay. Do you have a long term? Kurt, send me your long term. And same, if any of you want to. Like I said, I just don't want to, like, have everybody do it anymore. Like I'm saying, in some way, I did kind of, like, I want people who have been around for a while. That's why I'm glad I got to weed out some people. And I'm still kind of like, some people still not serious. But, like, if you're real serious about your future, I want it to show. And I'd be down to invest in that and try to connect you. But it's like, show me a long term. Let me see. You know, as my uncle said, if you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. So yeah, that's what I want to see. If you're rebuilding, that's fine, but you should have history of it. You know what I'm saying? There should be something to show that you were taking, you know, it's like, let me put it this way. It's like, if you were going to ignore most of everything we've said, then why the fuck would you want to work with? Like, it's just, I think it's pretty simple. It's just like, if it couldn't resonate on some of, like, because it's way easier to save 10% and get a long term than build a career in real estate. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, if that part couldn't have been followed with discipline, and there's not even 3 months, 6 months, 12 months of savings, like, I don't think it's gonna be easy to get into real estate. Oh, dude, there's a ton of snow. IBM, Anthropic says Claude can automate cable modernization. Let me, is it real? Because again, there was a fake one earlier, but let's see. Let's see. Who's it? Is it cable or Cobol? What the fuck is Cobol? It's programming language used in the banking stuff. Anthropic still sliding despite deal. I can't type. Yeah, there's it's legit. They have the little thing on how AI breaks the barrier to COBOL monetization. It's on Claude. So yeah, it doesn't have like a video like launching the tool like they did with some of the other ones, but yeah, they have like a little blog post on it. I don't know who it was written by. I think it's from the company. But yeah, IBM getting hit off of that. Most of the missile defense is COBOL. Interesting. See if those go down. But yeah, IBM's getting hit off of it. ACN and then CTSH. So yeah, you're getting another AI update in terms of what industry. IBM was already dumping today too. FIS too. I think IBM would be the easiest one, but they're already all down like 5. It's old programming language. They should replace it. Well, if Claude has anything to say about that. I'm seeing the other ones, but yeah. At least it has a blog post. That's the difference between them all. Alright, here, they're a little jacked. not a recommendation. But I'm trying to see if there's any other ones. Oh, I forgot. Did we get an update on the PayPal one? Those PayPals are up. I'm just gonna sell them. Those are 70%. I forgot about those. They were small. But baby, that'll pay for the other one. Speck of Cohen. Senate Democrats release bill seeking Trump tariff refunds. Fuck yeah. Who else was there one? ACHW? Or ACHR? The fire sounds like static. Yeah. We'll change it tomorrow. I'm gonna enjoy it while I can. Does that affect SanDisk? No. Light, Lumentum. I think IBM was the one that got hit the first. Again, it's just only if people freak out. You're already just weak today. Okay, that other cheapie's gone now. Don't pay that. Like I told you, that price even I paid was way too much. So like I'm saying, I wouldn't go too crazy with that. If they jack up, it's gone. Yeah, the rest of them, they're already jacking up too. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. A couple years back, they brought out old COBOL dev from retirement to update the code base. Yeah, I don't know much about it. That's why I thought it was a spelling error. I thought they said cable. ACN, CTHS, DXC, Glob. Glob and DXC would probably be the newer ones. IBM's still going. OTEX down, no idea what that is. Open Text Corp. Let's see. It looks like it's trailing with it all. But then that's a smaller cap. Again, the bigger ones like ACN, IBM, if they have exposure to it, and then they like are going, they'll probably that'll get you the best meat on the bone for the cheaper ones. Indexes have been coming down here for a little bit. So again, I mean, this is now the first like a real software update that we've gotten. This is just software company, something in Canada. But again, people were saying rumors and other stuff, but now that IBM one is actually, it's not like a real launch, it's just a blog post from Anthropic. Yeah, well, either I'm telling you, whether you like the politics or not, I would pay attention to the midterms this year. Because this is going to be your opportunity, regardless. Presidents change, my friends. But the market, oh, it will be good. That's why I'm excited. I think you're going to get a lot of opportunity. And then we'll see if there's any anomalies in the meantime. Oh, shit. They jacked those all up now. Well, well, well. Oh, no fucking way. All right, I made one of the IBMs free, 400%. I'm holding the other one. That literally 400% on those cheapies. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, they're tweaking. So yeah, if you got them, you're good. That's crazy because that shit was already down a ton. I thought I overpaid for it. But yeah, they filled at 40. Literally, you could have bought them at 10 cents a second ago. Well, at least we'll get a free one just in case there's a fucking... It's getting reiterated slow. Well, again, last time anytime these happen, that's why I check for the website. If it comes from the website and there's like a little buzz around it, it literally just like slowly just kind of carries on. But then IBM was already down 6-7%, I think, when we got it. 5 or 6. Well, that's cool. Modern AI languages with API wrappers to cut project timelines from years to quarters. Those are the key highlights. Targets legacy system powering 95% of US ATM transactions. Check the financial ones. See how FOR and Fiserv and all that, but who is that? Part of the banks already? Again, banks are already really weak. Oh, Vivi. Well, yeah, IBM's still fucking knifing. Yeah, and you had a little window on there, but they were already... I can't believe it. Those cheap... That little... I guess that was a fucking $10 drop. ACN sounds close to ACH, right? I mean, fine. If you could find out who makes the ATM companies, you'll probably have a better time on that. Let's see. Yeah, IBM's still drilling. So again, you still got to jump, baby. I can't believe it. I have a list, but hold on. Philip Morris. NCR, they make ATMs. Diebold, DBD. So some of these are liquid as fuck. But some of these are like manufacturers of ATMs. And then again, I think IBM just has a broader exposure. Yeah, Euronet. They moved a little bit, but nothing like IBM. What was the other one? ACHR? Or no, ACE. Why do I keep fucking blanking on that one? No, was it CHRW? There's another one. But yeah, ACN, those didn't... IBM is just dumping. That's the one that's taking it more on the head. I don't like these other ones. IBM was a Claude Code update. Claude Code on Cobble, some computer thing, DXC. So that one's not as expensive. Like I'm saying, those contracts we got, it's a $250 stock. You get a cheapie. That's why, again, we made 400%. They're 500% on the bid right now. So it's like you'll get a better game, but if it's at $12, you're gonna have to be a little careful with that. CTSH, that was the other one. And they're $60, but man, what is this gonna do to software, brother? I'm surprised the index hasn't gone lower. It's pronounced cobalt, like the metal. Oh, cobalt. The T is a silent. How come they do this one? Yeah, IBM was the one. Oh, good hitter, man. Good call out on that. I'm glad we got that one after the other one. I just had to wait to verify it. Because again, that first one today. I'm front running my rollover. I found a cheaper one, but that one's not gonna hit. And I want to get rid of the other one. We'll see if it actually fills me. Anthropic says Claude can automate COBOL. Yeah, that's the headline. Yeah, IBM just took 5% in the last couple minutes there, right in front of us. It was on that stuff. That's that little link I just showed you guys with the headline of it all. That's where it came from. So once again, we actually got a damn, we got an update on the damn COBOL. That's COBOL. Pentagon flags risk of major operation against Iran. Wall Street Journal. Habibi, le keda. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, SPY's not, I mean, considering you got a little AI development here, and I don't know, this is just how it's played out. I don't know how serious it's going to be. I mean, 10% on IBM's pretty bad, but this is just how it's played out from last week. You guys remember the, what's it called ones? You guys remember the ones that we got with, like the Schwab and all those, and then you get the headline, you get some sort of launch or people talking about what the AI is used for, and then it leads to the next level. That's essentially what we're doing right now. Yeah, these aren't filling. So yeah, that happened with IBM now in this COBOL thing, and then here we are. But SPY's not really moving, but just select set of names are going down. IGV didn't even go down with it either. They all look, I mean, everything. After that one breakout, that breakdown, after all that, it don't look good. IBM could be worse, though. That's not as bad, considering some of the nightmare I've seen. Nightmare on Software Street. Again, 10% intraday is fucking crazy. And then where is Canada AI minister to meet with OpenAI safety team on Tuesday? After it considered alerting police about shooting suspect. Oil didn't react to that shit. And then McDonald's and Walmart, them staples, bro. There's Microsoft. Again, your big tech chilling out is good. And then Nvidia. I mean, Nvidia's relatively stayed green all day. Maersk and MSC to take control of key Panama Canal ports. Who else? Who's MSC? See any of those like shipping places, but Maersk and MSC to take temporary control of Panama. That's actually a couple minutes ago. All right, IBM, the premiums are chilling out. All options are on the table with dealing with OpenAI. Hot dog. Is oil? Not move. Visa and MasterCard still coming down. I don't know if that relates to the COBOL stuff. But yeah, IBM's chilling out now. It's either going to do the bounce and then you'll settle out, or maybe it has one more leg, but 10%'s a fuck ton. Remember, Visa and MasterCard were dipping well in advance. That's the one that we had after Philo, and then this came in like right in the middle of it. Shelley Group. Some European company just came out with earnings. All right. Well, let me go to the bathroom. It's 11:15. We'll see where IBM is at, if it's going to do its bounce or settle here. Other than that, you got a couple of things. Staples still moving. SPY wants to move, but you've been like this since the morning. After 2 hours in, now we just been, it's these weird little random sells, random small climbs. It's not really moving premium as much, but kind of keeping you in this hangover. And now you just had bad software news or COBOL news related to IBM, so or Anthropic. We'll see where it all leads us, but when I return, we will go over Reddit and get our daily dose of Reddit today. So God bless you, Chattadonia. God bless you. Well, let's see. 301 Tariffs. I'll be right back. Actually, you know, now's a good time to tell you guys. Well, here, I'll play it when I get back. We'll get you a sponsor.
And so for a lot of the Republican members right now, you know, they just don't want to upset the party, and they don't want to upset President Trump because as we saw
on Instagram at the
Representative Hurd from Colorado, President Trump pulled his endorsement based off of how he voted on tariffs prior to the primary. So after the primary season, which is March, April, and May, after that, you would probably see Republicans
they
move
missed
more
it because they said it wasn't free.
A little bit more,
but then they missed the free videos telling them about the unique opportunity.
Not to the point where they're going to oppose the president, but again, you know, that's where I think the public-facing Republican mantra is versus what they're thinking private. You know, there's a lot of uneasiness about tariffs in the United States right now, and just they still have to figure it out before the midterms.
Hey, just quickly, and in the next hour, we're going to talk about the legality of all of this and what happens in terms of the refunds. Anything you're hearing on that front when it comes to what the White House is expecting or what measures they might do to counter that, or can they at this point? Real quickly.
So, you know, honestly, I think if you're a litigation lawyer and trade refunds, you're going to have a very busy 3 years ahead of yourself because, you know, this is where I think this is most likely going is you're going to have to sue the U.S. government to get your refunds back, and it's going to have to play through the courts.
All right, great stuff. As always, Nathan Dean, thank you so much. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst. Nathan Dean there at the D.C. Bureau for Bloomberg News. Hey, coming up next, we're going to get to two of our most read stories on the Bloomberg. One has to do with the weather that's around us. Snow. A lot of snow, and the other rattling a much talked about investment area. Folks, you are looking, for those watching on TV and YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, a live shot of what is still a snowy New York City. Stick around, though. We're talking the most read on the Bloomberg when we come back. Quick check on the markets right now. We are hovering just off our lows of this session, but down about 1% on both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. This is Bloomberg.
S&P, you know, the thing I've been sharing here for the last couple months is going over the S&P 500 names and finding the value, because right now in 2025, this is another unique opportunity that you don't see. It is not too often that this many names underperform, or you only have a few portion of names outperforming on the S&P 500. There is a lot of good companies out there this year that are doing terrible. There's I think over 50 names that are even down 20 or 30. There's 100 names in between 15 and 30% down. And literally, since I didn't tell you, I like this company and I only kept it small. I put a portion of the deposit, only one on the on Colt YouTube. I put 2 on Colt Sister, and then I got 15 on the big account at like 62.40, I believe, or 62.70, something around there. And unfortunately, the CEO just announced they bought like literally at the close today, so that jacked it up a little bit. But it was the last one on the list, and I figured, we're going to build up some dividends, get some of those value, and I figured I would go with the very bottom. I don't think this company is going to disappear. At worst, I think it can get removed from the S&P 500, but if they are able to turn it around and be involved in all this payment processing, I think they're going to do pretty well. So that's why I decided to go with that. Those are the 2 names that I bought. Finding the value, because right now in 2025, this is another unique opportunity that you don't see. It is not too often
you guys hear
that this many names underperform, or you only have a few portion of names outperforming
maybe
on the
like
S&P
2.5.
500. There is a lot of good companies out there this year.
Oh, so yeah, now this chart is at like 67%, the most since even the 90s. I think the most in 20 or 30 years. Some say on record, but yeah, man, I'm very glad for those of you who did it, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I'm very shocked by how many people watched the latest video and were like, man, I would watch the videos if they were free. And I'm like, they've all been free, you guys. Why did it get so lost in the sauce, bro? The gamblers throw a fit, but like I try to drop you guys dimes. I'll be still dropping dimes. But yeah, man, that way I really hope you don't fade the midterm video. That's the best I could offer you, because that one was a big crowd going down again. Where is IBM too? Speaking of a dime, say that 10%. That little bounce killed the premiums on IBM, but now it's going lower, or it's going back to that. Low ticker's actually picking up, but SPY will not budge. The hate is real. I know, but that's why I do, my goal is to try to eliminate that. Because again, like, unfortunately, I was very impressed with most of you. I think a lot of you guys really picked up on it and got it, but that's what I'm saying. The people who kind of ask me for stuff and they get mad if I don't do it how they want, I'm like, I don't think they would have used it anyways. And then they only take the stuff that's going to probably be more gambly, but those latest long-term videos and all of it. Remember, I mean, I didn't put up a paywall till I literally got banned, channel reported, and people got mad at me for buying Intel amongst other things. It was just the damn politics, but I try to keep it real and get people some good things there. But like I'm saying though, there's a lot of y'all who did very good, and I'm impressed with that. I'm surprised of all the remaining scragglers who kind of are getting lost up in the sauce. So that's like the best I could do is just telling you, man, don't miss this opportunity this year. Otherwise, it might keep playing the same. And the good part should be a little less crowded, and it kind of makes sense. The staples, man, if it to see how easy that one got faded. I mean, you guys got to see that literally. You got to see it pay out and how it worked. The news on IBM is a Claude update about COBOL. It's like a cable thing. What is it? It's like an old text database thing. And yeah, I'm not too familiar with it. But they put out a blog post how AI will modernize it. First Brands lays off employees as buyer interest fades. Oh, damn. First Brands, that's part of the corporate credit stuff, too. That was from last year, if you recall. No, it's so annoying. I mean, I was impressed, though. So many of you called me pretty. I think so many of you realized, regardless, again, like the chat, even then right now the chat's not on members only, but, I think some people wouldn't have watched it anyways. But those of you who watched it, like I'm saying, it may not be as much content as a watch list every day, but I feel like in a weird way it's more beneficial if there's only a couple videos and they are all honed in on telling you the most important things that are going to happen, from ISM to dollar debasement and deflation to value rally. That's all within 2 months. So I do think they helped out a lot, not to mention the long term. And that's why if you guys continue to take advantage of it, regardless of what you buy or not buy, I think you're going to make a lot of money. I think you're going to be ahead of the game. Otherwise, I do feel like everyone else, I mean, shit, do whatever you want. It's your world, baby. It's your world. Those dimes be turning into dollars? Speaking of a dime, say that 10%. Sculptor. You've been given a block. You must sculpt it down. All your cash in a bill? I would just put it in a money market. Because bill right now, you're going to pay the fee. And then depending on where you position. I mean, do you have access to a money market? What brokerage are you using? The image. Wasn't that a couple years ago? It's an old programming language for data processing, and IBM was a significant user contributor. That's what everyone keeps saying. But like, I have no idea what it is, surprisingly. I thought I would at least have... I thought people were misspelling cable. But COBOL. Like cobalt. The T is a silent. $11:30 a.m. I'm down. We only got one set in. Would you guys like to do push-ups? I was gonna say, if you don't do push-ups, I'm gonna make you listen to Mimdani. He'll make you go and shovel some snow. But yeah, bro, let's do it. Stand up, move around a little bit. Oh, Trump? Oh, they're scheduling the State of the Union. Oh, so Chad, get up, chest to the sun. So yeah, there's like a ticker. If you're on TD, you have to find like the money market ticker. But if you're on Fidelity, you could just put cash management. But go play around with TD and look into the cash management, or there's like a ETF that's like just simply a money market. I think they'll be able to pay you a decent amount. Otherwise, bill could work. But yeah, but then how much cash do you have? That's the other thing right now. Because like I'm telling you, I think the midterm video is very good. And here, let me get into lunge position since we're doing some push-ups, you guys. Get that body moving. But yeah, the what's it called? Like the thing about it is like the midterms, I'm pretty confident in how it's going to play out, but I'm also like, you don't want to miss the opportunity on either side, and you don't want to be too certain, which I'm coming in with a healthy amount of doubt. And that's why I'm saying, like, if your plan is to just wait and sit on cash until near the midterms, I don't think that's a bad idea. However, if you have a shit ton of cash and you are chilling with more than 20% cash, I don't know if that's a good idea, essentially. It's not like not really the best idea to not put your money to work. Now, granted, midterm years are the worst years for capital appreciation, so maybe you could go to 30%, but even then, just don't be the guy who's just sitting there waiting for the big volatility. Benjamin Graham will tell you the same thing. If you're waiting for absolute washout in prices before you invest, you're probably not going to invest. So the idea is to have something balanced. That's why picking up those value names, that was kind of the first step in a lot of this, because then that way you could have lowered cash, got the value, and then now we wait. So other than that, look into cash management on TD. They have a ticker. It's like it's SPAXS on Fidelity, but then there's another one for TD, which it pretty much operates as the money market. Am I working on anything in real estate? No, I'm just moving a couple of properties around, and like I'm selling out of certain areas. That's what I've been doing this year in the areas that are kind of oversaturated. I bought a couple, just like buy and hold long term. I haven't done a flip. I'm helping with some flips. LT's doing a bunch of flips, but I'm not like active in them or doing much. And then I have a farm, but that one's like a different part of real estate because it requires farming. But I've been shopping, though, as of lately. I've been seeing a lot of... That's what I was telling you guys the other day. You guys might want to just go on Redfin and look at some stuff, and you'll see what's available out there. Because I've been noticing some crazy deals, bro.
We know that they were very active in the software lending, and that
baby.
Sector obviously is under a lot of pressure again today. But not just Blue Owl, but the whole private credit business had a lot of exposure to technology and software. Those loans are coming due. They will need to be rolled over. What happens next? The other big question I would say is, what does this do to the big retail push for private credit, which has gone from 0 to 1.8 trillion very, very quickly? The retail push is founded on this belief that you can get to 40 trillion fairly soon in private credit. If retail gets rattled and backs out, that whole $40 trillion dream falls apart.
And tell us about what makes Blue Owl specifically unique, because they have vehicles that retail has been able to access for quite some time now, even before the White House is trying to get, retail into private assets. So what about Blue Owl makes it so that we're talking specifically about this firm right now instead of other alternative asset managers?
I mean, I think the whole sector's under pressure. Blue Owl has BDCs just like the other ones do, and this is the fund we're talking about. It's a business development company, a very, on the face of it, boring fund that just makes very straightforward loans to companies, often middle market companies that and they're in the high street. So, Blue Owl has become kind of the whipping boy for private credit, possibly because of their bigger exposure to software, which everyone...
Thank you. He sounded fancy. I'm gonna get one more lunge. You're investing for your grandma. She holds a majority of cash. That'll be a different case. Yes and no. I mean, God forbid, but does she have a 10-year time frame? 10 or 20? Because that will change things. But like I'm saying, though, too, you guys got to think about it. Like, capital appreciation may not be as good this year, but then coming into next year, it's like you want to make sure that, she either gets good, solid fixed income. And you should have made your moves a couple years ago when yields were like, if grandma doesn't have the same 10 to 20 year time frame, you should have locked in those 6% bond yields for her, because then that would have been able to accommodate that situation. But at the same time, you don't want to lose value of the dollar, especially depending on how things play out. But yeah, I mean, generally though, if you're closer to retirement, you're going to take less risk. But the thing you got to realize is that holding a lot of cash is risky. That's what I just don't know any other way to put it. And that was something I saw. I yelled at people at the end of last year, and thank God people actually reacted. Because I was telling people, I said, bro, some of y'all, even if you were in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and you were just holding 60, 70% cash. I think the highest we had was 80 in the chat. And I yelled at him. I was saying, dude, you got to go buy something right now, because you're taking a risk by holding a lot of cash. That is a position. Now, it's good to have this stability, but like I'm saying, like, you don't have to buy I wasn't advocating buying high risk forward capital. It was that I was saying, bro, we had a unique opportunity where literally this chart, this was, again, as I was saying it in the moment, I was saying it from even November all the way to January till they took off, but you had 67% of the market underperforming. And these were high quality plays, and it was there. Is it risky to hold cash? So listen to what I'm saying. Is it risky to hold cash? Stop? No, cash isn't bad. It's risky to hold a lot of cash, no matter where you're at right now. That's the key. Is that if you don't have if you don't have diversification, you don't have other assets, whether it's fixed income to real estate to other balanced portfolio, that's the risk. So the risk is having a bunch of cash waiting, holding it for nothing. Because like I'm saying, even if you're old, even if you are older on the like 60, 70, 80, and you have a bunch of money, you shouldn't be sitting there with all cash. You should be getting yield. You should be getting fixed income. So it wouldn't make any sense. That's why I was saying you probably should have bought bonds as the rates started to cut. You even just had a recent rate cut a couple months ago, so it's just like that would have been your last call. Otherwise, the final last call was beginning of this year when high quality names were yielding 4 or 5%. That's why I'm saying some of these names, your cash would have been better snagging some of that money better than not. So that's just a lot of cash is a bad idea. That's what I believe is risky, because in a weird way, it's like I call it reverse greed. Holding a bunch of cash, it's not like, so there's people holding a bunch of cash thinking they're going to get a very, very cheap investment and they're going to take advantage of a crash or a crisis, or they want the best deal possible. And it's like, we just need an adequate deal. The whole idea is like, we're not banking on things going down. The whole strategy I do, the intelligent investor, it's about putting your money to work. We want the money working. It doesn't mean you put all the money out at once. Just little by little, you get it working for you. That's why, like, you could turn a lot of cash into appropriate level of cash. So then you could go from having 80% cash, 70% cash, start taking that down, be a little bit more aggressive and move it down. Yeah, her cash is at 3.5. That's not bad. That's where you are right now on the Fed's funds rate. But like I'm saying, I don't know. You didn't tell me the percentage, but if it is a lot of cash, I wouldn't really be chilling on like I don't like 70% cash, 80%. I think even above 50% cash is a lot. And then, like I'm saying, if you are older, I would diversify into fixed income and try to get either a higher quality yield or a yield that's a little bit better than the Fed funds rate, which 3 is not the worst, but there were some names that were very attractive that, they might fluctuate a little. Now, I wouldn't buy them at 20% up. That's the shitty part. I wouldn't be buying I wouldn't buy anything that was a 5-6% yield 2 months ago. Some of those have changed their valuation. I wouldn't buy them 20% up. So either way, though, just keep this. You have more time. I mean, that's the beauty of it. The patience, timing. Prices are going to fluctuate. That's normal. So that's why I'm saying it's like you got to just keep this in mind that you don't want to hold a lot of cash at any level. You don't want a lot of cash. And if you are old and want to be risk averse, that's okay. But make sure that cash earns something. That way, again, we are putting it to work. But holding above, I'd say you really got a problem if you're above 50%. Again, 20% is my max. You could maybe give yourself an extra 10% if you're on the older category. But like I'm saying, there's some people who have extraordinary amounts of cash and it's not, I don't think that's a good idea investing wise. So not a recommendation. That is just my views, but I will be glad to help. I'm in call. 44% of silver is from Mexico and 25% of the world. Oh, I did not know that. Maybe, is that why it's up today? Because people were kind of buying it on the geopolitical tensions and just the tariffs and everything. That would make a lot more sense. Snow plows are stranded in Massachusetts. Dude, we had a chat. I don't know if he's still here. Power might have cut off. He was in Boston this morning. He was saying it's bad. That's crazy. I hope. Has it not gotten better? You're in Boston, still bad? Yeah, be careful. Can confirm plows are going off the roads in Massachusetts. How bad is this, dude? What the hell? And then UNG's down. Major uncertainty from geopolitical risk and economy persist in the global credit outlook. Fitch. Well, you guys want a fun fact? So today, financials and tech are down 1%, while staples and energy are up. Over the past 2 months, staples and energy are up 10%, over 10%, while financials and tech are negative. This has only happened twice in history. 1990 and then the year 2000. Very fascinating. So yeah, that's why I was saying the financials part of today, that's what really stuck out. And I do think that, like I was telling you, software, you could contain it at 15% of the market. Add another 15% of the market, you now have a third down. You better hope Nvidia does fucking amazing. You better hope Nvidia comes home with the championship. A big dump on the silver miners out of Mexico. Yeah, EW's going up. Melly's down. I mean, where is their Mexican stocks? They were down earlier. The most important Nvidia earnings until the next earning and all the ones prior. Woo! And then nothing's going to happen. And then it's all going to come out, and then you're going to meander, and then it'll probably make its move like 2 weeks later. Always a fun time. Always a fun time. Very wild day. I think, again, just even IGV getting knocked off, that's it. We're just definitely, you're not stabilized. I mean, even damn to this IBM thing, unfortunately, there is a lack of stabilization right now. So I hope that a giant dip leads to just I want volatility in the software. That's what I was telling you guys all last. I don't like this at all. This is hideous. I don't think people realize it. I would rather it swing 10%, drop 11%, and then swing 8%, drop 5%, and go back and forth, fucking everybody up. That would be more realistic than whatever the fuck this is. And that's why, again, sure enough, we wake up over the weekend, boom, you're down 6% now at another low. So that's kind of the problem. And that's why it's like now the banks too, we're playing a weird game. Is that true, bro? Did Eric Trump delete his tweets on crypto? There's no way. Was it after that one conference? And then she's like, so do you still think it's going to 1 million? That's real? He actually deleted his tweets? Oh. Oh, come on, bro. I mean, I deleted all my tweets because of Elon banning me because my Bitcoin Epstein theory is probably true, but... Is Eric Trump, is he like a real relative? Like, is he a love child, or is he like a son-in-law? Is depending on how I feel like. He is the third child and second. Oh, he's the middle kid. Yo, that's how he looked before? Yo, dude. I didn't know Eric Trump was a little fat baron. Yo. No way. Oh, they did him dirty on Google. Did y'all know this? Yeah, so he's a real love child then? Oh, man. I was going to say. Seems like top ticking and then deleting tweets. That seems like a son-in-law activity. Like, I was always disappointed in you. Honestly, you shouldn't have married him. Look at that. I'm just happy he looks better now. You know, that's why I gave him a job. I said, lose 30 pounds. I'll make you president of something. Bitcoin, there was a Claude Anthropic COBOL update. So old tech stuff that you could use AI for. And then, you know, they're big in it. And then they got clapped. I don't know much about it, but we got it really early and we reacted to it. We already made 400%. I'm getting greedy. I'm trying to get more. I could take 500% on the bid now. But still. Move that bus. Yeah, Bitcoin came down. Oh, wait, where's IGV? They're all into the lows. IGV's into the lows. IBM. I mean, we're what, 20 minutes till power hour? Isn't the banning confirmation that it's true? I think it is. Dude, I've seen the craziest shit on Twitter, and no one's ever been banned. And you're telling me I get banned on the freedom of speech platform for making a theory about a dead guy and a guy that doesn't even exist? You kidding me? Like, that's it. It's not even like legally, like, I can't even get sued for defamation. The one guy's dead and the other guy's anonymous, that nobody has ever confirmed his identity. And that's the tweet I get banned for. But yeah, so I think my theory is true, but I just think it was all just like when I was explaining to you, like, you know, at end of last year, before I put up the paywall, I think a lot of people underestimate that when you say things that people disagree with, and there's just a lot of people nowadays who are kind of disagreeable, they will report the shit out of you. So I think, with Bitcoin down 50% from the highs, I think a lot of the Bitcoin people, they didn't like that theory for their press, and I think they reported me. Because I don't know how I got banned. That was crazy. And then I deleted all my tweets out of spite. Would I not buy IBM? I mean, maybe at some point in the future. So I please watch the midterm video on the trading fraternity. This is the video that I posted last night. And I'm telling you guys. Oh, wait, it's not on this one. So go to the trading fraternity. And like, you see it, I have my face in there. It's kind of trippy. But I would watch it. Because this video, don't look. But this video is very important, and it's pretty much explaining exactly what I'm going to do this year for the long term. I'm waiting because we just talked about it a little bit too, because I have a little bit of cash. I mean, again, if you were watching all the trading fraternity videos, you took advantage of the staples 2 months ago, you're set up almost perfectly for this. So I'm waiting for volatility to expose a good relative value amongst both tech and staples. I want to see. So I'm building up cash for now, but I'm not opposed to IBM or a lot of other names right now, but I'm waiting until we could get a real settling of. I want more uncertainty. It's already ticking up pretty nice now, but I want to utilize the uncertainty to get some of the better deals here. And even if I'm late, or even if I miss out on stuff, there's a window that will kind of let us know when the last call is. And the last call is going to be around either October or it's going to be around the end of this year. So I'm utilizing the lead that we have to build up some cash, and then we'll see where everything's at. In the meantime, I mean, I'm just doing the gambling on, we hit IBM today and we could take advantage of the short-term moves, but realistically I want to take advantage of the other ones. And yeah, you guys don't remember that too? So before the paywall, I got a literal channel strike because they said I was promoting gambling. So if you wonder why I don't give you options as much anymore, that could answer some of the questions too. Again, isn't that amazing? I think it's amazing. And then people got mad. The politics, it's a cold world, bro. Won't lie. Won't stop till the race is done. Yeah, you remember? And then YouTube ended up reverting it out after we complained, but people forget some of these things, or maybe again too, I just think it's hard to stay in touch. But that's why I think the videos on the trading fraternity, I try to simplify them with the most important things. Wasn't I bullish on IGV in the 3-month time frame? So essentially after every 20% drop on IGV, about 3 to 6 months later, is it 3 or 6 months, it's usually higher. But then they're 1 out of the 4, it's ended up down 20%. So yeah, I got some good plays for free on the first bounce. We hit that first one, but now it still hasn't stabilized. So now that's gonna either pull out the timeline, or now you're already down another 5% from that last low. So that's just gonna change the price there. But yeah, in the short term, we already hit it, but that is what I'm looking for. How much cash am I building? As much as possible, Habibi. I won't go above 20% though. If I see a good deal prior and then my cash is high, I don't plan on breaking the rules. I don't even think I could get up to 20% cash. So if I saved every deposit, today's February, I'll get a deposit in March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. If I waited 8 months, that would be 8 times 3 is what, 2,400? So I'd have $2,400 in the small account. I would still be below 10% cash. Isn't that crazy? Kind of what I did last year with Intel. So yeah, and then on the big account, I would have 20,000. So on the big account, I might have to use the big account, because then 20% cash, I would probably be at like 50% cash. The channels that only promote gambling, why they ban you? Well, it's just the automated system, and like I'm saying, I mean, just over the years, especially when I try to give honest stuff that, nowadays people disagree with it, or they have any views about me, it led people to mass reporting me. And then people act surprised that we did all this paywall shit. And even though I still try to give a lot of people the good stuff, I'm like, I said, let's just figure this out, bro. Y'all either get lost or vibe with me, let me speak. Let's, I'm trying to help people out on it, but yeah, that's all. So either way, though, if that has nothing to do with you, all I encourage you to do is pay attention, and I'm going to help you. And I will make sure you guys have the best information. I mean, like I'm saying, bro, there's all these videos, the intel, you guys got things early, and you guys got some things very well ahead of people, and it will make you money. So that's what I want to do and what I plan to, but there's still a lot of people kind of lingering, and then they want a certain thing. But like I said, I'm willing to bring it back, and I'm willing to vibe with it, but I need everybody to vibe a certain way. Otherwise, it'd be better to just clear everybody out and stick with the people who are there for the real ones. Am I thinking software? I think software will probably be the better deal right now. That's what it looks like right now. But what if software spreads to banking? What if it spreads to consumer stocks? So it could be anywhere. Right now, software is the leader for like growth and getting a deal. Otherwise, my priority is high quality names. Whether it's software or whether it's a tech name, maybe a Microsoft, or maybe even something like a Procter & Gamble, or even more Kimberly at a good price. Maybe we get Meta at $90 again. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of. But I prefer quality. Quality, once again, is going to be the main driver. But we'll react as we see it. But I'm using the timeline for uncertainty to be able to do it. This roller coaster. Oh, Google's starting to drop. Today was just a big drop, and then it turned into like a little hill. This was the roller coaster. Yeah, XO, they did good. IBM's still dancing around too. That one's, again, a lot of people don't know what happened with IBM. That was great that we got that, but this might carry into tomorrow. It's either it could unwind too, but like people are still digesting that. So again, we are starting off the week with a gap down, and then 6 hours later, you're getting another kind of semi-material update with AI and tech. Amen, bro. Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. I'm proud of a lot of you. Don't get it twisted. That video and seeing the reaction, dude, I'm more impressed. Now we're turning the corner, you guys. Because like I'm saying, there's still the motherfuckers who wouldn't have got it whether it was free or not, because clearly they didn't even watch the free ones that would have made a lot of money. So that's what I was saying, though. I think some of y'all, man, who get it now, and I think you understand me and everything from last year, I fuck with you. And I hope you fuck with me, because like I'm just telling you, we are at the door of something big, that's even beyond just the midterms. And that's what I'm saying. If you really care about knowledge, care about the future, the long term, and are really you're here for those reasons, I have your back. I hope even how we opened up this year was more testament, even how we closed out last year. Because like I'm saying, I'm not going to let y'all miss an easy one and big one. And our timeline, bro, we're very much ahead. So let's keep using it. But then again, you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to check in. You have a responsibility to follow along. You have a responsibility to avoid stupid, and don't give up your fucking lead. Don't give up an opportunity. Don't put yourself in a bad mental state, chasing bullshit, getting away from the system, getting away from the machine. You get what I'm saying? Like, that is what I encourage and put in your hands. So, I got to show you a lot. And I took on a different part of the burden on the first half, but second half I'm expecting you guys to you gotta make it through, and I want it for all of us. So then that way, when you cross that finish line, you're gonna know that you did it, and you didn't get it handed to you, you didn't get it spoon fed to you, that you were actually able to be there. But like I'm saying, bro, if a bomb's coming, a missile, there's something big, the earthquake, I'll tell you where to get cover. But like I'm saying, you got to go under the table. You're going to be being the one who has to take that initiative on it. And that's what I want to see more of. That has been my goal this whole time. And like I'm saying, I don't want to deal with people who aren't going to get if they'll never be satisfied, if they want to ignore truth and money making just because I have a difference in opinion. by all means, God bless you. But those of you who have the maturity to see past that, you will see I'm here to work for you, my friends. And that's all free 99. You don't need to give me shit, but you do need to pay in terms of your effort. And if you give that real effort and don't fucking downplay it or fade it because you disagree, you'll see, bro. A lot of alpha. So that's what I'm saying, though. It's just I'm excited, and I hope you are too, man, because the world is fucking changing, man. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. So yeah, bro. I know, bro. If you think it's crazy what's led up to all this and what we've already learned and shared and what one thing has led to another, I'm telling you, man, talk to me in 2030. We just wait till this second half of the decade, and now I just believe 2026 is. I wasn't believing this a couple months ago. You guys know that, right? That's how fast things have changed. Like, even when I'm putting that video on the other ones, bro, it's like, even when I was making this video, like, I saw the opportunity and we were reacting, but like, dude, I'm telling the speed, and like I'm saying, it feels like a weird COVID moment where it's not COVID, it's not like health, it's not a virus, but it's like, we are definitely, like, the ground is shifting, dude, and I think we're ahead of it, and I don't even know all of the story, but it's like, yeah, we're going to see some shit. Ooh, Nassim Taleb. Let's see what Nassim is.
Driven specifically by some AI names. What is your take? What's happening?
Again, it's structural. Historically, if you look at history, the car companies, airline companies, and of course, the personal computer. Okay, if you look historically, those who started the business, the pioneers, are not necessarily the winners. As a matter of fact, they're probably more likely to be the losers. So now people take names of AI and say, okay, these are going to win, let's invest. I'm sure someone's going to make a lot of money in both software and hardware related to AI, but doesn't necessarily have to be these companies, because you have a lot of instability, both technologically and, of course, in geographically with AI.
So does it mean you expect bankruptcies in, let's say, software space?
Definitely. Plus, the effect on the stock market, as you realize that the previous rally that we had was driven by a very small number of names. And now we probably have some rebroadening effects on redistribution. But a lot of the gains in the stock market, okay, are going to be eradicated by that. So this is why you have, we're at a juncture of a lot of instabilities across many domains.
All right, everybody, that's Universe's distinguished scientific advisor, author of course, The Black Swan, Nassim Taleb, with our own Bloomberg News equities reporter, Natalia Kinijevich, at this week's Global Alt Conference that's underway in Miami. What's interesting is, Emily, they talked a lot about what's going on with software and payment shares companies. We're seeing them sink. It all has to do with this report. I actually printed it out. Wow. It's kind of long. It's from Citrini Research, and they get into some of the potential risks that artificial intelligence could pose to various segments of the global economy. And we, over the last couple of weeks, have been seeing that AI scare trade play out.
Yeah, and now the researchers over at Citrini, they do make sure to emphasize that they're not making a prediction necessarily that this is how the economy is going to be disrupted by AI, but they lay out this scenario where essentially
they
AI...
brought on Black Swan guy. I love Nassim. They do. That sounded like I fired a few rounds instead of tapping on your table. Arab style celebration. Man, what if I did? Yalla! Okay, I'm sorry. I wish, though. That'd be, that's some parts of the Arab culture, I think, that it'd be dangerous, though. Americans are crazy. Do you guys remember? I don't know where that video is. One time I almost did it. I almost popped off on accident. I never did that again. It was scary. Scary. Alrighty, what time is it? 1 minute till power hour? Yalla. Apple will see a boost. I think Apple is just going to do a lot of the OpenClaw stuff, and just generally they have just done a lot better because of they didn't buy everything, dude. They didn't buy all the CapEx shit. They're benefiting off of it. The Citrini is we're spending a couple $100 billion on infrastructure in the midst of equities down 40 and private credit marked at 50. I didn't read it yet, but I mean, that's the thing. People are starting to talk about it. We were talking about it a couple weeks ago, but private credit, that was the first thing I said was software coming down. I think that's going to be its own little bubble or its own little freak out, but for now, I need to read that article. I just saw the headline of it. I didn't go through it. The 2028 intelligence crisis, is that it? Oh, this shit's long. Is this kind of like the video where we start looking ahead for the future? Yeah. So is this them writing from the future? That sounds familiar. The unemployment rate printed at 10 this morning, 0.3% upside. The market sold off 2, bringing the cumulative down to 38% from October. Traders have grown numb. 6 months ago, a print like this would have triggered a circuit breaker. 2 years is all it took to get from contained and sector-specific to an economy that no longer resembles the one any of us grew up in. Yeah, it's like my video, but I did it on YouTubers, and I did it on finance videos affecting society and global wealth. So yeah, they're right. It's an article that they wrote pretty much saying as if it was in June 2028. The euphoria was palpable by October. The S&P flirted with 8,000. NASDAQ broke above 30. How it started in late 25. Yeah. Okay, I have to read this. This seems like a good story. I like a good story. But yeah, this is kind of what we keep talking about, man, where everyone's saying, like, things are going to, yeah, it's them writing from the future. Yeah, but it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, dude, some things have developed quickly, and that's why where we go from here is going to be actually fascinating. It's on their website. Very fascinating. SMCI. I mean, I would still be waiting to see relative value. They still have their issues. Yeah, here's the link. It's this article. People were talking about it, but it's so literally it's like the video that I made a couple weeks ago with the AI from the future. So they made one talking about where we're at in 2028. And then it starts off with the late software cycle in 2025 and then going through what we're going through now, and then it's pretty much explaining where the economy is in 2028. So it only looked 2 years into the future. My video, I looked 1,000 years. I like it though. Yeah, this is right up my alley, man. I'm a big fan. Bloom Energy kind of popping off here. And it is power hour. Gold into the high. It's really long though. I have to. That's why I thought I could just read it real quick in front of you guys. Do you guys want to hear it? Well, let me see if Josh AI could do it. You could hear it narrated, or I could get the. I could see if the AI will talk to me. But he talks scary. So many words. Dude, this is 20 minutes. So even if you had Josh AI talk it, I'm not even done with it. There's already 20 minutes of audio. I don't know if you guys want to hear this or not. You got me interested now. Bringing it up the second time. Yeah, bro, this might be a little too long. Yeah, I don't think we could do this. So you're gonna be 40 minutes. 40 minutes? This is like a book. Alright, I'll have it read as much as, I got 40 minutes done of it. I don't even know how long it's gonna take. See how long. Alright, I'm transporting. I got like 3/4 of it. I think the first part explains it. It's just saying what it's from the future, and it says in 2028 now the unemployment comes in at 10. The economy is now hitting a low after like 2025, 2026. People thought it was just software specific, then it spread. Then it compares the loops of like 2008 to 2022, and then it starts talking about human capital and how the shift in like human capital started to change pretty much everything. That's how I would summarize it from just skimming through it so far, just copy and pasting it. Do I think it's a good time to enter the stock market today? It depends, but if you have not a lot of cash, probably not. Unless you only want to buy software. But if you have a lot of cash, I think it's a great time to nibble. So I just made a video on it. I mean, I have a very specific strategy that I am going to be going over this year. So I wish it was in the description. So yeah, right here, 100% success rate, brother. So yeah, you should check this out, because this is how I'm going to be. Pretty much, I'm waiting till around October to or August to October, and that's gonna kind of be my time frame. But then again, like if you never started a long term, I wouldn't wait. If you never started a long term, I would start by buying a couple now, and assuming you never started a long term, you should have a lot of cash. So that means you're gonna be able to start off with a couple names and then build through it. You only wanna kiss by the pool when you're in the mood. Want me to hold? How you do? Long-term stocks too. I want to, bro, all the time. All right, not. I need to get that out of my head. Would you guys like to go on Reddit? What? Wife is pregnant and baby is breached. The estimate to attempt to flip the child is $59K. Hospital bill. I'm sorry, I'm on the homepage of Reddit. What seemed like a completely normal childhood that you realize was weird. The Supreme Court will decide if marijuana users may be banned from owning guns. Wow. Trump called USA hockey team to congratulate them. Made a disgusting joke on women's team, and it was all caught on video. Bitcoin moves below 65,000. As Trump tariff move causes uncertainty. Am I the asshole for leaving my 2-year-old relationship over a dirty dish? Alright, I'm sorry, I'm on the homepage. Let's go check in on our boys at r/short. While the SPY goes lower. 5.3 improving. Love to see it. There you go. Being a 5'2" male, I don't know what to do anymore. It's depressing as hell being 5'2". Seems like every girl met just looks past me. I'm sure even the ones my height or a little shorter. 5'4" growing the beard. There you go, baby. Don't matter how tall you are. Male 5'4" needs suggestions. There you go. Nice gym pick. 5'4". Okay, this is starting to turn into Tinder, bro. What's happening here? I don't know what to do at this point in my life. Dating is a plus. Maybe getting a loyal girlfriend might solve my mental problems. But I just want to be treated with respect. I'm jealous and insecure about all the guys taller than me. I'm 18 male, jealous of people taller than me, especially at my age. Being a short guy in high school, seen as the worst time, sucks bad. I'm overlooked. I get lil bro'd a lot. Has anybody tried a foldable cushion for the car? Yo, dog, I'm not letting... Dog, none of you are allowed to do this. There's no way he's sitting on this. He's sitting on a car seat? Oh, my God. I told you, bro. You guys did not do your job, okay? I told y'all to encourage these motherfuckers. Can I get some short guy propaganda? And y'all, dude, this was work. I see like 3 guys just post. They trying to find boyfriends on here. 4, and then the rest, I'm depressed. I hate this. I hate this. How do I handle life at this point? Do you not understand AI? And what's going to happen in 2028? You don't even get it. Okay, now let's go to r/tall. Oh, yeah, look at this, guys. Oh, we're all so tall and happy. Even with the short guys happy in this picture. Oh, man. Any other giants prone to scaring 6 people a day because you walk quietly? That's your biggest worry? Okay. What unique challenges do you face as a tall person in daily life? Look at unique challenges. Sounds so majestic. Look at how life... Honestly, I thought I'd have a little bit more room in my delivery van. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I'm sure you don't get little bro'd. I'm sure you feel confident about life. Oh, yeah, I'm 6'4". Putting on muscle is the hardest thing to do. Oh, look at my boulder shoulders. Oh, I'm tall. Oh, I can't build muscle so hard. Oh, do you often see tall couples? Oh, average versus tall. Oh, what do you mean tall? This guy's a fucking Malamute. I don't even. There's a bigger husky. What is this? This looks insane. This looks like a fucking Monsters Inc. commercial. No way, bro. Tall people lore. There are rules to being tall. I must never offer my help getting items from the top shelf. Oh, that's the unwritten rule you live by? The other guy said, I can't make eye contact with people. Otherwise, I will feel depressed for the next 3 weeks. How does it feel to be the outlier in middle school and high school? I'm 14. I shit on these hoes. I'm so tall. I feel odd being next to my friend group. Oh, my twin and I are both giants. That's it. That's all he had to say. We're huge. Oh, how many 7-footers have you met? I was barely 140 and bullied in high school, but now I'm at 200. You've been tall your whole life? What do they do? Pick on you for being tall and skinny? Good. Look at you, developed into a fine young man. Oh, man. Sometimes being tall makes adventures harder. Oh, really sucks. I'm moving out of state. I plan on traveling and camping in national forests. A mix of hammock camp. I can't fit in my hammock. This guy! He's like, I'm so tall. I just moved to a new place, and I noticed it's hard sitting in a hammock. The other guys are suicidal, and this guy's worried about fitting in a hammock. Oh, my gosh. You have big height differences? Uh-huh. Have you ever had a woman reject you for being 6'6"? Oh, see, y'all don't feel it. All right, we've seen these ones now. Oh, back to the fucking no leg room. Back to his jeans as tall as Josh. So, yeah, man, please encourage the guys on r/show. I'm just saying, different view on life, bro. Isn't perception awesome? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're short, your reality. If you're short and on the internet, your reality is crazy, bro. That's it. If you short and get a long term, you're going to still love life. You're going to realize how dumb these tall people are. The tall guys on the internet are just fucking frolicking through life, bro. He said, I can't fit in a hammock. That's my favorite one, bro. I wish to aspire to that level of my biggest problem one day is I can't fit in a hammock. Dog, if I go in a hammock, I get suffocated by it. I get trapped in it. The hammock just keeps spinning, and then I get tied up, and I look like a damn sausage. I look like a ham. You know that? This guy said, I can't fit in a hammock on my adventure to the national park. What kind of Reddit-ass post is this, bro? That's crazy. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it, bro. So yeah, IBM, I have my order on there. It didn't film. They dropped the premiums, but 500 still on the bid. And SPY hasn't gone through, but yeah, we needed that. All right, I think I have my thing done. I have 40 minutes. Maybe we could do 2 times speed. This is how it'll sound.
Preface. What if our AI bullishness continues to be right? And what if that's actually bearish? What follows is a scenario, not a prediction. This isn't bear porn or AI doomer fan fiction. The sole intent of this piece is modeling a scenario that's been relatively underexplored. Our friend Alap Shah posed the question, and together we brainstormed the answer. We wrote this part, and he's written 2 others you can find here. Hopefully reading this leaves you more prepared for potential left tail risks as AI makes the economy increasingly weird. This is the Citrini Research macro memo from June 2028, detailing the progression and fallout of the global intelligence crisis, the consequences of abundant intelligence. Citrini Research, February 22nd, 2026, June 30th, 2028. The unemployment rate printed 10.2% this morning, a 0.3% upside surprise. The market sold off 2% on the number, bringing the cumulative drawdown in the S&P to 38% from its October 2026 highs. Traders have grown numb. 6 months ago, a print like this would have triggered a circuit breaker. 2 years. That's all it took to get from contained and sector-specific to an economy that no longer resembles the one any of us grew up in. This quarter's macro memo is our attempt to reconstruct the sequence, a post-mortem on the pre-crisis economy, and the euphoria was palpable. By October 2026, the S&P 500 flirted with 8,000. The NASDAQ broke above 30,000. The initial wave of layoffs due to human obsolescence began in early 2026, and they did exactly what layoffs are supposed to. Margins expanded, earnings beat, stocks
I don't
rallied,
like it, bro.
Record.
I can't. He doesn't read it like a story. He reads it like news. It just, I don't know. I feel like a story like that, you need to read it. You guys got to read it. It does. I don't feel like this is doing it justice. Unless you want me to continue, but I'm not. I don't like it as much. I feel like I'm just hearing headlines. But then they're not real headlines. They're fake. But they gave a better disclaimer. They're like, this is to model left tail risks. This is not doomer porn. Yeah, it's headline. It is. It's made for headlines. Yeah, if you read it like a campfire tale, I think it hit, bro.
Once upon a time, there was a man. He was a tall man. But then he went to a national park, and all of his fears resurfaced.
How will I fit into this hammock? Oh no! What happens if the hammock hurts me?
He had no idea what to do next. Despite his peers being depressed in life for being 3 feet tall, his biggest obstacle was the hammock.
This mother... I know. That was great, though. Oh, wait. I opened the wrong link. See, like, this is... You're supposed to read it like... It's supposed to be like a good story.
The unemployment rate printed 10.2 this morning. A 0.3 upside surprise. The market sold off 2 on the number, bringing the cumulative drawdown to the S&P to 38% from its October highs.
See what I'm saying? That's why. So you guys got to read it. You guys got to read it. I don't have the energy to do that. Okay. He changes his voice every day. Josh AI, I don't know. That's it. I think I let him watch one Ben Shapiro podcast, and that's it. It all went to shit. So I don't know, man. Now he talks like that. Hello. Well, the S&P. S'mores does sound good. Big fan of s'mores. All right, well, IBM hitting a new low. The premium, like that. Tell the people their filo water is back. IBM, there was a update from Claude, Anthropic. They said COBOL. It's like an old database text system. I don't know much about it. That's why I keep adding the disclaimer. But that came out. We got it within a second of it coming out there. I verified it just to make sure it came from Claude because there was a couple of other rumors going around today. And then, yeah, that kind of killed it. Hit a couple of other stocks, but IBM, they're like OGs in it. Even Accenture started going down now too, though. Johnson said Trump should not rush to refund $134 billion in tariff ruling. And then Senator DOJ, FTC, and DJ open inquiry to consider new guidance on collaboration among competitors. For what? You missed that one? Yeah. I think you're going to hear that in tomorrow. I mean, most of today, we were just dumping on just all of this uncertainty, the other pressure from software. And there's a cyber stuff last week, and then you had banks that were really terrible today. And I think that's what added to a lot of this decline today, because now the banks and software they're not stabilizing and they're both at lows. And then now this was your first AI development today of like something new. The other ones came in on Friday. So, and then people were even talking before any of this happened. The financial media is starting to hint at DeepSeek 4. I was telling you guys about that last week, but some people are getting a little worried about how that's going to play out. Dude, yeah, fuck yeah, think about the long term and buy the dip. Well, that's what I'm saying. Just like there's a couple of things you guys got to be aware. If you really watch the video, this should make sense. If not, please go watch it. Well, do whatever you wish for your own sake. But it's just like, one, if it plays out like 2006, you could still be up 6 months after the midterms, and then shit could still get rocked. So again, keep that in mind for your future longer term plans. Number two, it could play out like 2018. Where even though October would probably be October or right after might be the opportunity, and we should expect the low of the year to happen before the midterms, there is the slight possibility that the low of the year happens after the midterms. So that could also change it. Other than that, the general idea here is that you should embrace any volatility this year. If you really start planning today with a good long-term plan, any volatility, any low of the year, whenever it occurs, you're going to be ready for it. And that should be your opportunity to build around it. ACN now, 52-week low. So yeah, that one started to go. Those plays still won't go up. A fire. New guardrails against clarity and how companies can compete to work together on joint products. Expect details like a formal Federal Register notice. Is that what he's talking about? I say FTC and DOJ open inquiry for guidance on collab. Does that have to do with Netflix? Intuit. I have my eye on it. It's been looking attractive, but they all got murdered today. Again, more software, more finance. So, like I'm saying, I'm kind of keeping my eyes out there for just what I just described, because, you know, if we're here to embrace the volatility this year, a low of the year prior to midterms, that's our shopping opportunity. And then even right after midterm. So I'm keeping all of these on watch. I mean, I want to see more volatility. I think I'll be more inclined to buy or look at software when we get volatility, not just a major sell-off, 1 or 2 days of bouncing and then staying pinned. It's actually the worst thing possible. I hate it. But if we got real volatility and something to show that it's like bottoming out, or even clarity on the topic and moving forward, whether it's earnings or God knows what, then yeah, I mean, I'd be down for it. But for now, we're still kind of in this. Ooh! All right, IBM closed me at 1,000%. That one hit. And then I rolled it over prior, if you remember. I got that other cheap one. So I still have another one, but it's not up as much. So yeah, that filled me 10 cents to $1. Thank you, IBM. The other one was 400%. But yeah, I got one more. They're still kind of cheap, but we'll see. I'm patiently waiting. Indeed. I got 2 IBMs up here. So yeah, bro, you caught it. It was down like 6 when we caught it. I haven't been to Hawaii in a minute. I want to go to Hawaii. Silver is climbing up here too into the close. Yeah, that chart looks hideous. should come. I want to, bro. But I don't know where to stay. That's the hard part. I looked into going to Hawaii last year, but like, dude, there's so many like options. Like, what island? Where do you fly into? There's Honolulu. Then there's the other one. There's like 5 different ones. Lanai. I don't even know, bro. But yeah, I like Hawaii. I was last in Hawaii in like 2014, dude. 2015? 10 years ago? 12 years ago? And dip all this week. I thought they were going to go up today. After I said in the morning, I waited and then I took one upside play. Got washed. But I thought we were going to have a little bit more of the Monday ramp and then sell off. But no, that's all of it just was freaky. That's why I said in the first one I avoided, because I said software was looking freaky. Then it got pretty bad, but that's still, you just got trapped here at the lows. Again, software and banks, we're not good. Lots of quality in the bottom 50. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys. So you could go from all the videos last year, you could go to Slick Charts if you want. But if you have TD Ameritrade, throw up a watch list, put S&P 500, and this is what it would look like. This is like your watch list, and then click on default columns, customize, and then type YTD, and then percent YTD change, add it, and then hit OK, and then boom, it's the same thing without all the ads. So yeah, and then you could go in order of the biggest decliners and then biggest gainers. So Intuit, Apple, IT, Workday, Robinhood, TTD, EPAM. Now again, all of them are software. I'm surprised Expedia is down 33. And then CRM, TYL, Coin, Adobe, Humana. That's the only one that's not software. Some of these are like travel and everything else. So you could go through them all and kind of get an idea. And then, yeah, just all of these are the ones that are red. Then the ones that are green. What's up the most? SanDisk, TPL, Myrna, Genrac, GLW, Fix. Yeah, there's not AMAT, actually. That's kind of crazy. So, yeah, you could do that, too, with the Dow or the NASDAQ. But that's how you do it. You only see opportunity. Amen. And that's, I like this year because again, the midterms don't happen too often. You get your election every 4 years and then you get your midterms every 4 years, but there's a gap between them. So that's why I was saying it was pretty easy. We went over like, what, 60 years of history? I left the other 60. But it's like, yeah, there's only so many events of this happening. And that's why it's like you get to go through them all and you get a nice little opportunity to have some predictability. Like I'm saying, though, I've outlined all the scenarios. There is anomalies. You got to be ready for it, but embrace the volatility. I do think there's going to be a lot of opportunities. Well, you could go to Slick Charts, or you could just use what I just showed you. And that's what most of them, it's all, like I'm saying, it's all these software names. We brought up a lot of them. And that's what I'm saying, from here till now, kind of the uncertainty peak. These are the ones on watch. Some of them, I mean, down 40. That's why I keep saying, though, it's like down 40%. If your cash levels and portfolio support it, I mean, you could start scaling in if you would like, but just keep in mind, if you're scaling in now, you got to keep in mind what we're talking about for the midterm. So if this is the peak uncertainty, you will benefit by scaling in now. If it's not, then you're going to just have to buy more and have a different set of plays to go. Marco Kalanovic says short SanDisk and long AI disrupted IGV going forward should do well. Oh, so short SanDisk, long IGV. Well, retail's already been buying the shit out of IGV. I don't know if they've been buying SanDisk. Some have. Yeah, Staples steady all day, man. I mean, MO, dude, $70, dude. You haven't hit $70 since like 2016, 2018. And then it goes to 72. So yeah, man, get ready. And then Apple didn't do bad today, and then also again, even Nvidia with their earnings, they were up a little bit more in the morning, but that generally held pretty good. And then 30 minutes remaining, my friends, my brethren and sisters. 30 minutes remaining. Tell me why. We've gone down and all out of timbers. We'll acquire the timber. You have 6 months. Don't worry. I'm trying to build up cash. Yeah, we talked about it a little earlier. Because someone asked me, they're like, well, how much cash? Like, if I waited from now until October, that would be 8 months of cash. And I would still have less than 10% of the portfolio. Unless my portfolio dropped 30%. If my portfolio went down 30%, I would be at 10% cash. But if it goes up or stays the same in the next 8 months, I will be at 8% cash, give or take. I'll be just under 10%. So, and then on the big account, it'll be more. Spy's getting your candle. I don't know if it's a 330 rigged. We have not talked about the Nvidia PE ratio. I don't think people are as concerned with that for now. I mean, again, granted, the earnings need to keep showing a heightened PE, and I think at this point people would be more concerned with a lack of threat to all these disruptions in AI and Nvidia hardware remaining in the top spot. But realistically, it's just going to be event risk for the market, and Nvidia earnings is how the earnings does, the guidance, and then whether or not this is going to get rid of event risk, or if sour or mid-tier earnings is going to kind of give you the exasperating breaking point. Maybe, again, if Nvidia is really good, it could be the clearing point, and then everyone's able to move on and look ahead after all of this. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to kind of still be in limbo here. Speaker Johnson said Congress unlikely to codify Donald Trump's 15% tariffs after the Supreme Court struck down earlier, with Republicans signaling there isn't enough support to extend them beyond their 150-day window. I think that's why you got the little green candle. It looks to be a little algo-y at 330, but House Speaker Johnson is saying they will not codify the 15% tariff, temporary tariffs after they expire in 15 days. Or 150 days, excuse me. Something you've learned: if it's a buy, they'll never tell you to buy. I know. God, they were shitting on the staples last year. I think NVO, I mean, you might have a little bit more headwinds, but usually those $40 prices have been decent. I'm looking at it, just going back to, I am trying to build up cash, and I'm going to evaluate that once we have a better idea of where everything settles, because then we could make a better relative judgment. I'm looking for the relative value, because right now it looks good, but then if everything changes dramatically here, better for worse, you know, we could compare it relatively speaking. He is the other one. Again, the 338. That's the one that I think he's going to hammer home 338. So keep in mind, market might be reacting to that comment right there. Speaker Johnson pretty much saying they're not going to that the 15% tariffs are temporary for 150 days until Trump either announces another one through the other sections or gets it investigated and approved. And that's it. Yo, do you think Donald Trump can do something about Punch? I request that Donald Trump, that he brings him to America. Can we bring Punch to America? Can Donald Trump tariff the other monkeys bullying Punch? Because you know many of these videos I keep seeing, and I love this guy. So, Donald Trump, if you could bring him over to America, I would appreciate it. Dude, I get like emotional with Punch. I love him. You don't know who Punch is? It's that little like monkey in Japan. He's like a baby monkey. Dude, it's like a perfect Disney story. His mom abandoned him. His mom rejected him. She like ousted him from the pack. She didn't fuck with him. And then now he lives in this cage by like with all the other monkeys, and then they bully him. But then he took like a IKEA stuffed animal, and now he like treats the IKEA stuffed animal like his mom. But then they still bully him. But like I have a connection with him, bro. I don't know why. I feel it's real. Don't watch it, bro. If you don't want to get, sadly, it's probably the most emotional I've been in a while. Because I don't like, dude, I don't know why I feel for this. I feel like if it's a psyop, it works great. Because I don't know what the psyop purpose is with Punch, but like nothing else has gotten me feeling like this, bro. You have no idea. I don't understand. Like my girl shows me it. I'm like getting updates on Punch. I get happy when he makes friends. I get sad when they bully him, bro. And like, oh, dude, it's so sad. You haven't seen Punch, man? I don't want to show you guys. It's like, I don't want to distract you. Because like, dude, yeah, bro. I don't know, man. He's a good guy, bro. He's a good guy. Like, we don't even understand his struggle. But we do. Oh, so sad. It's possible, but the speaker's saying that after 150 days, Congress is most likely not going to make it permanent. They'll either have to use another section, or he has to complete the investigations for that section or everyone else for him to get approval. They sent more stuffed animals. Yeah, but that's not going to change. See, I get sad about all of it. He still needs his mom. He needs a friend. And I'm sure he's attached to that one stuffed animal. And then I see him get bullied, bro. I saw him make a friend, and then the next day I saw him get attacked. I saw him fight back earlier. You know that? He fought back the other day. I don't know if that was today. I saw a video of him fighting back. I'm way too invested in Punch's life, dude. I know, but I'm happy, but I'm sad. I get it's an emotional roller coaster. Yeah, my girlfriend, she teared up a little. She's the one who showed me it, and she was like, "I got sad." And I was like, "Why?" I was like, "You're dumb." I was like, "Why'd you get sad over a monkey?" And then I saw it, and then I was like. I don't know where to find all the. I need to find you the first video. But like, this is him, bro, and that's like his little. That's his mom. That's not his real mom, but like after his mom got rid of him, he was like, "Okay, you're my mom now." And then like, look, and then he walks. It's so sad, bro. You don't understand, bro. It's so sad, bro. It's the worst thing ever. I don't even want you to see the videos. Yeah, look, see, this is it. Okay, this is the start of the story, okay? This is the intro, bro. That's his mom. And his mom's like, "Fuck you, bro. You ain't get a long term. I don't fuck with you." You're like, what? Like, I don't know, man. This would be like if you were Arab and you're like, "Oh, I want to move to America." They like, haram. Like, bro, every culture could relate. You could bring, this is a cultural story, bro. Look, his mom didn't fuck with him, bro. She said, "Get out of here." Nah, bro. So he's like, "You're my mom now." Look it. Y'all don't understand. Oh. Look at nobody fucks with him, bro. They bully him. And that's what I'm saying, bro. He's a hit though. And then he just goes around with his monkey. See, look at Punch. It's so sad, bro. And then he just hangs out with his mom stuffed animal. He was probably acting up. Okay, calm down, you Republican. He's like, well, that's just some good old-fashioned discipline by the mother. He didn't grade. I didn't have it easy. You're gonna learn. Why? It's a monkey, bro. Let him fucking. Are you kidding me? Yeah, look, and then they bully him, bro. Oh! See, so yeah, bro. You don't understand Punch, bro. I love you, Punch. For $2 a month, you could send a stuffed animal to Punch. I know, but like, dude, is it a psyop or like what? But what? Because I'm too involved in this. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't even understand. What if it's AI? No, there's a place in Japan that has him, and like everyone's going. But then people are criticizing the place in Japan because they're saying it's like it's a shitty refuge, and they don't even have trees and shit. So yeah, bro. But I don't like. Is it a psyop? Cause like, but what's the goal of the psyop? Cause I'm like, it got me. Fuck that, bro. I'm emotionally invested. I hope little guy does good. I think Donald Trump should import him. I think put him part of the trade deal. When we do the meeting in March with Japan, I think we incorporate Punch into the deal. Somehow, can we get Punch, get him to the San Diego Zoo? I'll take care of him. Everybody will take. You know how many people have volunteered to take care of this guy? So yeah, bro. I say you tariff, exactly. I say you add more tariffs. I don't know if you could use the Emergency Act, but that's definitely harmful to some people or animal species. But I think we tariff if you don't get Punch in high quality living scenarios. Well, that being said, speaking of psyops and all this stuff going on, just take a brief message from our sponsors. And remember why you guys are here. You know, none of this content, even the value content, all of them, man. You guys have got a lot of free videos this year. And it's all brought to you by our sponsors, Long-Term Monthly.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using Long-Term Monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to Long-Term Monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking Long-Term Monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.
Long-term monthly.
Pay yourself first.
So yeah, man, please. We should put Punch on a humanitarian visa. That would be great. I love him. You think it's monitoring your emotions while you read and watch? Probably. The computer probably thinks I'm fucked up, bro. You understand? Do you know how much shit has gone on in this world in the last couple of months? And the only thing that I was like, wow, Punch, I fuck with Punch, dude. It's sad. I think there's more sad, but it's all humans. Maybe because it's an innocent animal. Maybe that's it. Humans, we're long gone. But, you know, I still believe in the mind. I do believe that we're going to have a collective mind. You know, people will start to use their electrical waves a lot better. And use their mind to bring thy kingdom. You know, so I still have some hope, but evil doesn't surprise me anymore. You know how many files I read? I read a lot of them, and I got banned for one of them. But still, I don't know. Punch was next level, dude. Next level. Just why? Why would they do that to him? You're going to Japan next week? Dude, it's a big line. So I want you to go see Punch, but it's a big line, dude. It's a big line to go out and see Punch. Where's Rick? I don't know if Rick is still in Japan. But yeah, it's a huge one, bro. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. I think he fought back a couple hours ago. Yeah, he's it, bro. Eventually, he'll learn to toughen up. I hope, but it's just so sad. He's gonna become a menace, though. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't know. That's the thing, man. Humans be... You're like, that is sad, but like... You know how many humans nowadays act like the monkeys bullying Punch? It's just an allegory to our society. Because everybody loves Punch. But the reality is, we are the monkeys that bully the Punch. You know what I'm saying? I hope Punch could bring us all together. I hope they could, bro. You're like, this is how Planet of the Apes begins. And then Punch is going to get an AI overlord and Punch is going to start. You know, I've never seen Planet of the Apes, you know? I didn't, you know why I didn't watch it? Because I thought it was very self-explanatory. I'm like, yeah, bro, it's a movie about a planet full of apes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I've already watched it. I'm like, it's very simple. It's gonna be a bunch of gorillas living like humans. I'm like, what's gonna happen? Like, and then I realized there's some sci-fi to it, but I never really watched it. You only need to watch one of them. I feel like it's already self-explanatory. It's like Snakes on a Plane. Unfortunately, I watched Snakes on the Plane. That was our first meme movie back in the day. But then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It's just snakes on a plane. I know what's going to happen. They have James Franco in Planet of the Apes? What? How? How does that even work? Is Pineapple Express Ape Edition? That's amazing. It was always him? James Franco is Planet of the Apes? Wow. Good for him. I've seen clips of Planet of the Apes, but no, yeah, I've never seen it all. Maybe I'll give that a watch. That's so funny. Not the old one, but the new one. I feel like you guys are just lying to me now about these characters. No way. James Franco. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, he's not, but he's not an ape. Y'all definitely were hella misleading about, he was the scientist. I thought he was one of the monkeys. That's why I'm like, oh, I respected it. I was like, okay, Pretty Boy was like, I'm gonna be a monkey to highlight my acting experience. I don't want them judging me for how I look. Let me show you how I could behave like a primate. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I swear. I was like, he was one of the monkeys? I was like, what? Yeah, y'all misled. Y'all very misled. Oh, he fucking hugging a monkey. Fucking fake Punch. Even though it's original. Yeah, no, bro. That's not. I thought that was James Franco. You misled. That's not. Yeah, you guys got to explain. I was like, damn, James Franco. I was like, I could kind of see it. I could kind of, you know, maybe this is before AI. Yeah, no, that's not cool anymore. Of course. No, I swear I thought you guys were gonna say he was the monkey. So I was like, dope. I will take a look. I was like, how you go from weed movies to I want to be a primate? There's people in the movie? Well, that's... Why don't they call it people and planets? People in the planet of the apes. I swear, this whole time I thought it was just monkeys governing. I thought this was about a sovereignty of a nation that was led by monkeys, and then they had their own personal problems and other issues and developmental crises. They try to figure out the unemployment rate. And like the BDP, the banana domestic product. I thought that's what it would have operated on. Then they got spaceships and shit. Definitely not as cool. I should make a Planet of the Apes movie. Because with the movie playing in my head right now, you guys were like James Franco. And then you guys then Planet of the Apes. Yeah, bro. I thought every character would be this. That would be way more accurate. You know what I'm saying? Like every character. Yeah, and then give them a couple of guns. Yeah, so I'm fine with that. That'd be cool. I'm like, of course. They figured out how to use weaponry. It's necessary. Man. No way. Is Mark Wahlberg? No way. So he's in it too? Okay, it's just so whack. I want to see Mark Wahlberg hugging a monkey in a spacesuit. No. He should be a prisoner, like the only human remaining. How many Planet of the Apes are there? I like Marky Mark, though. You know that? I'm a big Marky Mark fan. I don't know if there's any validity. It's just a rumor. People are... PayPal can't... GameStop can't buy all of them, but they could probably buy a unit. But for now, just a rumor. But there was a confirmed report today. We don't know who, but one person's interested in buying the whole company, and a couple of people are interested in buying the rest of them, or parts of PayPal. That's like never seeing Jurassic Park? No. Have you been to an arcade and then they have a Planet of the Apes vehicle with a gun that you could play with? No, you can't. But they have that for Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park's iconic. I've seen Jurassic Park. I love it. Who doesn't love dinosaurs? If it was called Planet of the Dinosaurs, I wouldn't have watched it. You see what I'm saying? I'd be like, why would I watch this movie about dinosaurs governing? Jurassic Park, oh, what could that be? I didn't even know what Jurassic meant. I don't even know if that's still a real word, but it was much more enticing, bro. And then they got Jeeps. They got Jeeps like dinosaur zebras. Come on, bro. They had vehicles, everything. There's no... now you're lying. Adam Sandler is not in Planet of the Apes. Oh, I have to Google to make sure. Adam... Okay, nothing comes up. Nothing comes up. All right, we're good. I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, they have a basketball scene? And then he walks out in basketball shorts, and then he gambles on it. I'm like, huh? No, Adam Sandler. I might have. What the fuck is this? Is this the original? They got fucking in Babylon? Oh, this looked kind of entertaining. They kind of look like that. It looks like Mars Attack. So yeah, but yeah, maybe I'll watch that. Planet is more of a cult classic. Dog, you just living up to your name. You know that? You are burning purple. You high as hell right now. What do you mean? Jurassic Park? Bro, my foreign-ass dad knows Jurassic Park. My mom know the plot of Jurassic Park. If I said Planet of the Apes, he say, I come from Egypt. I don't want to watch another developmental movie. What do you mean, Planet of Ape? Look at Planet of America. Do you understand? No, bro. So, no. Jurassic Park, bro. Jurassic Park is iconic. I don't agree with you, burning purple. Right, go burn another one and come back to reality. Jurassic Park has video games, everything, bro. I'll watch Planet of the Apes though. I will watch that versus what was the other one? You guys wanted me to watch Star Wars? I haven't watched Star Wars yet. Star Wars is a classic, but I only watched the one where they raced vehicles. Well, on that note, guys, final 5. So, I guess we're ending today on Planet of the Apes. I know, look how we got here. I might remake Planet of the Apes, though. I could really envision, like, a government ran by don't they have AI in one of them? Isn't one of them, I'm sure they use tech. I know there's, like, a meme with, like, don't he have, like, crazy eyes? I've seen Lord of the Rings. I was part of it when they filmed it. I was an extra for Smeagol. Like, I did some of the stunts for Smeagol. They're like, we need someone who looked like a lizard, slightly deformed, 3'6". I got paid a good amount. So, bro, it sucked. Did I tell you, like, with the face thing yesterday? Because, like, before I posted it, I had, like, a bunch of AIs, like, unscramble it to show my face to see what it came up with. And it didn't get my face, but it knew I was ugly. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, for real, bro. I was like, damn. None of them look like me, but it gave me, like, 10 ugly versions of me. And I'm like, damn, bro. It's still new. I'm like, so it's kind of like, damn it. So, yeah, very humbling, but I was honored. I was glad, bro. February new car sales expected to slip year over year. Hybrids gaining ground. Trump exploring new retirement savings plan and may address it in State of the Union. Happy final 5. I don't know. See, Schwab, and maybe is that why banks are going down? It might be either the 401k stuff with houses or something else, but that came out. Semaphore. You're going to hear about that from tonight into tomorrow. And then again, be on the lookout for the IBM COBOL stuff, any other ones, any other thing to trigger financials. And then tomorrow at 6 p.m. is the State of the Union. So, unfortunately, we're going to go through a whole nother day of this, see what it provides, and then we'll get to it. I might go live for the State of the Union. Last time we did, because crypto was going high, but we don't talk about that anymore. But yeah, I'm kind of down. Oh, I guess we'll go live for State of the Union. I'm going to say I might be coming back from the gym, but I'm down. We'll go live for everybody. So no watch list tomorrow. Tomorrow will be State of the Union. I will. I low-key have a long-term movie list of movies I need to watch. State of the Union tomorrow, 6 p.m. Tomorrow.
I love you tomorrow. It's only a midterm away. That's good. I like it. Not bad.
All right, Chad. Rapparoon. You might need to get adjusted GG in there. So, all according to plan. I don't think you're going to get Trump after the bell today. He might be saving his energy for tomorrow. So, yeah, man. We'll see how it is, but that very terrible day for a Monday. Like I'm telling you, you got a couple of things swirling with AI, software, banks, geopolitics, Iran and Mexico. Those are all in play, but you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, AI, IBM, COBOL, whatever you call it, man. What's going to happen with the banks? IGV hit a new low. AI, what happens in 2028? There's so much to deal with. But Chad, get ready. You even got Nvidia earnings and a couple more. You're going to wake up to more earnings in the AM. Less than 10 seconds. Finalize it all. Make a decision and get ready to wrap up February and the end of the month. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chadadonia. Oh, God bless America. 7 hours in the books. I need a GG. I don't care who you are. You're here. You made it. I hope you watched the long-term video, dog. I hope you're ready for the midterm. But I can tell a lot of you are, baby. It's game time. Be excited and good game. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. Y'all really contributed. You know what I'm saying? A real contribution. I fuck with you, dog. Thank you. Nah, y'all really taking it. Y'all ain't making me have to talk to you 20 different times. You got it. You got to change the world, dog. Are you ready for the future? Are you ready? Or are you only going to be ready after everybody ready? Get ready now. Good game, baby. I love you. Nah, for real, man. Members, non-members, stream alerts. I don't give a fuck. I love my locked-in guys. They showed me a lot. I don't care who you are, bro. Are you actually going to use it? Are you really going to bring it to life, dog? That's what really matters, man. Come on. I hope they feel me. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Long term, IBM plunges 13% in biggest one-day decline since 2000. And you all got it so fucking early. Amen. That's just the light stuff. The long term, baby. Game time.
Long term, short term, welcome to the war. Love with the game.
Have a good day, Chad. I love you. Thank you for your time. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing.
Tell me what's the store.
And let's go. It's game time. If you didn't watch the midterm video, you don't have to watch the 60 years of history. Understand the windows. We're going to talk about it a lot, but I'm really basing everything around that. And then everything else in the meantime. Ooh, what if the earth shakes? I'll let you know. Game time.
But you don't know your limit. Both of us could lose, but one of us is winning. All of us alive, so tell me how you living. Blessed. I already know it though, don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. You should be yourself, stop back at Cornholio. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos, put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how it's cynical, fuck, still didn't hear it though. Forgive me for the language, I'm still working on the spiritual. Mr. Professional, talk about the revenue. Hard to ride the wave when you riding on my genitals. Talking about my plays, but they hit like an edible. I'm used to little humans telling me what's not attainable. That's some whole shit, trying to tightrope shit. Friend and the enemy, you think we don't know this? Funny how my foes never had the same focus. Forgive them for their sins, I ain't talking about the smoke. I'm back to the mission, lot of holding, lot of sitting. Act like you can't change your mind before you go and make decisions. You don't even need precision, cause you at it while you stack it, while you average your way in it. Who the villain? Money tree, you gonna kill it, cause you keep on fucking with it. Trying to learn the art of chilling. It don't matter your religion, what you have or what you didn't. Cause the future you gon' ask the current you, but why you didn't. Sick with it, boy, I'm talking big business. I don't need no 3 wishes, just a G-O-D vision. I be C-O-D with it. Cindy, I keep flipping. No, I'm all about a dollar, but I'm all about a mission. Who we kidding? God is always in it. Ain't no way to spin it. If it's yours, you gonna get it. You could build it in a year, but you could lose it in a second. You could use the tongue for life, you could use it as a weapon.
You could use the tongue for life, or you could use it as a weapon? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos. Put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how cynical still didn't hear it, though. Forgive me for the like. What's up, baby? I don't know why I'm so hyped. We gotta go. I said I'll get a good workout in. You know that I'm not dying anymore, which is great. So I hope y'all living too, bro. And I hope y'all stay warm out there. Stay out of trouble with the weather. Stay out of trouble with the market. Stay out of trouble with authorities. Stay out of all trouble. Stay in the good things and speak good things and use your mind for good things and create the unseen, my friend. And you know, ain't no way to spin it. If it's yours, you gonna get it. Time to learn the art of chilling. Oh, Chad, God bless you all. I hope you had a wonderful day. It's a decent Monday. A lot of excitement, but also a lot of hangover from last weekend and a lot of uncertainty. So we'll see where it leads us, man. God bless all of you, and thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World, The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. You should read that. You should read. You read an audiobook. You're technically not reading, but it's good for you, baby. So God bless all of you. Thank you for your time. And, yeah, you got a couple of earnings. I think Hims. I don't know why UNH started dumping, but, yeah, you guys, you'll figure it out. We'll see what happens in the morning. Let's see what happens in the morning. I got to get going, bro, but I love you. And thank you all for your time. And just don't forget why we're here and why you are going to use your mind to create things. Your mind is just matter, but what's going on inside of that, bro? The dreams, the vision, the goals. It's all that you created, brother. You better control those electrical signals, dog. Why, baby? Why thy kingdom come? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Yeah, him 617. I see it on my screen. 617.8 million. I don't know what the earnings estimates are. If it gives me easy numbers, I'll read them to you. Yeah, just net income 128, adjusted EBITDA 318, and then yeah, I don't know what their estimates were. So you guys will get it. Again, it's a move around, a lot going on. You know, people like the hymns, but you know, love beyond the hairline, but your life more than a hairline. You know, don't be like the guy, the short man, the short one on the Reddit. Yalla, habibi, yalla. You made for much big. Use the brain, big brain, short Reddit. You know, short Reddit, we have a big brain. Yalla, habibi, yalla. I love you, Chad. Have a wonderful day. And peace. But before we get going, please take a minute to hear from our sponsors, Long-Term Monthly. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.